the issue.
Circumstantial. I could give it a circumstantial point for flat Earth in that instance. Yeah.
Well, you could say in either case that it's congruent with this concept or paradigm,
right?
But it doesn't make that necessarily the case. If you take it to it necessarily is the case. So, for example, you say, if it happens, then therefore the Earth is a globe, or therefore the Earth is flat. And then you'd be committing the affirming the consequent fallacy. So at best you could say this is congruent with my expectations of what I think is going on. That's about it.
Right. And I agree with you completely on that. Congruent is the way I describe it. Yeah, the sun not setting is congruent with flat Earth. So.
Well, depends on what you mean by flat Earth, because an object, let's just say, for lack of a better term, being flat, has nothing to do with the sun. Like, it's either flat or not flat. Like, what the sun is doing is highly irrelevant to the properties of another object that's not the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. But I usually don't really get into that because, I don't know, it seems like flat earthers have different ideas of how the sun works, and it's really hard to really narrow it down.
That's why we're using your idea. We're using your idea to do an internal critique of your own idea. Don't worry about flat Earth yet, because flat Earth said the sun and the sky and the ground, two separate things. You've connected these two things. So let's do an internal critique.
The only thing is the Globers will say it's only for 2 to 3 days. It's not a whole year around, right?
So 2 or 3 days you got the flat Earth. Gotcha.
No.
Well, you don't have the flat Earth. You got the sun, right?
Okay, so not the Earth. Okay, gotcha.
Well, you have the sun being visible from an observer at a point on the Earth 3 days.
Which is flat.
Well, no. I mean, I don't think that necessarily follows from anything.
Which is curved then, or flat?
Again, I wouldn't say that
based on the sun.
I'm just saying that it's congruent with the idea of the globe and how the idea of the sun works within the representation, the model. I wouldn't say that it proves it one way or another, just that it is congruent and doesn't seem to lead to any...
That makes no damn sense.
Other parts of the idea.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm saying that the idea is consistent and is congruent with reality.
What's the congruency, horse shit?
What's wrong with what I said?
What's the congruency? You're back here for another attempt at it, huh?
Yeah.
After your train wreck last night.
Yeah, I don't really have much of an ego, so I'm just...
Well, I didn't mention anything about your ego, dude. Jeez, oh man, what are you, some type of Nancy?
I'm just saying.
Okay, how do you have a horizon on a globe?
How do we... It would be the point at which the ground starts to curve away from you.
Yeah, I didn't ask you that. Yeah, it's not curving away because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we see in reality, everywhere we go, horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every fucking direction?
Rate and change of slope of non-zero.
You can't change slope. You're a moron.
So, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
That should be the title of your autobiography.
Yeah, I mean, so you contend that there is no point where the ground would...
My contention is there are no horizons on a globe-tard because it's contradictory and paradoxical to the definition of horizon.
And that
Simple.
would be, can you define horizon?
What?
Can you define horizon and explain why
Fuck
it's
off.
not possible?
I just told you. Are you
You didn't define
have you been
horizon.
doing
you
hard
explained why.
time, or are you drunk, or what?
No, you said the rated change in slope of the ground, yada yada yada, but you didn't define.
Yeah, no, I didn't say yada yada yada.
Well, it didn't make much sense to me. and didn't
Well,
really seem
I know
that-
because you'd fail intro to junior high functions and graphing.
Can you like? Is there
No,
another
I
way you can
can't.
explain it? Can you write it down in the chat?
No, I
'Cause-
can't. No, not going below junior high.
All right,
Start
then,
over
okay,
again in
you got
primary
this one.
school,
You
right?
got this one. We can
Start over again in
topic.
primary school. Everyone understands it who's past junior high school.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fine with me not understanding,
No,
yeah,
I'm fine.
win here.
You're exposed.
yeah, you take the win.
It's not a win. It's just I
You took the
exposed you
win.
as a
You got
kind of
me.
clown.
Pointed out that I didn't understand what you said, and you won the argument. So
Well, no, I didn't win an art. That's not a case of winning or losing. That's not what it is, Mr. Ego. That's not it. So you just contradicted yourself again by mere implication.
that
Wow,
I care
dude.
about winning or losing.
You're really knocking it out of the park tonight.
I don't really care about winning or losing.
Yeah,
but
I can tell you
apparently
don't
it seems
care.
that you got me. So we can
It's
move
not
on
a
to the topic.
gotcha. It's not that. Dude,
It seems like you got me. I don't understand what you mean by the rate and change in slope and how that
right,
just
right.
goes around, goes against the idea of the horizon being an
Correct.
optical phenomenon where ground is
Optical
turning away from you.
phenomenon.
I'll help you out, bro. So in the globe Earth daydream, the horizon is curved. And in reality, all horizontals are straight.
Okay, so I think I know what you're saying, right? You're saying that if I stand up in position and I turn around, I should see the horizon being a continuous straight line across, right? Like a complete circle around me. If I
Is he talking to
look
me?
at the horizon, a different.
Or is he
Yeah,
talking to
I'm
you,
trying
AI?
to.
He's talking to his notepad, so he's taking good notes.
I'm trying to clarify. So
Yeah, there should be no horizons, no horizontals on a globe. Simple.
yeah, and the horizontal is just an optical illusion.
Oh, really? It
Optical
is.
phenomenon.
And so the horizon's an optical illusion. Go ahead and I want
No,
you to
it's an
cite
optical
that.
phenomenon.
Go ahead and
sorry,
cite that. Go ahead and cite that right now.
Cite that it's an
Yep.
optical phenomenon.
No,
meant to
you
say
said
phenomenon, not-
optical illusion, glue sniffer. I want you to cite that and text.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yeah, he retracted that.
Did he?
Yeah, I misspoke. Sorry.
Can we agree that everything you see is optical? I mean, good.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, hold on, Gallagher. He may not know this one, QE. Okay, so put your hand in front of your face and look at it. Are you looking at your hand?
Oh God. That's a serious question, exceptional.
Yeah, it's a serious question.
Okay. I'm following. I haven't done this either. Okay, I'm looking. Yes.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Right.
I
So
am-
is that your hand? Is that your hand you're looking at?
yeah, of course.
yeah.
No, it isn't. Quote unquote. Retarded Glober 2022.
No.
What is it that I'm looking at then?
According to fight Earth, fight the flat Earth. That's not your hand you're looking at. You better call him or get on the same page.
Okay, so is it about like delay in perception, right? I'm viewing my hand in the past. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what his nonsense was, but it was some gobbledygook nonsense like that for sure.
Was that Sonny laughing?
Yeah, that was a good guess.
No, he said it was refracted.
Yeah, refracted,
Okay.
delayed.
Oh, okay, now that makes sense to you.
E- I mean, it does, but it kind of
Really?
seems.
How does that make
He
sense?
missed the whole, somehow he missed the whole joke.
Let's see how it makes sense. Define
You got
refraction.
my right answer exceptional. Don't retract now.
Hey, old Haas, just relax.
No, I get what they mean, but I wouldn't agree with them in how they framed it there. Like, I'd say
Well,
I'm
it's
still
not-
seeing my head.
It's not an agree-disagree issue. It either is or it ain't. So it either is refraction or it ain't. So what's refraction?
Light bending through a medium, or passing from one medium to another, or just
One
light
medium
bending.
to another medium. So where's the light from your hand passing from one medium to another?
It's like not really a medium in any significant way. Like, it's just one medium.
Holy crap, you had your chance. You had your chance to foil Quantum's plan, but you failed. I'll give you the answer in DM for $50.
$50.
I
What
am
are you
aware
gonna tell
of
What,
Well, he
I
did
know
say
what
there's
you're
only
gonna tell
one
him.
medium layer.
Yeah, it's
Ding,
only
ding,
one.
ding,
That's
ding.
correct.
Wait a second. We need to take note of this. He
Right.
just said air is one medium.
That's correct. He's right.
He was right.
So he's right.
We have a winner.
But what AI will do will muddle the composition up and tell them that the lens is the other. You fucking guy.
So,
right. I was also answering with, like, assuming you guys know that if the same medium is denser in one region and less dense in another region, and they can be considered two different
No, they're not.
mediums.
No,
in
citation, please.
science, it's not.
Citation, please. Citation, please.
Atmospheric refraction. Smells.
Yeah,
where'd you get-
atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air, is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You can't cite it. You just made that shit up. There is no refraction in the fairy tale atmosphere or in the Atmo. No refraction whatsoever. None. Zero. It's a category error.
Refraction.
Oh, by the way, before we go on, you have to have two different optical densities, not just two different densities.
It's not two different densities either. It's two different materials.
So
And-
gradient index optics.
Gradient
Let's start here.
makes no fucking difference. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Gases have no boundaries or surfaces.
But here's a source here.
Here's a source here.
Right. It's the gradient of the refractive index of a material. So, single material with a varying refractive index.
Yeah.
So that's
So
one
two
medium.
materials with two refractive
considered.
indices, and the refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. There are no
Also
bound. Again,
continuous.
don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me.
That's-
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces?
No.
Exactly. You're in a category error.
They have both.
Who says that they have both?
Okay. So let's say that you were in. Let's say that we.
No,
were in,
no. We're not going on your fucking retarded tangent. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces? No. Refraction
Yeah, but
occurs
you're
at
also
the boundary
neglecting
or
the idea.
surface. Don't fucking talk through me. I told you about that before.
You already spoke, and I didn't respond.
Shut the fuck up.
You already spoke.
Shut the
Okay.
fuck up.
You're triggering Pewie's PTSD.
All right.
You fucking
I love you,
retard.
Daddy.
There's no
I feel like
scenario
you're gonna
that you
repeat
can come
yourself,
up.
but it's okay.
There's no
Just-
fucking scenario that you can dream up in that imagination, that fuckwit imagination of yours, that will make gases have boundaries or surfaces. None.
If light originates.
Shut
within
the
a
fuck
medium-
up.
See,
You
I
don't
can't
know what light
respond.
is. Shut the fuck up.
I can't even respond. Okay, you got
You
me
ain't gonna
then.
respond with anything, dumbass.
Okay, then you won't You won't have
The only thing you can
luxury-
respond with is to show gases having boundaries or surfaces. That's the only thing you can do. Do it.
or you could hear me out. And
No, it's not or. This
Yeah,
is
it
the
is
standard,
or.
dumb fuck. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface.
But it can
So-
also happen within.
No,
a
it
material
can't. No, it
itself.
cannot.
This is
Citation,
what I showed
please.
you.
Citation,
This
please.
is
You
Radiant
can't
index
show shit.
optics.
You don't know what fucking
Continuous
refraction is. You're a
refraction within
moron.
medium.
You could fucking overtalk me, glue sniffer, but I'm gonna fucking bury you with your death notice right here.
Showed you continuous
I'm
refraction.
gonna bury
within
you right fucking now. You don't
So
know what
can you-
refraction is, son.
Can you address my source, please?
I'm not going to address your fucking source. You don't know what your source is
What?
fucking saying. It doesn't
Why
know.
would I
Your
address
source
the
doesn't
source?
know what Snell's law
Okay,
is.
we can move on. We can move on then.
Your source doesn't know what is Snell's law.
It's
Oh my goodness, dude. Wikipedia.
no, I'm not gonna search it up. I can remember it. Trust me. It's
Shut
an equation
the fuck
that
up.
describes how light refracts as it passes from one medium to another.
Yeah,
or
now
one
light
refractive
refracts.
index to another.
You use refracts in the definition of refraction. It's fucking
Snell's
idiotic.
law isn't refraction itself. It just describes.
Snell's
how
law is refraction. You're a fucking imbecile pretender clown moron.
describes how
You just
refraction
exposed
behaves,
yourself,
the
dumb fuck.
angles.
Shut the fuck up. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you fucking goober.
Right, and I said
Yeah,
that
right.
explains how
You just
refraction
said it's
behaves.
not. You just said, yeah,
Yeah.
right, and it's not. You compromise yourself.
A law and the actual phenomenon are different. The
Yeah,
law
yeah,
tells
really?
you how it
Citation,
operates.
please. Citation.
You got anger issues, bro.
Citation.
It's
Shut
wrong.
the fuck up.
This
You
is
should
like
like
a
the
law.
Hey, White Knight,
It
shut your
doesn't
fucking
do
mouth.
anything.
White Knight.
It
You got
doesn't.
some serious anger
NG77, shut the
issues,
fuck up.
Quantum
Well, I
Eraser.
take his
You should
fucking.
like
I'll
meditate
tell
or
you what
something, dude.
issues I got. I got issues with pretender clown fuckwit White Knight frauds. And you're going to feel it right after I'm done with this idiot. You just fucking contradicted yourself.
Okay.
Again.
Okay.
Dumbass. Read the definition at fucking 10 minutes after the hour. Both of them.
Okay. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes' law, and the law of refraction, the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction.
I nigga.
Right, and I wasn't really disputing that in a significant way. I
Yeah,
was
you
just saying
did.
that
You said
it
the law of
describes
refraction is
how
not refraction. We heard you.
I'm not
We
saying that it
heard
is
you say the law of refraction is not refraction, dumb fuck.
Yeah, okay, so this is trifling then, right? We're both on the same
Trifling.
page.
It is quite Just shut the fuck up.
We're both on the
Shut up.
same page.
Shut up.
We both agree that the
Shut up.
formula explains
Shut the
how
fuck
light
up.
refracts.
You've already compromised
Yes.
yourself. You're
We
done.
can move on.
No, we can't move on.
This is very trivial. Like,
Shut the fuck up.
How's it trivial, dude?
You started
No.
it.
it's trivial, and what I mean is trivial is him arguing with me, saying that I contradicted myself. That in itself doesn't really matter to the conversation.
Yes, it does. It means you contradicted yourself because you're a dumb fuck.
Well,
not
it's a
trivial.
small detail.
It's
right?
not trivial. It's not a
difference
small
was-
detail. You're a moron.
The difference was whether the law
You're a moron.
is refraction itself.
You're a moron. The law of refraction
Whether it
is
describes
refraction, dumb fuck.
like I
Just
was
like the
saying.
law of entropy is fucking entropy, you dumbass.
The law of entropy describes
Shut
how
the
entropy
fuck up.
works. That's
Shut
what
up.
I'd say. I wouldn't
Shut
say
up.
that it is entropy.
Shut up.
What does that even mean?
Right, so-
Shut
The
the
law,
fuck up.
the law doesn't apply. Is that what you're saying?
It is trifling. I don't want to focus on this. So can we move on?
I do. I want to focus on this.
I mean, wouldn't it be a lot
I mean,
better if you dunked on me with your
I
actual
mean,
point?
I dunk. It's just dunking on you constantly.
Yeah, you know, do it
You're
for
a dumb
them.
fuck.
Don't do it for them, not me. Do it for them.
Yeah, I'm not doing it for you. I'm exposing you as a pretender clown.
It's boring to hear you talk about definitions.
It's easy. Just
Like,
fucking
dunk on
listen
me,
to you contradict yourself.
Sure.
You're a globe-tart idiot. What's your number one bestest scientific evidence for a globe?
I don't really approach it from that way.
Really, you don't, but we do.
All right. It's cool.
Yeah, real cool. Bye. So,
Any
let's
other
go to
Globers?
Mr. Let's shut up. Let's go to Mr. White Knight, NG77, dumbass. NG77, what is refraction? With citation, please.
I don't know. Are you going to yell at me now?
What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
Daddy.
Yeah,
That's
put him
about all
on.
you
Moot.
got. Yeah, that's about
Yeah.
all you got. Yep.
That's it.
Figured.
Bye. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh you out of there.
Or what color is a chartreuse windsock?
Oh boy. Same old, same old.
It's not good to have hate in your heart, buddy. It's not good for
Not
you.
your buddy, pal, and it's not hate. It's pure contempt for numpty, dipshit, pretender clown frauds. Nancy.
Pelosi?
If you will.
That is a good question, though. He's asking, what is the best evidence for the globe? I
No,
don't even
the
know
best
what it
is scientific evidence.
How about the laser beam test you guys did?
Laser beam. You guys.
Holy crap. Holy crap. I can't wait to hear how stupid this is going to be. Go ahead and tell us how it went.
Dude, it literally proved that there's a fucking curve.
Really? Literally.
Dude, that's not. Man, dude. I said, how did it win, dude?
Good.
What,
Go ahead.
explain what,
AI,
explain what happened. Explain what happened in it.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I'll try. Basically, what was like they're shining a laser just over. Was it over a couple of kilometers or something? Was it? I don't know how long it was exactly, but I mean, the laser was literally above the point that they're pointed at. Like, you know,
Dude, was it a documentary on Netflix or something?
No, I think he's talking about the one Jaren and Dan the Waterman did.
Yeah, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
I actually don't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay, your
you're,
story's falling apart real quick, bro.
you're a dumb shit. Another pretender clown.
His best, think about it this way, his best scientific evidence is that flat earthers prove the earth is curved, but he didn't do it. And they're dumb. Flat earthers are too dumb to realize it, that what they proved. But he figured it out somehow.
It's over a couple kilometers or something. Something like that. Maybe.
I haven't heard that one before, actually. That's your best evidence for the globe?
Wait, do the flat earthers here, what are your opinions on other planets?
Opinions. There are flat earthers here. We got another one. Who said they're planets?
I mean, like, do you believe, like,
No.
the moon is flat or something?
No.
I don't know.
I don't believe anything.
Oh, okay.
I know it or I don't.
Do you know if the moon is flat?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Awesome. What about anyone else? What do you guys think about other planets' status as a flat?
Planets, you're begging the question. That's circular reasoning, right?
Oh, so you don't believe planets exist? Or you don't... you know what I'm calling-
No, I didn't say that. I said, you're saying planets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prove that what you see are planets.
No, yeah, he's saying other planets,
Oh, okay.
which we know damn well what you're insinuating, that Earth is a planet.
Here, Quantum, this might help you out. This is what he thinks you believe in. Here, look at chat.
I don't believe in shit.
No, this is what he thinks you believe.
Oh, I don't believe that shit. I seen that shit in grade school and I was laughing at it.
Yeah, they are confused. They do. That is a lot of their thinking. It's weird. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Wait, what
other
is this?
planets.
What is this graphic?
Why do you say other planets? Other than what?
Well, I do believe Earth to be a planet, but
No
So
shit.
you accept without what he just said was, I accept without evidence the Earth is a planet is what you just said.
I think there's some pretty good scientific evidence that the Earth.
Oh, there is scientific evidence. Well, that'd be a fucking problem. Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen against the second grade retard altar of fuckwittery. Unwittingly, you just sacrificed your science acumen to everyone in here.
What?
Yep.
All right, well,
Anything else?
I think you can have like.
We don't really care what you think after that, son.
Okay, well, you can have observational.
We don't really care. We don't really care. Your science acumen is below fucking third grade.
I mean, the reason why.
The reason why? Why? Because you didn't pay attention in school?
The reason why.
When did you observe Earth to be one of these lights in the sky?
The reason why
when did that observation take place?
There is no
because it's
model. Hold on a second.
He's just going to keep rambling.
Yeah, I know he is. He'll get muted after his second grade of science acumen got toasted.
Okay.
What's up? Model. You said model? Can you post that in side chat for everyone to see, please?
What do you mean? Like, wait,
no.
Someone
No, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say model?
Right now, you can see.
Oh, doofus! Stop diarrhea! Fucking projectile diarrhea from the mouth.
Oh, that's not me.
Post the model that you claimed inside chat so we can all see it.
Okay.
Yeah, you claimed a model, so we want that model put in the chat, text chat.
Yeah, he's gonna post the globe.
Okay, let me post it.
He's gonna post the world globe map.
What are you guys looking for? A model of the solar system or the planets?
No, we're looking for your model. What you think?
Yeah, it's your claim. It's your claim. You claimed a model, so put it in the chat.
Let me find one.
Let you find it.
I am interested in as I look for the image of my model. I am interested in.
No, we want the model, not the image of the model. The model.
Oh, okay, I see.
You don't know the difference, do you?
That's what we're interested in.
1 second. I am interested in what scientific evidence you guys have to.
Scientific evidence. You just sacrificed your son. I just told you. Are you retarded?
What was your reason?
What the fuck?
Wait. I want this one. Let me do it. Okay, Numpty. Which science is in charge of or has anything to do with shapes?
Well, I mean, I was just asking, like.
No. Don't go any further. Just tell us which science. Really want to... No, shut the fuck up. Tell us what science has to do with shapes right now.
Geometry.
Oh, is geometry a science?
I mean, I don't think a science has to do with shapes.
Yeah, fucking you said science, though, didn't you?
No, I mean, I was just asking, like, what experiments can you or have you done to prove
Holy
that the
shit,
Earth is
dude!
flat?
I already went through this with you.
I mean, what
He doesn't even
observational
get it.
experiments? You don't have to have like, experiments.
Observational experiments, that changes the game. Holy shit, dude. Just shut the fuck up, man. My
I mean,
God.
okay, fine. Observational study. How about that? So,
Observational studies are not scientific. You're a fucking idiot.
okay,
Right,
well,
Maywin, I'm going to throw you a bone. Stop asking these types of questions and just ask, why do you come to the conclusion the Earth is flat? That way it's holding on the other person to give you the reasons why they hold their position instead of criticize you for your inability to use the vernacular correctly.
okay, so why do you think the world is flat on Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, I know the world is flat. Number one reason.
Okay, what do you know?
Well, not the number one. I got about
Sorry.
30 of them, but we can start off here. It's relatively easy.
Okay.
There are no horizons on a globe. Therefore, the Earth must be flat. And the reason being is, according to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we go out in reality and see horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we have the rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every direction?
Okay, so I think, or actually, here, I'll try to use I know more because that sounds better. Why do you know it to be that, first of all, humans can observe the horizon in its entirety in their limited point of view or their vision?
What?
And why do you know that the horizon has to be has to have like a slope of 0 instead of a slope that approaches 0 but is still non-zero?
It's non-zero because that's that's an axiom. It's defined as a rate of change of slope of non-zero.
I mean, yeah, you said that the horizon has a slope of 0, correct? Or did I understand you right?
Rate of change of slope of 0, correct.
Yeah, let's just say slope. So, why do you know it to be 0?
I can see it, and it's defined as.
So why do you know that your vision
defined as the horizon?
Okay. So where in the horizon okay, first of all, just because you can see a horizon that seems to have a slope of 0 doesn't mean
not
it has
seems.
to have...
Not seems. Defined as a rate of change of slope of 0.
So a horizon is defined as a slope of 0.
It's an attribute of it. Yes.
I never heard that before.
You never heard that before? You never graduated junior high school?
Well, I'm about to, but
well, that explains it. You're dismissed.
Where does horizon and this, like, where does the slope of 0 come to the horizon's definition?
Where does the slope of 0 come to the horizon's definition? Because it's the definition of her fucking horizon.
Can you source that?
Oh my, yes. Yes, I can. One moment. It's going to be a train wreck of epic proportions for you.
That was a good question, though. You got to give him that. He's going to get it.
No, that was good.
Get it.
No, it was good. Not a problem.
This is my first time in the Flat Earth voice call, so I'm pretty excited.
All right. You're excited? All right. Well,
yeah.
Well, you get +1 for that shit.
Thank you.
All right. You in voice text?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
At 28 minutes after the hour, Varsity Tutors. Horizontal lines have slope 0 since the rise is 0.
You know, Varsity Tutors
From
is what
Louisiana,
I use to cheat
just
on my
shut
assignment.
the fuck up.
Oh, sorry.
Just shut up. Thanks. Louisiana Tech. Horizontal line parallel to the x-axis has slope 0. Biology, Arizona State. Horizontal line has slope 0. Study.com. The slope of a horizontal line is always 0. QMath. The slope of a horizontal is 0. ThoughtCo. Formerly Physics About. The slope of a horizontal line is always 0. From your Elmwater Wiki. If a line is horizontal, the slope is 0.
Okay.
From Syracuse.edu. I'm not done yet. Horizontal lines have slope of 0.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Why does a horizon mean horizontal line?
I'll tell you why. It's very simple.
Are you sure
Very
about
simple.
Yeah, no, I understand that horizon is
Are
contained in
you
horizontal
absolutely
line.
fucking sure?
Okay, I understand that horizon is
That
contained
you
in
stated
horizontal
that
line.
question. Not a problem, dumb fuck. Just
Right, so
over talk
horizon-
me through the whole way through, dumb fuck. So, dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Your death certificate number 2
Yeah.
is coming at you.
Thank you.
Why don't you read this out loud for everyone, please?
Okay.
Read that from math.
Horizontal lines are derived from the horizon.
Say goodnight.
Yep. So horizontal line.
Aren't you?
Hold on, before you go on, bro. I'll add on to that a bit. So horizontal is a line that's parallel with the plane of the horizon, which means they both have the same slope. So if horizontal lines have a slope of 0, then that means that the horizon would also have a slope of 0.
Right, but the thing is, I think the logic behind the
No
horizontal.
logic. It's not logic.
Yeah, no.
Not
Okay.
logic. Doesn't have anything to do with logic.
No, the logic behind the horizontal
There is
line.
no logic, douchebag.
Okay, so the idea, I guess, behind a horizontal line being based on the horizon is because humans observe the horizon as being horizontal. They observe the horizon as being horizontal. Right? So that doesn't mean the horizon is horizontal. Right? So just because a horizontal line is derived from a horizon doesn't mean the horizon has to be horizontal. It doesn't go the other way around.
You're a dumbass. That's the dumbest fucking shit I ever heard.
Holy crap! Do you know how? Do you know?
Dude, I'm gonna put it to you like this, bro. The definition itself says they're parallel to each other. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know what size the Earth is supposed to be? Maywin?
Fairly large. That way the horizon
Fairly
appears
large.
straight.
Like, do you know how large?
I don't have the number, but
You don't have any idea. So how would you know how much slope there would be over any distance?
Earth size 7,926 miles diameter.
So you have to fucking look it up now. But you didn't know before now. So you wouldn't know the consequences of how much slope there would be in the horizon to begin with until you just fucking looked it up, right?
The slope in the horizon. Thanks a lot. That's perfect, Sonny. Is there a slope in the horizon?
Right, so he just said slope in the horizon, so doesn't that imply there's a non-zero slope?
Thanks a lot, Sonny. Thanks for jumping in, man. Appreciate that.
Okay, I fucked it up. Okay, so if there was, if there was,
Hey, bro, get in the corner and self-flagellate, please.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like you didn't address my question before, though.
So I fucked it up. Yeah, we addressed your questions before. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I mean, okay. First of all, I mean I don't really count that as addressing my question, but
yeah, we addressed your questions. We addressed every single one, and then exposed you as a pretender clown. Yeah.
No, okay. So here, I'll just.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass.
Sorry.
You just compromised yourself. I gave you a photo of what the horizon is. You read it out, and you fucked it up.
I mean, I kind of had something to respond to that.
I mean, you didn't. Not anything coherent.
You just ignored it.
Not anything. Yeah, we're going to ignore you from now on. Yes.
Because I'm right.
Yes. Yeah, because you're a fuckwit.
Okay.
Not because you're right. You're a dumb fuck. We already exposed you 3 times. Mae West is in the corner blushing, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, bless you.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. Next.
I think Lemon wants to go next.
Shut the fuck up.
Bro's got me blushing and stuff.
For what? Did that make you Randy?
Are you you're Mae West then, huh? Mae West is blushing too.
Listen, we gotta give Sonny a chance to redeem himself. So, Sonny, how about you let this guy ask you the question? How about that?
Yeah. So on your globe tard, how much curvature would be there if it was a globe tard? You didn't know. Therefore,
No, not him, dude. The new guy. There's a new guy.
Me?
Who?
Yeah, aren't you new?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what did you say? Sorry, I thought it was...
No, not him. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay.
Lemon?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Lemon, dumbass?
Yeah.
okay, which new guy? Exceptional? We already talked to him.
Yeah,
Lemon.
no, I think it's Lemon. There's been some people saying Lemon.
Lemon's too scared.
It's on me. It's on me.
It's Fry? It's Lemon Fry.
Is that Lemon? The old Lemon?
No, fuck no.
I'll just ask you a question though, okay?
Okay,
So-
what's the question?
So the Earth is flat, right? And we have an ocean which is also then flat, right? So then if you have a boat and it keeps going on this flat ocean, why does it disappear? Right? If it's flat, we should be able to see it all the way, right? Why does it disappear?
No.
No. Air is not transparent. Air
No,
is
it's not air. It's not air.
Then what is it?
No. It's called the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
It's called the diffraction limit. You can't see forever.
I can see stars pretty far.
Yeah, but you're looking up in the sky. The angle's a little bit different when you're looking out to the horizon. That angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller, right?
No.
Yeah, it does, you glue sniffer. And how far are these things in the sky?
I mean,
Look, that's a fair point, and I admire your zeal. But we laid the groundwork. We were gonna let Sonny take it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
But before Sonny takes it, Quantum Racer is correct that the Rayleigh criterion would cause the fact that once an object gets too far away, you can't see it anymore. I mean, that's just a fact. All right, go ahead, Sonny.
Right, so you can't see forever. Especially when looking horizontally. That's where the gases are thickest, is near the surface. So you're looking up into the sky, you're looking through far less.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me, AI. You fucking hand this off to him, man. He needs re-education.
Well, I'll give you some education. So Mr. Rayleigh actually comes into play here as well, Sonny, because it's called the Rayleigh Atmospheric Extinction Coefficient. And they have a formula which will tell you that you can't see past approximately, depends on what source you go to, but it's going to be anywhere from 250 to 300 miles. The atmosphere will become opaque. So yeah, even that alone, you wouldn't be able to see, quote unquote, forever. And then somebody will say, oh, well, why can I see stars? Well, according to the extinction coefficient, we all know that the air on the ground has more of a coefficient than looking up because the pressure wanes. And looking diagonal also has a different coefficient. So you're both correct. And guess what? Both of your arguments were attributed to Mr. Rayleigh. Isn't that awesome?
Tobacco smoking fool. You guys need to be both re-educated. We'll have a timeout after this.
Can I ask a question? Am I allowed to talk now?
No, fuck no.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna step out for a few minutes. So go ahead. They'll probably entertain this horseshit.
Okay, so whoever's the second in command, how big do you think the Earth is?
1 Earth unit size.
What does that mean in terms of? Or actually, so what's the diameter of a flat Earth? I suppose.
Whoa,
I've
diameter.
been waiting to give that answer. You've had that in
What do you mean?
on the show.
You mean diameter? What makes you think it's a circle?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay. So it's a square. Okay.
No,
or
you're making.
It's a square. Hold on a second.
What the hell?
You're making an assumption that the Earth is some kind of an object or has a shape.
okay.
None of us in here are making that.
Okay.
We're not claiming a shape. What
So-
shape? What shape
I
is a
didn't
tree?
accept the original answer.
A
Sorry.
tree has a bunch of different shapes on it.
Tree
Or-
shape. Yeah.
I mean, I'd argue that the tree trunk could be the shape of a cylinder, and then the branches could each be their own little cylinders.
So each constituent part of the tree has a different shape. So basically,
Yeah.
they're tree shaped, right?
No, I wouldn't call it tree shaped. I would call it a tree has a bunch of different constituent shapes.
So
What
does
would
the Earth.
the likeness of the Earth be like as far as, how would you compare the Earth and a tree? What the hell are you doing?
I'm just trying to get to the point that the Earth is Earth shaped. It's no particular shape that you can define as this is an object or something like that.
I find it funny that he said no. Tree shape is a tree is not a tree shape.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is it then?
Yeah,
Trees are not tree shaped.
I mean, I just said a tree is made up of many little shapes.
Right. So then, how would you describe the shape overall? How would you describe an entire tree as a shape? Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think you can attribute one shape to a tree because
There's your answer. There's your answer, brother. There's your answer.
Perfect.
Same applies to the Earth. The Earth is unique. Hold on, friend. Hold on. I am going to do it. The Earth is unique, unlike any other thing that exists, and therefore it's Earth-shaped.
Okay. So when you look at the horizon, right, you observe a horizontal line, or very, very close to horizontal at least. But I imagine you guys say horizontal line, so we'll stick with that. So when you look at the horizon, you observe a horizontal
Well, what do you see?
So what portion of the Earth is the horizon that you are currently observing? So
The horizon part.
Do you know the definition of horizon?
I mean, that's not really what I'm trying to discuss here. I'm trying to discuss if you lined up like as many people as it would take and had the horizons in some way starting from front to back and you line them all up, like how many horizons would it take to span the Earth?
I think that's why you need to define horizon.
What?
Yeah,
Because
you
then
need-
you- because
you're-
you're
Oh,
not
okay,
understanding
then I guess we can
you're
define it as
you're
the
making
line.
assumptions- hold on. You're making assumptions of what the horizon is, thinking that it's a particular place. So the definition of horizon is where the sky and the earth or the sea apparently meet. It's apparent.
Mhm.
It's not.
And it's
that
only
means
in,
not-
yeah, exactly.
That means not real. That means it's not a geographic place that you can go to and say, "Here's the horizon. Now I'm at the
But yeah, of
horizon."
course, yeah. No, I agree with you.
And before you go on, it's also observer dependent and instance dependent.
Right. So
It has to do with the current conditions. So to say how many horizons before you make it all the way around would be an indeterminate factor. You could never know the answer to that.
okay, so if you're looking at it, so if I step out into my backyard and I observe the horizon, right? So you acknowledge that the horizon is where the sky, sea, and land appear to meet, or sky and land, or sky and sea appear to meet. So, could you guys answer like what portion of the Earth's like sky and land meeting does my horizon occupy? So like is my view like 1/1,000,000 of what I could possibly view as like
You need a total surface area to be able to derive that. You can't just say I'm seeing this much.
So what do you think that is?
Percentage of undefined.
It changes from day to day, hour to hour. It's not defined.
Correct.
So
it's like I said before. Hold on, Sonny. Like I said before, it's observer dependent and instance dependent. That means every single time you see a horizon, it's different. So 1 hour, if you say the amount of water between you and the horizon, resolvable water could be tens of miles, and another day it could be in the single digits.
Yeah, but you guys get what he's trying to backdoor into. He's trying to backdoor into.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not sloped. So you're screwed. Next.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
But he does have a good point. He does have a good point, which is where is the land between me and the horizon? And if you have, like you said, a globe where it's at a particular point, there's numerous observations where it doesn't reside at that point. So the idea that the horizon is anything about a geometric consequence of a globe is utterly debunked.
Yeah, so his globe's debunked. And you can't have horizons on a globe. Zero. Can't do it. It's a paradox. It's all over. By definition, unless you're going to change the fucking definition of the slope-intercept formula, good luck with that. And horizons, good luck with that.
I mean, all right, it's not even my turn to talk anymore, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it again. Not while I'm back. They might entertain you, but I won't.
So, I was kind of assuming you guys would say something that coincides with, like, whenever you see objects that are above the horizon vanish as well. Right? Like, you can't see buildings.
Who cares?
They're, like, billions of miles away, right? Or not trillions, but, like, you know what I'm saying, right?
Billions.
Did you listen to what's been happening? No, you didn't listen to what's been happening.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Obviously not.
Yeah, that's going to be a little confused there, bro.
Where's that building a billion miles away, by the way?
I was going to say that he's trying.
So are you under the impression? Well, let me ask this question: are you under the impression that you can't see something in the distance because there's a giant hump of Earth curve in the way, and that's the only explanation possible that could cause such a thing to happen? Are you under that impression?
No, I'm not. I'm not bringing that in. I'm just genuinely asking you. Like, is it like you can't see it because of the fog, or like why? There's no
fog would be a sufficient reason. We already gave you 3 reasons. We gave you the Rayleigh criterion, atmospheric occlusion, which are both physical facts that cannot be otherwise. Period. End of story. Not even arguable or debatable. And fog, we obviously know we can't see through fog. That's not debatable either. So those are 3 sufficient reasons why you can't see something in the distance. I probably could come up with 20.
What if there's no fog in between you and that object?
Well, then you'd have to say, what is the range of the object? What's the angular resolution of the optic I'm using? What is the occlusion rate in the air, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Right. So the max you could see would probably fall within whatever the Rayleigh criterion calculates then. In best conditions.
Well, interestingly enough, you can the angular resolution of the human eye is approximately 0.02 degrees, right? And that means that, like, if you laid on the ground, if you're a 6 foot tall person, at approximately 3.5 miles, right, you would lose 6 feet of vision. 6 feet of your vision is completely lost. And so if something's on the ground and it's 6 feet, you won't be able to see it. And if that portion of the object is the bottom of the object, then you won't be able to see the bottom, but you'd still be able to see the top. So if you had a 20-foot object at that distance, purely and simply by the angular loss alone, you would lose 6 feet of the bottom of the object.
No, they can't appeal to angular size. They can't do that. They can't do that. Let's kill them all again. Does perspective absolutely... I'm not... I got a proof here. I'm going to destroy you in toto. Again. Does perspective absolutely exist on a globe? One representative from the globetards. Yes or no?
Perspective exists on the globe?
Does perspective absolutely exist on a globe? One of the attributes of perspective, the main attribute, is angular size change with distance. Does that exist?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
on a globetard with a radius of 3959 miles, with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to Earth's curvature. Yes or no?
I mean, start to disappear, I guess. You'd still see
it will disappear from view due to the geometry. Just look up any Earth curve calculator. You'll figure it out. Conversely,
so 6 feet, 3 miles. Okay.
Oh shit, dude! All right, just shut the fuck up. How about that? Okay, thanks. I'll repeat it. On a globetard with a radius of 3959 miles, with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the Earth's curvature. It's part of the Earth curves mass. So, you're finished right there. Conversely, on a flat plane with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles. Same thing. Due to the boat reaching the angular resolution limit of the human eye at 0.02 degrees. So, as you can see, we got a fucking problem. Looks like we got a dumb fuck rooster in the hen house. So, which one is causing the boat to disappear from view at 3 miles? We had 3 choices. Number 1, the combination of perspective, angular size change with distance, and Earth curvature. Number 2, Earth curvature. And number 3, just perspective. Now, using simple logic, if we can roll out number 1, the combination of perspective and Earth curvature, whilst knowing with absolute certainty that perspective exists, we already demonstrated that above, we can roll out number 2, Earth curvature. Get ready. If Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, the 6-foot-tall boat would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles. Why? Well, Earth curve would remove the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat, thereby rendering the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat unresolvable because it has breached the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is at 0.02 degrees. 3.84 feet of the boat is 0.23 degrees. It's all over. Therefore, Earth curvature is a dreamland apparitional fantasy, and moron globetards hijacked simple perspective and called it Earth curve. The end.
I mean, is it a problem that it's unresolvable for the globe Earth? I mean, I don't think anyone on our side is saying that if you're laying down, you know, you'd be able to see a boat 3 miles away.
Yeah, they are. They are, bro. They are. Let me explain. They have what's called Earth curve calculator and Earth curve math, and they have what's called an observer height, an eye point, and a tangent line that intersects the curvature of the surface, and then beyond that is an off angle of which things are hidden behind. And they say that that math occurs at a certain point because they say that the horizon is a physical edge of a ball. And so if things are disappearing according to the physical edge of a ball, they're disappearing at a certain spot. What Mr. Quantum Eraser is telling you, that it's actually a compounding factor because perspective would be causing things to disappear before this alleged physical spot. that what you're witnessing is not the resultant of an alleged Earth curvature of that radius, let alone curvature at all.
Okay. I mean, could it just be that it could be the case that you could use a camera that has a higher resolution and you'd be able to zoom in? And
No. We're not talking about things in the distance. We're not talking about things disappearing at extra distance. We're talking about things should be disappearing at closer distance.
Yeah, you even agreed to that, exceptional.
Okay.
Ask a flat. Am I allowed to talk? I have a different point now.
Well, it would be nice to let exceptional flounder a little bit, but go on.
No, don't go on. No, don't go on. No. Exceptional gets to ask a clarifying question, and if he doesn't have any, then you can go.
It's okay. I don't have anything.
Perfect. All right, now you can go, friend.
Okay. But can anyone explain why during a lunar eclipse? I think lunar eclipse.
Wasn't someone else going to ask a question? Didn't you give up your right?
No. They don't get to move on. No.
Exceptional quit.
They have to renounce their globetard based on my fucking proof.
Well, honestly, I just didn't understand it, so yeah, it's embarrassing for me. So
no, it's not embarrassing. If you have any questions, just ask me. I can go through it again.
Man, where were you, bro? We told him to ask a clarifying question.
I just didn't really feel like it, It didn't, kind of seem.
This is good. He gets another chance. Don't give up now.
I think Quantum was getting a snack.
I stepped away for a second, then I was on mute. I was talking into my fucking mic on mute because I have mic discipline. So
I have mic discipline too. I spank it when it doesn't work.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you did. You spanked it yesterday. So are we going to get resolution to the angular, no pun intended, angular resolution limit of the human eye and Earth curvature? Are we going to get we're just going to whistle past the graveyard and go to the next point, like how underwear works on a fucking globe?
Okay, so
we ain't going to whistle past the graveyard. No. The horizon killed you. Now the Earth curvature combined with the Rayleigh criterion or the angular resolution of the human eye kills it forever. You think I'm going to go on from that? No, I'm going to go clean the fucking bathroom. You're dead. Dead. Renounce your globetard right fucking now.
It would help if you could simplify it a little bit, man.
It's fucking simple, dude.
Maybe a written form. I'm dumb, so.
You're not dumb. You can understand that shit. I broke it down to second grade retard level.
Yeah, but, in the spirit of moving things forward, I concede. You got me.
Moving things forward, it's fucking stopped. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ's spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Sweet.
Objection, badgering the witness. The witness is clearly incompetent and must be expelled and seek psychological evaluation before it can continue.
Badgering the witness.
Okay, so what I gather is that for some reason, it can't be the combination of angular resolution and the Earth curvature hiding the thing.
Yeah. Yep. That's correct. Yep. Because all your Earth curve calculators go by the wayside to get fucking jettisoned into a bonfire.
Right. The calculators say that we'd be able to see the object at this height. Yeah, and we wouldn't be able to do that because human eye resolution Rayleigh criterion.
Correct.
I feel like that's more like a limitation of the human eye rather than the geometric.
No, you feel like that it's not the combination of the two, and it's only perspective. That's what it feels like.
I mean, it could be a combination of the two.
It's not the
depends on-
combination of the two, because that would render your your Earth curve calculators and your Earth curve geometry as null.
but
It would rule it out.
Well, they don't. They're giving you a geometric reasoning. They're not giving you
What?
perceived. They're not accounting for Rayleigh criterion.
Who's
not? Holy crap, brother! That's the problem,
That's
dude.
the
You just
problem.
answered it.
But they don't have to. It's just a geometric
Yes,
thing.
they
Well, are you kidding me, dude? Let me ask you this question. I gotta ask you this question. It's a serious question. Don't call serious. Can you observe geometry without looking?
No, I can't.
So then looking is part of it, dude. It can't be removed.
You can observe geometry without looking.
There's certain scenarios where your eyes just
Holy crap, dude.
aren't.
No, don't, please, dude, don't. We want that other guy to give an evidence of an example of
The Earth is not flat.
observing a geometry without looking at it. Go ahead, bro.
Do you mean like a triangle?
A shape. I want you to observe a shape.
It's like a triangle.
In reality, that exists tangibly without looking at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's say we had like a perfect cube, right? So we can observe it by...
Oh, yeah, I said in reality, Holmes.
Could you feel it? Could you feel it?
I mean,
Feel a triangle.
he simply said observe, so...
Fuck up, mistress. Put mistress.
Oh, I told him that I was muted.
That
I'll mute
fucking
myself.
New Orleans white knight, dumb fuck down there. We'll get to you later. Mute her.
Okay.
I muted myself, faggot.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so... Actually, one thing before I leave, I actually do have a question for anyone...
Oh, so we're gonna whistle
Eraser,
past
anyone, I don't know.
hijacking. Okay.
But, yeah, so during a lunar eclipse, we can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Right, so...
I'm glad you said that, bro.
Right, so we can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon. So, if I remember what a lunar eclipse looks like, it's like a dark circle that passes through the moon.
No,
so it's like a dark circle that passes through the moon. So,
nah, you got it wrong.
Oh, so it's not a circle.
Yeah, it's not a circle. Go ahead, AI. You were.
That's what I saw.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up. Are you AI? Shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck
First
up.
off, you're begging the question that it's a shadow. Second off, if it was a shadow and you're claiming that one object is a sphere and the other object is a sphere, then the only demonstrations that you can do with a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere creates a curve that is not like the curve you see. So one is curved and the other is curved. That means the shadow becomes a complex curve, not a simple curve. That means it becomes two curves. That means it becomes a sinusoid shape, and we don't see that on the moon. Therefore, you're wrong, sir.
But no, I'm not saying that it could only be achieved by a sphere. I'm actually saying that this effect can be achieved by like a flat circle, which is
Oh, is there another kind?
Oh my god. Well, I can achieve. Listen, bro. I want to be clear with you. I have a GIF I could post if I felt like it, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna tell you what it is.
Okay.
It's literally a straight bar casting a curved shadow on a ball.
Yep.
You can accomplish it with a straight bar. No. Yes. So that the shadow is a straight line, and when the shadow is cast on a curve, it becomes a complex line, which then adopts the curve shape from the object it's being cast on.
Right.
Yep.
So how does this apply to the moon?
How does this apply to your scenario, you dumbass? Because you said sphere to sphere. He just said a board, flat surface, to a sphere. That's why.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm actually saying a disk can also do the same thing, and there's more reasoning why the disk doesn't work. But
a disk doesn't. Where's the disk at?
No, I'm just saying, like, if someone believes that.
I got listen, brother. Check this out, bro. Check this out. I got a physical demonstration that I could post if I felt like it, but I'll just explain it to you. Of a disk making a curved shadow. A sphere making a curved shadow on a disk. A straight object making a curved shadow on a sphere. and a sphere being incapable of making the shadow on another sphere because of the complex curve problem.
Where's the GIF?
It's in my private stash, bro.
Oh,
Let's see.
Try it. Dude, try it. Try modeling it, dude. Try physics. No, I told you if I felt like it, I would. But you could just try modeling it, dude. Good luck.
The thing is, the stick doesn't project a circular image.
There it is.
Oh my god, dude.
There it is. I found it.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Awesome.
What is that? Is that a sphere that he's holding?
Yeah. Oh, look. Look, it's a curved shadow. Holy crap! Oh no.
You're toast.
What I tell you, friend, is that
didn't I tell him about an hour ago to shut the fuck up?
Yeah. The problem is, dude, that you have a claim. You have a claim that sounds good at first, but when you attempt to actually physically demonstrate it, the physics of reality defeat it.
I think it'd be better to get a more straight-on view. This is kind of off to the side a little bit.
So really? That's probably why.
Oh yeah, because you always have a straight-on view when you're looking at the moon. I mean, get real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I'm driving home and the moon is way off to my left, I have a straight-on view of it. Get real, bro.
I mean, if you look directly at it, yeah, you have a straight-on view at it.
Yeah, from the left.
What? If you look directly at the moon, you have a straight-on view. What do you mean?
What? What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
To the left, to the left.
Fuck off.
We've concluded there's no evidence that what you see the moon doing is the shadow of the Earth.
Okay, yeah. I was just trying to get your point of view.
Or that it's
in conclusion, I rest my case.
Yeah, that's.
I'm actually now a flat earther, if you can believe it or not.
No, you're not. We don't want you.
We wouldn't accept you, dude. By debunking the idea that the moon has a shadow of the Earth on it, that should not make you a flat earther because the moon is not the Earth, dude. So just by proving that the moon is not the Earth, you shouldn't then say, okay, the Earth is this or that. So it goes like this. So a kumquat is not my car. Duh.
Well, I'm now a Lamborghini lover.
Oh, kumquat's your car?
This has been a fucking deconstruction on a megalithic level. We're just playing with you. That's all we're doing.
I think it makes sense because you guys, I don't know, you kind of study this rhetoric.
Yeah, no worries,
I would suggest I would suggest debating like an actual.
It's season 10, dude. There is no debate. The debate was over in 2016.
I mean, have you guys actually brought an actual scientist or an actual
hold on, Fred, hold on.
Scientist? Holy fucking shit. Hold on, AI. I already exposed you as below a third grade science acumen, right? A scientist, that's a category error. This has nothing whatsoever to do with fucking natural science, dude. Nothing. Zero. A scientist would be better off bringing a fucking botanist in here.
Or a pregnant woman.
Or
he's talking about somebody qualified from NASA. That's what he's talking about.
Category error. Bring a fucking TV repairman in here. That would have been more appropriate.
Is your reason why the science is invalid is because it's taught at a young age?
Science. I told you that dumb shit before.
Wait. What was the reasoning about the third grade acumen?
The third grade acumen, natural science and the scientific method only. Are you listening?
Yes,
only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen on the second grade retard altar.
Wait, but don't you think that if I performed...
Wait. There is no wait. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
My
if I
God.
performed an experiment.
You can't. You don't even know what are the three constituent parts of an experiment.
Wait 1 second.
10 seconds.
If I perform an experiment to try to
What
determine...
are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Here,
10 seconds.
Let me just try to finish my
What
thought.
are the three constituent parts of an experiment? 10 seconds.
I think, I don't know, the ID or independent variable, dependent variable, control maybe?
Control, maybe?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Here's my finished thought. So
No, it's not a finishing statement. You're a fucking retard. You're in a category error. Shut the fuck up, everyone here.
Yeah, look,
You're in a category error. It's natural cause and effect.
Right. So if I
How is
performed
that
an
a
experiment,
shut up. Put him on mute. Shut the fuck up. So fucking shut the fuck up. My God, are you stupid or something? So? There is no so. There is no buts. Shut the fuck up.
can I finish
Shut
my thought?
up.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Shut the fuck up. Good time. That was a good Google search on your ass. You're probably getting fed too. You don't know what those things. What is an independent variable? 10 seconds.
It's the variable that you change to see the results in the experiment.
And? That's
And what?
incorrect because it's incomplete.
I mean, you change the independent variable, and that's supposed to change the...
Yeah, you already said that. It's incomplete. And what else?
What?
It's the cause of the effect, you moron.
But the thing is...
but the thing is, what's the cause of a fucking shape?
You don't cause the shape. The shape is
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. Next.
Let the good time roll. Too stupid to see what's going on.
He's a dumb fuck, man.
I mean, you won't even let me finish my thought.
Because you're in a category error, you abject moron.
Or here, I have a thought.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up right now. Shut your fucking mouth. We're not listening to your dumb ass anymore.
I can explain why we're not in a category error. You want to listen to it?
Holy crap.
Hear this.
That's kind of like a cause of a shape.
Yeah, he doesn't want to listen to it. Listen, friend, he doesn't want to listen to it, and I don't want to listen to you try to talk through him while he tells you to shut up. So just end it. If you want to say it, don't say it. If you want to get it out, type it in the chat.
Okay.
Maybe typing it out will help you see how it's wrong, because sometimes you have to actually see it to believe it.
He's trying to tell you there's a cause for a shape. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, what's the scientific hypothesis for hexagon?
He doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis is.
I never said the shape was the effect.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Is it the cause then?
You're stupid.
Yeah, you're supposed to be typing, homie.
Yeah, I'll explain it over text.
You can't explain shit. You're a dumbass. You'd fail intro to third grade science. I already at the beginning of this discussion, I already exposed you. All right? We're not circling back to your fucking puke. Right? You're like a dog returning to your vomit. I already exposed you back then. Remember Mae West?
Who's that?
Dumbass.
She was blushing.
I was blushing. Yeah, I'll explain it over text.
Listen, friend, Huey only uses references from before you were born, so you're just going to have to Google it.
We're having a great time tonight. Listen to this conversation.
You could also ask ChatGPT, can you give me an experiment that I could use to discover the cause of shape?
What I'm learning is it says that Mae West can make any man blush. Why? I've always wondered why he would make Mae West blush.
That's correct.
That's not that hard, dude. It just means it's extreme, bro.
It's what?
It's extreme, dude.
Oh, so she was a party animal?
I don't know. Ask W.C. Fields.
Well, that's great, Sonny, because I was gonna have you explain it to me because, yeah. But your explanation confuses me more. But yeah, thank you.
I think you got to add, in addition to Mae West, you got to add Marilyn Monroe and Tyler Swift.
They'd all be blushing at him.
Taylor. Shit.
I kind of like it, a mystery.
But it's like saying like what went on at that island was so intense. It's making whatever that guy is roll over in his grave.
Absolutely. What the hell are they doing? That's what they'd just be. I don't know.
Oh my God! It's like fishing for numpties in the text chat.
What was happening at that island was John Panda was conducting a bird humping experiment.
My second guess would have been Robinson Crusoe.
It's gonna have to be done.
Found another dumb shit in the text chat. Bushinator. Globers, do you know where your children are? Because they're coming on the Flat Earth server and they're making your globe look really fucking retarded. Worse than it already was. Get your spokesperson in here.
Well, I mean, some people consider me the spokesperson, but I'm not sure if I'm like
shit.
officially.
We really need to hear from the fucking grandpa of the idiots.
Shut him up. You already been exposed.
I've been nominated.
Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting our time. Shut the fuck up.
Grandpa Idiot Bone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just telling you, I've been nominated.
Shut the fuck up. I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm stating facts
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
You already had your time. Go back to your cake decorating or whose favorite color is the best forums.
Is there a question
They'll
for
laugh
the
you out
leader
of
of the
there. Shut the
Globers,
fuck
or
up.
what are we thinking right now?
Shut the fuck up.
I typed it out.
Oh man, I can't wait to read it.
You guys can read it if you're capable. Or I can say it. That would be a lot simpler.
If we're capable, what is that supposed to fucking mean?
Oh, sorry, not
He's a retard.
independent variable.
The independent variable for what?
So if I were to perform an experiment to try to validate, whether the Earth was flat.
Oh, you're a retard. Shut the fuck up.
The independent variable would be.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Just ask you a question and told me to shut up.
You abject retard, dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. It's a category error. It's a fucking third grade category error.
It's really not.
Yeah, it really is, you fucking moron. You abject retard. What causes shapes?
Nothing causes shapes.
That's what the fucking point is, moron. Go back to your cake decorating forums, fuckwet. 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 Fuckwet.
Yo, by the way, no Glober ever in the worst of days ever talked
fuck up.
talked like
Shut
this.
up. White Knight.
And the worst of their
We'll get
days,
back
no
to your
Glober has
dumbass
ever
in a
addressed a
second.
flat.
Shut the fuck
We'll get back to your
up.
dumbass in a second. Somebody shut fucking May went up. We've had about enough of his dumb shit. So we'll get the inside secret, Mr. White Knight, after that.
You can't tell right now.
Dude, that's a concave earther, bro.
Oh no, that's like a theistic evolutionist.
The concave earther that every time I yield the floor to him to give a single evidence that the earth is concave, refuses to do so for some reason. It's so weird.
Can't tell
It's like
right
a
now.
pregnant virgin.
Now, did I hear a question for me in here, or was that for someone else?
Shut the fuck up. When we want Grandpa, the head of the idiots, will notify you.
Well, I was nominated. I'm not claiming it.
Shut the fuck up.
Who nominated you, bro?
The Glober Union? Or whatever.
The Glover Union? What a retard.
The GU.
Well, there's a vote early in the morning, Gramps, so get your shut eye. You can be first in line. I know how you old timers like to get over there at dawn to vote and then run over to the pancakes place.
And you're talking to
Crit, are you there? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with, like, if the Earth is flat and the North Pole is located at the center of the flat Earth, it's reasonable. We can like understand how the
You
sun
guys
is
got to
able
talk
to.
one at a time.
Crit, I have a question for you. Crit, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Say you walk outside and you see the sidewalk. It's a normal paved sidewalk. It was freshly paved. Does that look flat to you?
Like if you do this or if I do it?
No. If you walk outside right now, let's say in the thought experiment, you walk outside and you see a freshly paved sidewalk. Is that flat?
Yeah, that would be a sidewalk that they just flattened out. Yeah, that would be flat.
Okay. Now, if you zoom in to the size of it, like to the size of an ant, is that flat?
Yeah, still flat. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you went to the microscopic level, is that flat?
Yep, still flat.
So, including the curvatures of the stones that's being put on the sidewalk and all that kind of stuff, how is that flat to you? There's no ridges and bumps or anything like that?
Yeah, because what we've done here is that we've taken Kansas. Surveyors have taken Kansas, surveyed it all 500 kilometers of Kansas from east to west. Then
No, I'm not talking about the sidewalk.
Then sized it down to the size of a pancake. And then compared what's flatter, a pancake or Kansas. And they determined.
I'm talking about if it's flat. If something's flat, there's no ridges in it or anything.
Okay, you're not paying attention. You're definitely not paying attention here. You need to be able to pay attention. This is a key point.
I mean, Crit, you made a
very key point here. that you're not going to break logic just by simply changing scale. If something is measurably, observably, and practically used as flat, that doesn't make it not flat.
At that
It's
scale,
flat.
it's measurably and practically flat. But if you change the scale, it changes the topology of whatever surface you're measuring. That's what he's saying. Like if you zoom into like the size of an ant, or like even the microscopic level, the ridges and the bumps of the stone make the.
Well, here, this is what we'll do then. Describe something that's flatter than Earth. Let's do a comparison. What's flatter than Earth?
Everything.
Okay, well,
literally anything that's I mean, Earth is pretty curved, so.
Yeah, so this is
You get
where
it.
you guys
You get a lot
have
of
broke your logic. You've observably, measurably, and practically used the Earth as flat, and then said it's not flat. You confused yourself because you looked at the sky rather than looking at the ground.
Okay, but do you get the analogy here, which is just that
No,
something
it's
can appear
completely
flat?
broken. No, it's
So-
it's broken logic. You broke your logic.
So is it
Scale
your
is
position?
not-
Is it your position that if something appears flat, then it is actually in reality flat?
No, my position is that flat equals flat. Flat does not equal not flat.
All right, if something has ridges and bumps in it, does that consider
equals
flat?
P. P equals P.
Okay, if a surface has ridges and bumps, is it flat?
Yeah, it could be flat, yes.
So what does flat mean to you?
Yeah, flat means you assign a value to it and then compare it to other things.
So flat is a relative term?
No, it's comparative.
What's the difference?
Yeah, because it's not about relativity. It's about comparative. How would you compare it? Yeah, you could say,
compare it relative to something else, right? That's just
yeah,
what
you could say, hey, look at this piece of paper. It's not flat. And someone will look at you like you have a dick growing out of your head. Like, are you serious? You're trying to tell me this piece of paper right here is not flat. And you'd be like, yeah, it's not flat.
So what is the Earth flat compared to?
To a pancake.
The Earth is flat compared to a pancake?
Yeah, the Earth is mathematically damn flat when compared to a pancake. Like, would you call a pancake flat? Is that flat or is that curved?
Well, the point is just that, like,
okay,
I would actually agree with you. Like, if you were zoomed out and you like touched the Earth, it would go smooth.
Here. You got to be able to pay attention. This is not
That's
hard.
a different claim than what was being made earlier.
These concepts are very simple to understand. Cavemen mastered these concepts 10,000 years ago. It shouldn't be too hard to grasp the concept of what the word flat means. Yeah, take the word perfectly out of there. Add no words, remove no words, change no words, read words in the appropriate order. Adding words.
The point that Goose is making.
Adding a word
that, like, something
will
appearing flat doesn't mean that it is flat.
radically change what's being talked about. Adding words will radically change. Flat equals flat. P equals P. If you add one more word to that, you fuck up because you added your own idea to it. This is a huge
I mean, I can hold up a pancake to Mount Everest. It doesn't look like it's that fat. Like, it doesn't look very flat to me.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to, and someone would look at you like this guy has a dick growing on his forehead.
Wait, but why would they look at me like that?
Because you're holding a pancake up to Mount Everest.
Oh, so there's scale involved?
Yeah, so how about scale the Earth down
Yes, scale
to the
involved.
size of the pancake? What happens then?
All right, that's kind of the point, though. Like, so that's the point, right? You just proved my point.
No, you don't have a point.
Well, first you said scale doesn't matter. Now you're saying scale does matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Scale does matter?
If you want to compare the two things, how would you compare them?
Well, I'm asking if scale matters to you now. Are you changing your mind?
No, would you control variables or use uncontrolled variables? When you
That's
want
not
to
really
compare-
that's not really an answer to my question.
no,
Are you
it
saying
is.
that scale
It
matters?
is. Using,
you're
your
answering.
using your epistemology, do you compare variables when they're alike or when they're not alike? Do you compare apples to apples or do you compare apples to oranges? Which ones do you do?
You're answering a question with another question.
Which one do you do? Do you compare
I'm not going to answer your question.
Okay, then go away. You're useless. Useless. Go away. Right now, we're doing a troubleshooting problem here because you guys have broken epistemology where you think P doesn't equal P. P equals something other than P.
Thank you. Crit, I posted an image in the side chat of the thing you're referring to, like comparing Kansas to a pancake.
Yeah, it's not just Kansas, though. They went on and they tried to one-up each other. And each state did their own survey because they wanted to out Kansas. And it turned out that Kansas is like 12th, the 12th flattest state in the union. There's 11 other states that are even more flatter than Kansas.
I thought he was saying canvas the whole time.
No, Kansas, yeah.
I mean, cool, but I mean,
I know I got kind of a southern accent.
Just the image I posted of Kansas. Do either of those look flat to you?
Yeah, they definitely they don't look curved.
So in the Kansas, you don't see it curving down or sloping down from left to right.
No, that's definitely mathematically that is damn flat.
What do you mean?
Yeah, just go read the article. The article breaks it down math in terms of math.
How can you have flat things that curve?
Go ask them. They're the ones who did the article. They're the ones who did the study. They're the ones who spent thousands of dollars surveying every inch of Kansas and then surveying a pancake. They determined that Kansas is mathematically damn flat, nearly perfect degree of flatness. If you've got questions about that, would you ask me or not me?
Opinion on the image. Because that's showing the topography of Kansas and a pancake.
Yeah, so what are they telling you?
So the topography of Kansas looks like it's sloping and curving down from left to right.
So who should you go talk to?
Well, I'm just asking, like, how can you have something that's flat curve?
Yeah, so who would you talk to?
I'm talking to you because you're the one who said that's not possible.
No, you would talk to who? Who did it? Me or not me?
Well, I'm asking for your opinion on it.
Yeah, and my opinion was I read the article and then read the follow-on stuff. And yeah, it matches what I think is true. Epistemology-wise.
So you think flat things can curve?
If that's what you heard. If you heard that, then that's kind of the end of the conversation. Because I said that add no words, remove no words, change no words, read words in the appropriate order. Kansas is mathematically defined as damn flat. Nearly
that's the mathematical term used, damn flat?
Damn flat, yes.
Or just relatively flat? I would say relatively flat would be a good term to use.
Okay, this is what you could do. Go talk to them and see if they'll change their words to your words. And then come back here and you'd be like, hey, I convinced these people to change damn flat to almost perfectly flat. Now what?
I think language is important here because when I think perfectly flat,
what you're thinking is a problem. That's what I'm saying. Your thinking is very, very broken. It's very, very broken.
So I don't see what's broken about thinking.
Because you'll read the word right here, damn flat, and you'll change that word to another word then confuse yourself.
But is it
So we
illogical?
got to figure out how. How are you doing that? How do you see one word? You read one word, damn flat, and you change not perfectly flat. That's what we have to figure out. How do you read two words, damn flat, but you read not perfectly flat? With 0.9997. If 1.0 is perfect flatness, perfect flatness, and something is 0.997, that is damn flat. Mathematically, damn flat.
So the study, right? I'm actually have the article pulled up right now.
Yeah.
The study cited the formula as the length of an ellipse or arc's semi-major axis A as compared with its measured semi-minor axis B.
Yeah, which is interesting because now you're disagreeing with. Now, first you agree, then you disagree. Then you agree, then you disagree. Then you agree, then you disagree. Then you agree, then you disagree. It's like this. Just come up with some kind of logical framework for how you're able to break, to square these contradictions you have. You got some deep-seated, illogical contradictions that you have to work through. You got to be able to find a way of figuring out how to fix your contradictions. Then, once you've got your contradiction fixed, then find a way to parse out the two ideas, flat versus curved. Then find a test that you would do to fix, to say this one would be positive for that, this one would be negative or whatever. Then write it out, like Dave McKeegan did. Dave McKeegan said, on a flat earth, the sun doesn't set. On a globe earth, the sun sets. He goes to Antarctica, the sun doesn't set. Flat earth. That's what you would have to do for yourself. You got to be able to understand both ideas and then come up with a test that parses out one versus the other. Which one is right? Which one's wrong? Until you do that, you're just going to go around and around and around and around, and you're never going to get anywhere. What you're doing is like you look up, you see the sky, and you see things spiraling around your head, and you think, as above, so below, and you spiral around here on the ground. Come back to the ground. Come back to the surface. Understand which way down is, and understand which way up is. You got two different concepts here, up and down. Once you figure out which way down is, then determine, is your down, is that surface curved or is that surface not curved? Very easy to do. Cavemen did this 10,000 years ago. And it remained that way until the Catholic Church said, hey, check it out. God put it as a heliocentric model. Really? He did? Yeah. Yeah, he did. Well, no, thank you.
What's up? What's up?
What's up, man?
Biz Bowles is muted. Who's that guy? Thymorical back again, huh?
Oh, dude, yeah, I love this Discord. It's the best. I'm a flat earther today, by the way. So don't be coming at me with that globe shit. I'm gonna get you.
Anybody know why Biz Balls is muted?
Oh, he said the Earth is a globe.
Really?
Yeah, he said the Earth is a globe, and they muted him.
I don't think that's why.
Well, I mean, that's what he said. That's what he said he was muted for. He said they won't unmute him.
Really? How are you hearing him? He's not speaking.
He's in a video game that I play. I'm looking at him in the video game.
What game?
Immortal Online 2.
Was that a fighting game or what?
It's like a fighting game. Yeah, it's, oh, I can't
There
share
he
my
is.
screen. Oh well.
No, he's open now. Biz Balls, are you there?
I'll tell.
You're unmuted.
I just told him.
Biz Balls?
We're converting this guy to flat Earth now in the video game. I think he's already I think we've identified a globe skeptic. Again.
Biz Balls?
Hello.
You have any questions or?
No, not really. Not right now. It's been like months. I don't know.
Oh.
That's all right. I have a Discord and I have him
asked
muted
the
in my
question.
Discord too. So
Can't even remember what the question was, but somebody didn't like it.
Okay. Why is Goose muted? Anybody know?
he was saying racist words, I think.
Did you say racist words, Goose? Yo, Goose.
Yo, what's up?
Why were you muted?
I was arguing with Crit about pancakes, and I got muted. I don't know who even muted me.
Pancakes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't the other thing.
Why'd you just accuse me of saying racist things? It's like, oh yeah, I think he was being racist.
I don't know, that guy said you were.
People just get muted in here for like arguing.
No, I'm here. The reason they get muted is if they ask a question, then don't shut the fuck up to listen to an answer.
Crit,
then they get muted.
Braces?
If they can't control themselves, they will be controlled.
Crit, do you have braces?
Yes, I have braces.
Okay.
No, Crit, for real though, you do mute people a whole bunch.
Okay, why do you care?
Well, because like you're saying that you don't.
When do I say that? I just told you why I did it. I just said why I did it. I just told you why I did it.
When you get your braces off?
You're getting all amped up, dude.
Asking the question and then not shutting up to hear the answer will result in the mute. facts.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
write this
you can't
down.
talk about politics or
You can write this down.
anything
Write
like
it down.
that.
Have like a notepad next to you. Say, if you ask Crit a question and you don't shut up to listen to the answer, Crit will mute you, so you have to listen. If you can, or basically, if you can't control yourself, Crit will control you.
Crit, when do you get your braces off?
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to the point you think you're going to make, which will be no point whatsoever. You've got no
I
point.
just I had
No point.
braces and I was
Who cares?
really excited to get them off. I'm wondering if you're getting them off soon and
I'll
if you're
always have them.
excited.
I'll have braces always. They'll never come off.
Why? Our braces are to
Because the Earth is flat.
No, braces are meant to straighten your teeth out.
No, they stay on. These are permanent braces.
That's a good point, Chris.
Permanent braces.
Yeah. So on the flat Earth, I'll have permanent braces. On the globe Earth, you'd be able to make some point, which you can't make.
I'm just asking if you're
See
excited.
how I parsed it out.
Excited to get your
Well, there you
braces
go.
off.
You're going to ask a question and not listen. There's a mute. Demonstrated in real time. Perfect. A perfect explanation with demonstration. In real time. You just saw it. You just saw. Explanation, demonstration. Then you could be like, oh, Crit mutes people. I just told you I was going to. I just explained it. Now I just demonstrated it. Do you need further demonstration? Or do you understand?
Succotash, could we get back to talking about the flat Earth and not like?
No, you want to talk about me. You want to talk about me. Are we done?
I don't.
Are we
Yeah,
done?
I'm bored.
Okay, so we're done now, right? Or wrong? You're gonna go back into Flat Earth, TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 Flat Earthers. Number 1 will surprise you. I get it. You guys have the celebrity gossip mindset, complete brain rot. Your worldview is utter brain rot infotainment. It's always about what people are doing, why they're doing it, and how come. And you want to sit there and point and laugh. You're the joke. You're the joke in that.
You're crashing out right now.
Okay, why do you care what I'm doing?
Well, because I want to talk about flat Earth instead of you.
Well, go to another channel then.
Well, I didn't know this was the Crit channel. I thought we were talking about flat Earth, not what makes you mad.
Yeah, so if you think that, then what would you do? What would you follow your?
I'm asking you to talk about something real.
Follow your logic. Follow your logic. If the problem of this channel is me, and I'm not going anywhere, what would you do?
I just said, were you listening?
What would you do?
Oh, I'll repeat myself for you. I would ask you to change the subject to something.
It's going to be an action. It's going to be an action. You would do what? See, this is going to prove my point here. The contradiction you guys are facing. You're in a contradiction. You're in a deep-seated logical contradiction. The problem with this channel is me. I'm not going anywhere. What would you do?
All right.
Yeah, dude, you're hot micing.
All right. Yeah, I see that. I see the load.
Hey, dude, you're hot micing.
Thank you.
Okay. There's another reason to unmute. There you go. Someone's hot micing. Explanation, demonstration. I'm not asking you anything, dude. This would be an action. It would be an action. Follow your worldview. Follow it. Follow your worldview. Follow it. Come on, go. Do what you're. Do. I've been in channels before where I knew someone else was a problem. I left because I knew they weren't going to. That's their channel. That's what they're going to do. You got a broken worldview here. It's broken. You're broken. And the conversation isn't going to go anywhere. You're broken.
Why so many people so muted?
Well, one dude's hot micing, another dude keeps asking me about my braces, and some other dude says I'm the problem for why the conversation can't happen. But he wants to talk, but I'm not going anywhere, so I'm waiting for him to leave. Because if I'm the problem, but I'm not going anywhere, like their logic is so distorted. It's problem-solving phase right now. We're inside problem-solving. How do you fix these guys? They got contradictions that they're unwilling to explain or take questions on. So the only thing you can do then is hold their feet to the fire and let's see what happens. Like old boy here, he wants to talk about flat Earth but can't because of me. What would you do next?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to do some sort of weird power play, like you're going to run the show, like you're going to come up in here and tell people who own the channel how to run the channel, you could do this any channel you go to. Try it. Do and see. Fuck around and find out. Go to all the other channels, just pick some random mod and try to take the piss out of them and see what happens. This will be perfect. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration.
Is there anybody in here that's a Glober that wants to have a conversation?
Well, yeah.
Other than the,
oh, you want to try one of these guys? We'll switch it up.
Not
Switch
the-
speakers.
well, I don't care. I mean,
So
if you got them on the, if you got them on the ropes, that's fine. I'll talk to somebody else.
No, I mean, yeah, we could try it out. Let's see. This guy says he wants to talk, and he goes right back into talking about me, or he'll talk to you. Let's see what happens here. Because you can see in text chat, they're still talking about me, even though they said they didn't want to. They want to talk about the flat Earth, and then you shut their mic off. They still talk about me. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration. They can't control themselves, so they will be controlled.
Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Instead of having a meta conversation about mods in here? Bueller?
Who? See, now they don't want to talk. What they do here is like critical mass. It's like a nuclear bomb. You get a bunch of them together, all squawking at the same time, and they go thermonuclear. You isolate one at a time and get them below critical mass, and suddenly now they don't want to talk.
I only got like 10 minutes anyway, so.
We got John Gilman. He's kind of new, I think. Welcome.
John
What do you think
Gilman, come on down.
Come on down, sir.
Why is Thymorical muted? He didn't say anything.
He hot mic'd. He was doing some sort of like lunch order or something live on YouTube. He was muted to protect him from his own stupidity. We're live on YouTube, and he's broadcasting personal information. He's too stupid to be part of the conversation. Or he's too stupid to understand how they operate his mic. This is the type of guy that will do a self-inflicted, like, oh, someone's going to hear him talk, figure out where he's at, and then claim victim status. It's better off just keeping him on mute until he can understand he hot mic'd. He still doesn't get this yet. He could go back and listen to the YouTube, hear himself hot micing, and still won't get it. This is a very key point that he's not understanding. He's hot micing. And not only is he hot micing, he's hot micing as he goes about his day. He's broadcasting personal information across YouTube.
Okay. Is he still hot micing?
Well, he's hot.
Yeah, let's move the conversation along now. So
that'd be great.
It sounds like
let's talk about how some guy hot mic'd for 5 seconds for 20 minutes.
We're moving on past that. Right, BizBoss, did you want to talk about Flat Earth?
I just want to listen.
Well, you said you wanted to. You got any questions? Like, what do you want to listen to? You want Crit to continue?
No, I don't want Crit to continue.
Well, then shut your damn yapper, dude.
You just asked me. You just asked me a question.
But if you don't want him to continue, then stop talking about him, dumbass.
They can't help themselves. They're obsessed.
Are you broken, bro? He's going to continue to berate you if you continue to be an idiot. We don't want to listen to him berate you because it's pointless, dude. Because if that's going to happen, I'm going to eject you my damn self. I don't want to listen to him tell you that shit all fucking day, dude. You can shut your goddamn mouth.
Okay,
yeah?
What did I say to him? I didn't say anything.
Shut your bitch ass up, dude. You're out of here. Fuck you. I'm ejecting this bitch. Well, can we just eject this fucking idiot?
He fucked around and found out.
Fuck this guy. Is the BAM thing the same as the other one?
No, it's a little bit different. I'll do it for you. The pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
The pleasure's mine.
Lord have mercy. All right. We can go to, how about Nathaniel? We haven't spoken to that guy. What up, Nathaniel? Everybody's leaving now. Home, bitch.
Yeah, because they came in and they wanted to dominate and bowl over the conversation.
Hi, do you have any questions for the VC about the topic, or do you want to present something? Anything?
Wow, the bot was slow. It didn't activate for 30 seconds.
How about Callahan? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck that guy.
Yes, that's fine.
Because all he wants to do is talk about Crit, and fucking it's boring. I want to talk to some guy that thinks the Earth's a globe and shellac the shit out of him.
Well, Crit's greatest fan is gone as well, so we won't be seeing him anymore. You know, Star Life.
There's another guy, Crit, that you weren't here, but he came in. Oh, wait a minute. His name is T something. You weren't here. He was looking for you. Again. T-Boz. I don't remember his name. I said T something.
Oh, that guy, yeah. T-Cap or some shit, yeah.
T-Cap.
Yeah, T-Cap, yeah. Came in here moaning, whining.
Where's Crit? I want to talk to Crit.
Where's Crit at, man? Give me to him. Give me to him.
Why's Crit such a pussy?
I'm here right now. Where is he? He's not here. Where did he go? I'm like, dude, fuck.
I wanted to be in the record that I called him a pussy. It's on the left.
Well, Nathaniel's in. You there, Nathaniel? You're able to VC it all, man? Nathaniel says, I don't trust NASA. That's a good start. Nobody should trust.
He put an S at the end of NASA, as in plural. NASA's.
Yeah.
I see Nathaniel. Nathaniel, I see that you're friends with Gospel Bear. He's a good friend of us from the 24/7 home server. I haven't seen Gospel though in quite a while though. Anyone heard from him before? Recently, I mean. Nah. So your mic is open, but we don't hear anything, Nathaniel. We've got some issues with Discord.
Hopefully, it comes back. Tell you the only thing these guys come in here for is to just give out some meta conversations and nothing to do with the topic.
That's why I told them when they first came in here. I said, you guys are brain rot. TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. And I was the only one talking, so they decided to make it like all about the crit. And I'm like, sure, let's do it. You want to talk about my braces? You want to talk about, let's do it. Let's go. Let's have at it. Let's have fun. Suddenly they didn't want to talk about it. They actually want to talk about the flat earth. And I'm like, okay, let's test that. Because now I can mute you where you can't talk about it. What do you want to talk about now? And they just went into the text chat and still talked about me. So we had demonstration or explanation, demonstration, explanation, demonstration. They're full of shit. They're just triggered snowflakes who are very upset that someone thinks the earth is flat.
Oh, he's watching his children. There's too much cussing in here. Nathaniel.
Yeah, guys, cool down. God damn it.
What the fuck? How's there too much cussing in here? I don't get it.
It's like the same retarded playbook they do. They go, you just look at the mod log, you can see they just go from one channel to the next, spazzing out, freaking out. You're like, all right, let's do it. One of them gets booted, they all leave. Because their whole shtick is to try to dominate a VC for a while and then claim victim status like they got muted. And I told them right from the very beginning, if you have questions, I have answers. That means you shut up when I'm answering you. They came in, their first question was, well, Dave McKeegan witnessed the sun not setting. I'm like, well, yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Dave McKeegan.
How's that? I'm like, well, he said on his Flat Earth model, the sun would not set. He never presented it or demonstrated it or showed it. He just said, here's a globe model, which he didn't show. Here's a Flat Earth model, which he didn't show. He said, on a Flat Earth, the sun doesn't set. On a globe Earth, the sun sets. Like, okay, whatever. Then he goes to Antarctica and films the sun not setting. All right, that's Flat Earth then, right? Yes and no. Huh. Wait, didn't you just say the sun does not set on Flat Earth? Yes. The sun did not set in Antarctica. Yes. Therefore, Flat Earth. No. Huh.
Forum is he on, man? It would be nice to have a chat with him.
What'd you say? You said Foreman?
What forum is Dave McKeegan on?
Oh yeah, no, those guys never leave their echo chambers. They've got their their entertainment categorized YouTube channel that they will not leave. They will not leave any space they don't have full control.
You know what sucks is that he was getting praised by the quote unquote flat earthers that went over there. Like, yeah, if it wasn't for Dave McKeegan, we wouldn't have this like spiritual experience, and it was such a wonderful time. Thank you, Dave McKeegan. And he comes with a shit-eating grin on the camera. He's like, well, you know, we gotta thank God for this, for giving us clear. I'm like, dude, oh, it was cringe, bro. I can't believe it. It was so cringe. All the stuff that was. Oh man, can't went into that. But whatever. It's like flat earthers went. No, flat earthers didn't go over there. True earthers went over there.
Yeah, if they wanted to have flat earthers, how come they didn't invite flat earthers?
Yeah, exactly. They took the true earthers over there.
I'm here. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Nathan, welcome. Yeah, welcome, man. Look, we'll make sure no one. Make sure no one swears, so it's all good.
Oh, fantastic! I've got. I don't know why that was giving me so much trouble this morning. I was working fine yesterday and not today. But yeah, well, okay. So I told you my position on it. I guess to be an honest man, I will tell you that I came to believe in a flat Earth, and then I hopefully that doesn't lose me any credit with people who really just go crazy when they hear that. I mean, you've got.
Yeah, we do not care.
Right. Well, I know. I guess you guys wouldn't. I just. But I'll tell you, because I saw. So what happened was, yesterday I was talking to the folks over and learning. I was mostly listening to them, and then they got real, I would say, uncharitable with a man just because he was flat Earth, and they knew it before he came in there, so there was some kind of history. But I said to myself, well, that's not the right way. I mean, it's not even like a thing necessary for salvation. It's worth arguing about because it's kind of interesting. I think it lends itself to a lot of holy meditation. Can I say something
about that real quick, Nathaniel? Yeah. So I have a different take on that because you remember if you study the Bible a little bit, and I won't get too far into this because it's a bit on biblical topic, but since you mentioned that, do you think that a lie is what separates us from the Creator? Hello? Did I lose everyone? What's going on?
No, I hear you.
We can hear you.
I can hear you now. Do you think? What was the question?
Do you think a lie separates us from the Creator?
Do I think a lie separates us from the Creator?
Yes.
Well,
it's binary. Yes or no?
Well, yes, it does, but everyone believes in lies to a certain extent.
Yeah, but there's no clause here. There's not a clause. There's not an addendum. It's a binary. It's binary. So
yeah, that makes it easy. I'll try to just give you yes or no.
Well, it doesn't make it easy. It's what God doesn't like liars. Yeah, says so in the Word. All right. So if we
think an untruth is not the same thing as a lie. I'll say that.
Let's not try to make it a little softer. God is very clear, right? He's very clear.
Well, NASA means lie. I mean, NASA is.
Yeah,
lying.
I know that, but we're not even. That's not the point. What I am trying to drive home is that a lie separates us from the Creator. Now, let's look at it in a perspective. If the Earth is not a globe, is that a lie?
If the Earth is not a globe, is that a lie? Depends on who's saying it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I think we have a different definition of lie.
Well, let's put it this way. The people that don't know it's a lie will still propagate it as a truth, but they don't understand it's a lie. But it will still be a lie. I'll give you another way, right?
Okay.
I'll give you another way.
Sure.
If creation itself is displaying what it is, and we're saying no,
Right,
creation is not what we see, it's something else. So are we now saying that what God created is not what he created? So we're saying essentially, okay, I see all of creation, I'm looking at it right now, but that's not what the globe is not what I see. So therefore, it's not what I'm saying God made. So I'm saying, if I was to believe the earth as a globe, that the earth is a globe, but I cannot see it. So I don't see that in God's creation. However, I am saying that it is because I believe it. So we're mocking the creation that he made. Now I'm giving you this different perspective because maybe you've never heard it this way. But if you were to look at the earth being a globe, it's fantasy. And God's creation has always been demonstrating itself to us as something very logical, consistent. It's very common sense. Like there's no need to think of it any other way than it's perceived to be. So if that's true, and other people are saying that creation is something else, right? Something else. Then that means that whatever it is, whoever says creation is something other than we perceive it, that's a lie. I don't care who says it. You can tell the person that's not true. Creation is not this. It's what I perceive it, right? So when people challenge you, you can say, no, this is God's creation right here. I walk outside and I look at all of God's creation. Now, if you say that's not what it looks like and it's something else, that's a lie. Yes or no?
You said a lot. I think.
Well, it's just to demonstrate that everything that we
can't say yes or no to that.
You should. You really should. You know, honesty is another characteristic of somebody who follows after after God. You got to be honest, right? Okay, so if you're honest, right?
Well, I want my yes to be yes and my no to be no.
Creation, yeah, but think about it.
Too many things for me to say yes to all of them.
Let me condense it. If all of creation is demonstrating itself to us as not globe, and you say Earth globe, that's a lie.
Yeah, if all creation was demonstrating us to not be in globe, yes, you're correct. If that one first one's true, I do think.
My point is,
no, go ahead. That's fine.
My point is that we're going to come down to where you said this has nothing to do with God, nothing whatsoever. Separate from God, flat Earth and globe Earth discussions can be had. But God is not involved in this. So it's nothing to do with anything that you think God would have. God doesn't care if the earth is a globe or flat. You still go to heaven. It's okay. The lie is okay because it has nothing to do with salvation, because we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about flat earth and globe earth. But when I just demonstrated at the very beginning. Yeah, now you're getting it, right? So at the very beginning, we talked about what separates us from God is a lie. And now you say there's little, nuances to lies, little white lies, all right. Or perhaps maybe, a discussion about what God, you should put this under a microscope, right? Because if you were the creator, and somebody deceived humanity with this thing that's not true of his creation, right? Wouldn't that be a blatant disregard to what he made? And wouldn't that be so super offensive? I think.
Yeah. Well, the people, so people who are portraying, particularly cosmology, the way that they do, deceive many other people. So the people who do lie on purpose certainly will answer God for that, and their salvation would be questionable.
But not only that. Those people who believe the lie. There's the deceivers, and then there's the believers.
Yeah, it makes salvation harder for them, I would say.
Well, think about it. It's not just harder. It makes it to be where you say, okay, I take man's word over God's word. I'd rather choose man and their intellect and their knowledge and their authority over God. Makes it very clear where you stand.
Okay, I'll wait for you to ask a question. Okay.
Well, no, it's basically rhetorical because you need to realize that when this conversation comes up, when it does pop up, and you're like, well, flat Earth and globe Earth really has nothing to do with God. Nothing was. We can have all the conversations about this, and God is not concerned. He's over there
no.
Hey,
I didn't say that.
Nathaniel,
I don't believe that's true.
You're still coming to heaven. Don't worry about flat Earth and globe Earth discussion. That's nothing. It's pish posh.
Well, I'm obviously worried about it. Here I am. I don't do anything that's not.
Well,
that I don't
and that's all I'm saying.
Sincerely think is about.
I guess I'm making a case. I guess what I'm saying is I'm making a case for that. If God's creation is what we're saying, it's not. Isn't that a mockery of His creation? I just think about it. There's a lot of people like, no. It's fine. If somebody's a globe earther, to heaven they go. Like, what I'm saying is, isn't what a lie is separates us? Anyway, something to think about. But I'm going to leave it there because I got to get going.
Liar. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. I'll talk to you later. It was fun listening to you.
Anyway, yep.
Is that all I should do at the moment, or is there anybody? Am I still here?
Yeah, there's other people in here. I just wanted to make that point, that's all.
No, it's a wonderful point. I have a hard time adjusting to different social situations. Sometimes people want you to explain yourself, and then sometimes people want to explain themselves, and it's tough. There's so many people, there's so little time. And I'm very impatient, I like to just shout people down, and I'm working on that.
So what do you want from this room? What are you looking for?
So from this room, well, I actually just want to ingratiate myself with you guys. I want to have a good reputation with you guys. I'd like to be known as somebody who is reasonable and not at all difficult, and just wants to, work together with everybody against the most destructive lies that affect, especially America. But America has an empire over just about the whole world, so really the world, when you think about it. The people who aren't in the empire are still definitely affected because of the size of it.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say, hey, if you really don't love America and you don't love the space program, why don't you just leave? I'm like, I would, but I'd be subject to Americans' foreign policy if I left.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, it's also really hard to leave. I've got children. I've got a wife. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to travel overseas, but they do all kinds of crazy things to you. You have to consent to things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not really gay if it's TSA.
Well, it's like you was saying, is a lie going to separate us? It's like, I don't know. St. Charles, I think it's Lubanga, he was martyred, and I've heard two different stories, but one of them is that he was sodomized to death, so he's a holy martyr, though. He is. Pray for us. Sorry to throw that out there if you find that disturbing.
Yeah, I don't know the story there.
He was I think like a tutor or some kind of educated man under an African king, and the gospel came, right? And then they started saying that you can't, you have to obey Leviticus to a certain extent, right? You can't lay with men as in other men. And this king had a harem of boys, and this tutor was teaching those boys was teaching them the gospel, and then because of the rise of the gospel there, the king saw that he was going to lose his particular pleasures and killed him. I read it. There was a different story I read that was more where it said he was just beaten to death with clubs or something like that. Holy man, Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, I got the gist of it.
I think that personally, when I say it's not necessary for salvation, I think that there's like a list of priorities of things that are really, really important. to do for our neighbors, and there are so many lies out there. But I think that if people didn't have to like slave away at a job, come home and have no money, be poor, barely have time for their children, have time to talk to their wife, they get divorced because of it, and their children get into degeneracy because of it. I think if that problem was solved, then everybody would have a lot more time to look into like cosmology and geography and things like that, which would be good for us. I just think so many people don't have time for it. So, like me, I've got to go and try to like build publishing and media company while like watching children, which is challenging. So, but is there anything I can do for you guys? Anything I can help you guys with? I'm a fan. I mean, I'd much rather people believe that the Earth is flat the way I did than believe NASA tells the truth. Much rather. And my own cosmology and geography is a little bit more. It's probably closer to a flat Earth than the standard one. I see somebody's asked me if I'm Roman Catholic, but I hear silence, which makes me think I've lost connection again somehow. I am Roman Catholic.
No, I hear you.
Okay, good. I am Roman Catholic.
I'm curious.
Yes.
What do you think about the Catholic? I mean, I've talked to a priest. I did this years ago when I was.
Sure.
They really love the heliocentric model, and that they think they invented it. Like if you go talk to, I talked to one of them straight up, got a chance to talk one-on-one, and the other one I just asked to give me a pitch for why I should be a Catholic. The one I talked to one-on-one went into full details about how the Catholic Church has always been, involved with science and math. It's been a cutting edge of human and societal evolution. We'd be in the Stone Age without religious beliefs. They take credit for the Age of Enlightenment. They take credit for the heliocentric.
That's funny.
All of it.
Okay.
Like all of it. Okay.
Well,
and then when I asked the priest, like, hey, can you give me a reason to be Catholic? In a gist, he just basically said, we have the perfect worldview that connects mind, body, and soul into a full to be the best person you can be. And it kind of went on to about the best and the brightest people are Catholics and all this stuff.
Right. Hey, where's your sister? Why is she gone? Sorry. Okay. Sorry, one of my children just disappeared.
Okay.
Let me tell you this. Okay. So I agree with the idea. Okay, so I agree with the fact that Catholics have the perfect model. But the problem is so many people are Catholics. No, stay there. Stay there. I just have to check on her. Go back, please. Come on. Oh, man. There's so many people that are Catholic that you have to understand, like the Catholic Church in one explanation or one understanding founded the Lutherans. You know what I mean? Because Martin Luther was a Catholic priest. So to say the Catholics believe this or the Catholics believe that, well, I don't know, some of them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So you run into a lot of Catholics, Catholic priests, everybody, who are wrong. They're just wrong. And that's, it's the largest church. It's the true church. And so that's how it goes. And, and it's hard to even know if I'm right about things. I'll have to come back later because chaos is broken out. But God bless you all. I do hope to come back later. And feel free to catch up with me or anything like that. If you go to Substack, I love talking to folks. If you go to, in fact, I'd interview a flat earther. Okay, the baby's still here. Good. Which is better because I can kind of arrange it around the children's routine. But you can find me on Substack, Taurus Necros. And I might be able to come back in as long as I'm not annoying you guys too much.
No, you're good, dude. Being annoying is not a problem. I like to. I don't like to talk about it, but when I first talked to flat earthers, I was pretty annoying. It's one of the things I look back at that. Hey, kind of shameful. I should have been more open and more listening.
Well, what I do, yes, I agree with you, sir. I mean, that's the biggest problem. It's just one of those things that people reject out of hand. And it's like, well, the thing is that the world is a big place, and it includes the heavens and the earth. And nobody can picture that in their mind accurately. We don't have the mind to do it. So it's like, what in the world? Like, who do you think you are? You're not God. You just don't know. Now, you guys are good in that you know that people are lying about it, as the people who say they know. I even had an atheist who was talking to me about this, because I don't believe in space. So I don't believe in an empty vacuum. And I proved this to him with his own logic, I think. Because I said to him, I mean, he kind of said I was stupid, but I think he agreed. He did agree with me. So I said to him, okay, so space, right, is an empty vacuum. Well, I think it's full of light. I think it's full of objects of a certain type. I think it's also full of life. Do you disagree? And he said, no, it's probably got all those things. I said, well, there you go. So how come the pictures are black, empty, and barren? If we both agree on light, full, and life. Because, like, my worldview would say, I don't know, and then I'll get going. My worldview would say that the objects in there are heavenly objects. Everyone kind of agrees with that. The sun, many other objects. That don't hurt him. Come on. The life in there would be probably angelic life, possibly demonic life, and the light is God's light, or maybe the light from like the Imperial heaven. So it only appears dark under like this fallacious, well, I mean, I don't know, you guys would call it fallacious, the fallacious model of space where there's a vacuum that doesn't reflect the light. But I actually think that the day sky is more of an accurate thing to look at than the night sky. That's my personal opinion. And a lot of people don't agree with me on that. But I know, like, one of the NASA guys, when he came back from the moon, said that. And then everyone, like, corrected him. It's like, no, it's dark, remember? It's dark and pointless and empty, and there's nothing there. Give up all hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, hey, I sent you a friend request. Like, I can share some more information with you and stuff.
Sweet. God bless you. Let me ditch and try to figure out these children. All right. I really enjoyed talking to you, man. Thank you. By the way, God bless you for keeping language under control. I don't want you to feel bad for that. It's not. I think vulgarity is fine. It's like a mark of sincerity. I'm just trying to keep some of it.
I try to work on it. I don't like how much I swear, and I appreciate when people let me know. I do curse a lot, and a lot more than I like to be zero. I would like to get to a point where I never curse.
It's more complex than people think it is. You know, a Christian man will use a blasphemy. They'll say, "Oh my God," and they won't say, "I love you" or some prayer. And so it'll be a Lord's name in vain, you know. But then they'll like shudder at the F word, you know. Now there's a certain logic to that, because if I have children and they hear somebody say, "Oh my God," they hear that all the time in the form of a prayer. So they're not learning anything new. Whereas some of these Viking words they've never heard before, and I just don't want them to, because it's not very useful to them. Same reason I don't want them really to hear Chinese words, because they're not talking to Chinamen. So. All right. And I'm fine with the Chinese. All right. Well, God bless you. Thank you for the friend request. And
take care. Talk to you next time.
Like I said, I'm on Substack. You guys keep up the good work. I might try to come back in here once I figure things out around here. Bye. Get out of it. I'm just in here. Oh, there it is.
Hey, DJ.
What's up, man?
Did you listen to that one?
No, I was waiting to for some dead air. So
I could play it in here.
What I did was, you know, Witset's song, Why Would They Lie?
Uh-huh.
So I took the lyrics from his verse and I and I made him into the song. But like I switched some of the words and shit, but it's pretty much the second half of the song is like on script with his verse. But I just you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I guess I could play it now if no one. I mean, is there anyone else in here that wants to chat about Flat Earth at the moment? Ask questions, provide globe evidence.
Could like take an intermission, just like palate cleanser. We had a lot of freak outs and stuff, and ended with a high note with Matthew. So let's listen to some music.
All right, cool. All right, here we go.
A lot of you fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics preaching kids, it's the demons teaching nitwits. Sadistics scripted as wits, and I'm kidding, you're smitten. No rape hits, it's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief so significant. Calling dudes fake truth that sits when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? And one day he just walked away fur. A lot of paper, a pay-per-view. Maybe you just stopped the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweigh your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witnesses deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. Dream works and the scripts filled, need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers as long as you sit still. I did ill, even writing these lyrics, but I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it, striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying and so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you staring some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, did this display shit? Or has it directly been affected by energy waves? Don't forget to behave, you don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass, and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plotting to ride by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jordan's picking both sides. He's got the surface divide, and then they disguise. And now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why? They lying from behind closed eyelids. They enticing the brightest to get deprived. They contrive confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. Pay Paul a cash app, you can buy him. And when confronted from behind, he gets the wine in. But the one time he faked it from the sideline and died by the Zionists. Either that or they threatened his life. And these some treacherous times, and when the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being the highlight and the twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. I love your life, Wits.
to me. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we're talking.
Yes, old man. You're fine.
You can never be too careful. And
you can never be too old, man. Hang in there.
He's saying the independent variable is the shape. He's saying that's what the independent variable is.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded.
This is comical. After everything you went over with him,
yep,
I manipulate the independent variable, as in I set the IV to either a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. So you're making the independent variable, whether you make it a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. What?
I know it's kind of hard for you to understand.
Yeah, you can. No, because you're a fucking retard, dude.
What a retard.
And then you said the dependent variable is what you observe in the experiment. You don't observe dependent variables in the experiment. The dependent variable is number one, you fucking retard. Shut your fucking mouth. The dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomena, not in the experiment. That's fucking 3 steps later, you abject idiot of a retard. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up right now.
The situation at all. I understand what
Grandpa, shut the fuck up.
I'm just trying to help.
Shut up. No one fucking asked you. Sonny said, we'll ask you when we need you. Other than that, sit down in the corner and shut the fuck up. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you're talking to the other guy.
Shut up.
Maybe go in the corner. Maybe put on a new Depends or something. Shut the fuck up.
You'll need it. Next.
Grandpa, I'll give you the stage. Grandpa, when you DM me so I can vet it, proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal. When you can do that, I'll give you the stage.
Who's talking? AI Overlord. But after we do that, can we DM as like friends and
holy fuck? Put a Depends over your mouth. Days? Put a Depends over your mouth too.
Well, I'm just saying, he invited me into his DMs. Just saying, what's like the limits of our friendship or whatever?
All right, everyone, it's been a pleasure, but I have to leave.
Get the hell out of here.
Thank the Lord.
I will be moving to the Agora College to see what they're doing there.
You move to the 2nd grade general science. You'll fucking.
It's been very fun. I might return later.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well,
see you later, Quantum Eraser.
That's it, bro. The nursing home turns in the lights on Quantum Eraser in about 2 hours. You'll be safe.
He lives in a nursing home? That makes sense.
No. Oh, I'm
Bring
just being
something
a
new.
dickhead.
Bring something new next time. Tired of the same old bullshit.
I mean, this is the kind of dementia-ridden rambling that I would expect him
Bring
to.
science.
to use.
You brought zero proof of your fucking spinning monkey, space monkey.
Actually,
glow card. Zero proof. You provided nothing. You provided nothing.
I think the most common words that he uses in his life are shut up and retard.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah. All right, bye, guys. Bye, Quantum Eraser.
Bye, Felicia.
In summary, no globe proof was presented by Maywayne.
Thanks, mate. Been a pleasure.
Well, I mean, I guess I could take the stage now if everybody permits.
We told you to shut the fuck up, Grandpa Idiot Bone.
No proof?
Well, you never confirmed you were talking to me or someone else.
Bro, this isn't karaoke.
Whatever do you mean by that?
I love karaoke.
All right, cool story. Cool story. Fiddlebone, I said, if it's Fiddlebone, I said you can get the stage when you DM me that you have proof of a constantly, momentaneously rotating horizontal. That's what I said.
Well, yeah, but you never responded to me. I wanted to know if we could, like, chat in addition to that. Like, as friends or whatever.
Irrelevant.
And over the fences.
We could send each other memes.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
We could tell about our families and our, what we learned that day or whatever. Like, just like normal stuff.
You're having a moment.
But I want permission. I want consent first. That's all.
All right, bro. If you have to ask, the answer is no. That's rule 101.
Yeah.
You gonna buy him dinner?
That. I'd retract
Holy
that.
crap.
That sounds awful gay.
Yeah, cool story. Anybody got something about the topic?
I think it's pretty settled science.
Whoa! Oh, what settled science? Yeah, what
Timbo,
is
you're
settled
back
science?
feeding. Timbo, you're back feeding. Oh, Twanger, Twanger, dumbass. Back in here, fucking resurrecting. You respawned. So, do you got that globe model that you were referring to before? Twanger. Post the globe model in side chat so we can see it.
Twanger.
I guess not. I guess we're not getting that again. You'll be muted in about less than a minute because you're a dumbass.
Yeah, Twanger, you actually have to present something to talk about, you know? Otherwise, you're useless.
No, I'm not.
You're useless to us.
Why?
Because you're not presenting anything to talk about.
So what?
Oh my goodness, dude.
And that's his MO. You allow him to keep on talking about nothing. That's all he does.
I'm not talking. That's the whole point, dude. You were so dense that you don't realize he just told me I have to talk, and I'm telling you I don't want to talk. Are you that retarded?
Oh yeah, no worries.
Literally,
Yeah,
you're that stupid, bro. So I'm gonna mute up because you need to think.
We thought you were the guy that said it was settled science and was going to demonstrate what science is settled, or what you meant by that. That's what we thought, so our mistake. Holy moly.
But who said it?
It was him.
Are there any flat Earth scientists in the chat?
You just sacrificed your less than second grade science acumen unwittingly.
I didn't think so.
Just unwittingly, and
I didn't think so.
You fucking clown. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Crayon muncher doesn't adjudicate shapes. There are no flat earth scientists. There are no sphere-tard scientists. It's a category error, you fucking moron. You're even unaware, unsolicited. You sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar. Thanks a lot, Twanger. Dumbass. Anything else?
Oh, that was him again? Good grief.
Yep. Fucking moron. Did you graduate high school, dude? Seriously. Or did your parents pay the fucking teachers off? That's what it looks. If you graduated high school, then your parents fucking paid them. That's where we're at right now with you. You fucking imbecile. Good. Speak more.
Oh, man.
It'd have been more relevant if you said, are there any sphere Earth or flat Earth tomato growers? That would have been more relevant, you fucking ignorant doofus. How about a globe Earth accountant? Clown.
Clown ass.
He's a fucking clown, man. My cat's litter box could expose you.
You got dogs.
I gotta say, there's a lot of cope goes on in this channel, but I think Quantum Eraser is the king of cope.
Little Nancy fucking idiot. That's all you got?
Oh man, my finger was on the trigger on that one.
You think that's cope, huh? Little Nancy moron.
That's a really stupid thing for him to say.
It is. It's really it's fucking feebly pathetic. What else you got, clown twanger?
Twanger, you got proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal?
A what now?
Yeah, a horizontal that rotates momentaneously as you traverse over your alleged fantasy globe Earth.
Is momentaneously even a word, my guy?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, can you define that word for me? I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So it's moments that are aimlessly. What's not to understand?
Yeah, but what does the entire concept refer to?
Every single moment it's occurring. So if you move in any manner over the world that you allegedly live on, right, you have to rotate.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Why would you have to rotate?
It's very simple. So you believe that quote-unquote down is inwards on a radial spoke to the center of a giant ball. And so as you move, your vertical orientation is changing, and in your worldview, you believe that horizontal moves along with it. And if it's perpendicular to vertical, in order to be that way as you move to a different radial, it has to rotate all the time, every time.
So what?
So do you got any evidence that that's happening?
It's happening in my eyes, with my eyes.
Okay, so why don't you open up one of your eyes and let us see the evidence? How about that? Do you got any evidence that doesn't require surgery?
Yeah. Are you cross-eyed? Are you cross-eyed?
Was that you, Sonny?
Yeah, he's saying there, you cross-eyed.
What does that refer to?
I don't know. Because I guess you could see inside your other eye. So your one eye could look at the other eye's orientation.
Keep quiet.
Now let me explain more. I'll explain more, Twanger, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why that guy was...
I don't have full context. So, about 8 years ago now, a homie boy pilot dude that thought he was cool, he's like, oh, pilots, yeah. Pilots are the ones who know that the Earth is a globe. And since I'm a pilot, I can tell all the flat earthers the Earth's a globe. And so he made a claim that he was going to get for us the data from an aeroplane, a big one, from the black box, the navigational data, proving that the plane's orientation from the moment it takes off to the moment it lands displaces vertical and horizontal in a rotational vector, just as it must do if the Earth is a globe. He said he was going to get us that proof, and now it's 8 years later, and that proof never materialized, so I was just wondering if you had it.
Why would I have something like that?
Well, I just didn't know if the Globers were holding it in secret like hot potato, where they give it to a new glober all the time, so we can't find it, and then eventually one day they're going to pop it on us and just screw us up.
Well, dude, I mean, how about that 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
What does that have to do with what I've asked?
Explain it.
Yeah, so you can see the sun for a whole day. There you go, explained.
Why? How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, yeah, so on a flat Earth, so how it works is the light reaches your eyeball.
What? Dude, okay.
Well, how else would you see something, dude? How else would you see something if the light isn't reaching your sensor?
That had zero explanatory power, what you just said. Zero.
Right, so the fact that the light from an object reaches your eyes is how you see it. Can't explain why you're seeing something? Good grief. That's a tough one.
How would that work on a flat Earth?
Well, so light, right, travels in free space, and then it arrives at the eye, and then you can perceive it, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
No, okay. Well,
now what must happen if the Earth is a giant globe? Is that what must happen if the Earth is a giant globe? Is that planes, in order to maintain altitude and fly parallel to a curve, they must also be flying in an arc path, which means that the attitudes of the plane must be constantly rotating. Do you have any evidence for that? I mean, we already know you don't because you said you don't. But is there any evidence that it's doing that, is what I'd like to know. What if there was evidence that it's not doing that? Would that be interesting?
There it is, right there.
Can't help you with that.
Oh. Well, Quantum Eraser seemed to have helped you out, so maybe you should check out what he posted. And then maybe you should say, hey, what am I looking at here? Can you explain?
Dude, that weird looking graph, whatever you want to call that, that's minuscule compared to the evidence for the globe.
You stuttering old dumb fuck.
Minuscule, Eraser.
The minuscule.
You know I'm about to say something. Every time you know I'm about to say something that's going to crush your entire worldview.
Minuscule sounds like a personal issue.
So funny.
Minuscule sounds like a personal issue.
Minuscule.
Okay, so what's the graph about? What does this show here?
What does this show? This shows 2 hours of flight. Well, let me go back. This shows United Airlines flight 1175 in 2018 that had an engine failure in between San Francisco and Hawaii and had to make an emergency landing. This is the black box data from that flight. This is from 2 hours, from 8:05. We blocked it off. The blue part, we blocked this off. We don't want to get into what happened with the engine failure. This is 2 hours before the engine failure, flying at 500 miles an hour. So this is 1,000 miles of flight. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the pitch data up there, it's the orange data up there, the pitch data shows that the pitch of the plane was at 2 degrees the whole fucking time. However, the altitude pressure at 34,000 feet was the same, flatlined for 2 fucking hours. The problem here being is that you would have to negotiate on your idiot Globetard 124 miles of vertical drop. That means that pitch of the plane would have to deviate from the horizontal. Yeah?
Not necessarily.
Because if it didn't, flat and level, shut the fuck up. Because if it didn't, it would be 124 miles in elevation above your Globetard.
Why would you? Okay, so
why would
the plane is dropping. Why would it have to change orientation?
How is it dropping? The altitude pressure is at 34,000 feet.
Oh, so it's not dropping, but the
yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What is this supposed to show here on the flat
Yeah,
Earth?
it's supposed to show that your globetard isn't in existence and it's flying over a flat plane. In addition, it also shows shut your fucking mouth. In addition, it also shows, you see the ground speed and the air speed? It also shows the NTSB has just revealed that the Earth's not rotating. Because at that latitude, the Earth is rotating underneath that plane in its face at about 890 miles an hour. So what it does show is that the Earth is flat and it's not rotating because the fucking ground speed would be well above the graph's nomenclature of only 500 knots. It should be above 1,200 knots.
That's a lie.
That is a lie. How so?
It's a nothing burger.
No, that's in between your ears.
Okay, so the ground speed and the airspeed are pretty much the same, right?
No, they're not. Not if the ground is moving.
Okay, so the graph they're displayed as pretty much the same, but on the globe
Not
Earth,
if the ground is moving. The ground is moving underneath that plane at 890 miles an hour, so you would have to add 890 miles an hour to the 500 mile an hour airspeed. What's that add up to?
Okay, but when we take off in a plane, we're also moving within the frame of reference of
now, in the frame of reference is spinning in your face at 890 miles an hour.
It's not spinning in our face as if
yes,
it's
it is.
against
You're
our
flying
motion.
from San Francisco to Hawaii. The Earth is allegedly rotating from east to west, or from from west
And when
to
you take
east.
off,
And you're flying from east to west. That means that plane's flying underneath a rotating Earth. That's the frame of reference, the inertial reference frame. Dumbass.
okay,
I'm back, Eraser, I'm back.
okay, let me illustrate
Shut
it
the
this
fuck
way.
up.
If the plane wasn't moving at all, right? The plane just went straight up in the air. It would
The
also
plane's
be
not
moving
going
at the
straight
same
up in
speed.
the air.
But I'm just trying to illustrate a point here.
You're
right?
not
That-
illustrating anything, dumb fuck. The pitch is
that if you
flatlined.
take
The
off from the
altitude
Earth-
pressure is flatlined. Your globetard is done.
If you take off from the Earth,
Yeah, right.
If you take
you're
off
having
from the
same
Earth,
momentum. Yeah, if
Where
you
else
take
you
off
gonna
from the
take
Earth,
off
if I
from?
jump, right, I have the velocity of
jump.
the Earth.
Oh, really? Angular velocity. What is the angular velocity? You don't even know what fucking angular velocity
I'm
is.
moving at the same speed the
What is
ground is moving.
what is the angular? What is the angular velocity of the fucking plane?
It's not about angular velocity per
Well,
se.
that's what you just said. Angular velocity.
It's not about angular velocity per se. I'm just saying that
Per
when you
se.
take off from the ground, you have
It's
the
not
ground
angular
speed.
velocity of the plane per se. Per se,
I'm
you're
talking
on.
about speed.
You're a clown.
Right? When you take off from the ground,
What is
you
angular
have the
velocity? So
of the
when you
ground.
take off from the rotating reference frame, you saying the plane conserves angular momentum?
It's kind of like but it's not magic though. It's
No,
two
but shut the fuck
two
up.
things. It's
I
two
didn't say
things.
it was
So
imaginary,
It's
you
the horizontal
dumbass.
movement.
Hey,
the
dumb
horizontal
fuck.
movement.
Hey, dumb fuck. Horizontal movement. What is that?
Right. It's it
The
just
fuck is
movement,
horizontal
taking
movement?
away the vector towards or away from the Earth directly.
Hey, dude. Hey, dumbass. Is it if the plane was conserving angular momentum? Let's say we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the Earth is spinning. Let's keep it simple: 900 miles an hour from west to east, and the airport from Charlotte, North Carolina, was facing west. Plane wheels up about 200 miles an hour takeoff speed. So if you're observing that plane take off from Charlotte, North Carolina in the inertial reference frame, then that flight is flying backwards at 700 miles an hour with your angular velocity conserved.
What?
Yep, that's what you just said, dumb fuck.
Also moving.
That's what you just said, dumb fuck.
Do you not understand the inertia
That's what you
of
just
all the
said, dumb
objects?
fuck. Shut up.
Wait, do you even know what angular velocity is?
Exceptional, dumb fuck. Hey, Mayhem. Maywen, dumbass.
Oh, yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth.
Hey, do you gotta be disrespectful?
Shut up.
Do you gotta be disrespectful?
Hey, dude, shut the fuck up.
I don't know
Hey,
who you talking
exceptional.
to like that, gang.
Shut the fucking
I'm not
up.
going for that, gang.
Shut him up.
You will beat your ass.
Shut him up.
I'll smack the fire.
Shut him up.
Are you
Talking to
opium?
me like you crazy.
Oh my god.
Shut him up.
Little niggas, I'll really
Please
beat your ass.
shut
You ain't gonna do shit about it.
Hold
fucking
on.
AI. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Before you continue, QB, let's, bros. I'm mudding right now. I can't be muting and unmuting people. Can one of the mods, please, for the love of God, take control so we don't have three people speaking at the same time?
I'll take control.
No, I'll take control.
Overload. Please let me take control, please.
All right, go on. Fine.
Holy crap, you're not mods, dummies.
Can you make me mod?
Exceptional dumbass. Please tell me what angular fucking momentum is. Define it with citation, please. Hello? Is my mic working?
Yeah, you coming through.
No, okay. State it.
Okay.
Go ahead, read it off.
Angular momentum is the rotational analog of linear momentum. It is an important physical quality. It is conserved quantity. Total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant.
Closed system, you're in big fucking trouble. 49 minutes after the hour, your death notice for like the 18th time. What is the principle of the conservation of linear momentum? In physics, the term conservation refers to something which doesn't change. This means that the variable in an equation, which represents a conserved quantity, is constant over time. It has the same value both before and after the event. There are many conserved quantities in physics. They are often remarkably useful for making predictions in what would otherwise be complicated situations. In mechanics, there are three fundamental quantities which are conserved. These are momentum, energy, and angular momentum. Conservation of momentum is mostly used for describing collisions between objects. Of course, we're not defining collisions. Fucking idiot. Just as this is the really important part for your dumbass. Just as with other conservation principles, there's a catch. Conservation of momentum applies only to an isolated system of objects.
Isolated.
That's right. So that's right, you dumbass. Is the Earth an isolated system?
It's a closed system with regard to matter.
Isolate? That's not what I asked you. It's an open or closed-ended question. Sorry about that. Yes or no? Is the Earth an isolated system?
No, it's not isolated.
No, it's not. So you can't apply the law of conservation of momentum or angular momentum to it, you goober.
Maybe not perfectly.
Yeah, Goobert, not perfectly, not at all.
It depends on the amount of external
Not at all,
force.
dumb fuck. So, let's go ahead.
Wait, Klein, I have a question.
Fucking application. Don't overtalk me.
I have a question.
Don't fucking do it.
Excuse me.
So, you're a glue sniffer right there with citation. You don't know what angular momentum is. Like I said,
fuck you, fuck, kill yourself, you fucking bitch.
One more interruption, man. Just one more. I can never get here. I can never get to the point, right? Because you glue sniffing idiot fucktards won't let it. But I got to the point one time, and I recorded it, where a fucking idiot globetard was honest, and I got him to state from the basis or the premises of his argument that planes were flying fucking backwards. Because that's where you're at right fucking now.
Okay, so you've shown that the
fucking
conservation
retard.
Of
You're a glue sniffer. You're a glue sniffer, dude.
Okay, but that doesn't really destroy the entire argument.
Yeah, it destroys your entire argument. So let's go back to Charlotte, North Carolina. So the Earth is allegedly rotating from west to east at 900 miles an hour. Plane's taking off. It's flying due west at 200 miles an hour. You're observing this plane on the runway, flying due west, taking off from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles. Are you claiming that if we're in a helicopter observing the runway and the airplane, and the plane is conserving angular momentum, which is fucking moronic, because the plane's not spinning, but I digress. The plane is conserving some type of momentum. That plane would be flying fucking backwards at 700 miles an hour on takeoff.
Relative to the helicopter?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
The helicopter also took off.
Yeah, the helicopter's in the inertial reference frame.
Yeah. So it wouldn't fly back relative to...
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would, because the plane's conserving the Earth's momentum going from west to east at 700 miles an hour, moron.
What you're saying is basically saying if I'm on a train and if I jump...
the plane, not a train, the fucking plane, idiot.
Let me use this analogy.
Let me, fuck no. The plane. Plane, dude. The plane
is in the air, right?
The plane.
And the plane is taking off.
The atmosphere is in the air. Is that what you said?
No, the helicopter would be in the air, right? And the plane...
It's in the inertial reference frame.
Right.
It's in the inertial reference frame.
So why would it fly back?
The helicopter wouldn't fly backwards, you idiot moron. With your claim to conservation of momentum, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up! The plane is on the runway. It has 700 miles an hour with your rotating fuckwit Earth. Going from west to east, 700 miles an hour. But the plane is going to take off flying west at 200 miles an hour on takeoff. Yes? That's 700 miles an hour you have left to account for, dumbass.
That helicopter also had that 700 miles per hour.
Not the fucking helicopter, dumbass.
There is no discrepancy.
You're a fucking moron.
When the plane took off, it had 700 miles per hour.
Shut up.
The helicopter is also moving 700 miles per hour.
Say, dumb fuck.
In the air.
Dumb fuck. The plane. It's on the runway. It has 700 miles an hour of angular momentum, which is glue sniffing idiot. But that's your claim. Yes?
I mean, that affects the rotation of the object.
It doesn't affect the rotation of anything. The plane.
Yes, it does. That's angular
the plane
momentum.
Doesn't affect rotation, dumb fuck.
You're saying angular momentum. I think you mean...
You're saying that, not me.
I'm saying both things, but you're mentioning the wrong thing.
Shut the fuck up. Put him on mute. He's so fucking confused he doesn't even know his own name. Shut up. Fuck. Thanks. My God, man.
What's the argument again?
Shut up.
Shout out to Danny T. That's the argument. Arrest.
Danny T. Let me snatch him. Might already have it.
Are you wondering why planes don't fly backwards?
It should be, according to him.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that the plane...
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Shut up. Tired of listening to your dumb asses. Fucking clueless git.
Hey, don't forget that one. What was it? Was it ChatGPT or what was it? Was saying the plane flies backwards relative to
yes
rotation of the Earth or something.
Shit.
Remember that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Durka.
Fucking moron. They have no idea with conservation of momentum, linear, angular, energy. They're fucking clueless. Every single last one of them. Been dealing with it. This is season 10, dude. Get a fucking clue.
They know nothing. Nothing.
I don't think you understand conservation.
No, yeah, we don't understand it. Yeah, you're a fucking moron.
Fucking morons. Retarded.
Let's see.
Monkey, nigger, faggot, moron.
Danny T, where are you?
Hold on, I gotta ban that sucker.
All right.
Hopefully someone caught who it was. We'll get him.
So what's the momentum of the plane when it takes off?
200 miles an hour west. What's the momentum of the Earth? 900 miles an hour. That leaves 700 miles an hour on takeoff left to your fucking angular momentum, which it isn't. Because you don't know what angular momentum is. But in your fuckwit claim, yeah.
I do.
What?
I do. What do you mean?
You don't fucking know. Shut up.
I do. What?
I do.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think you...
I know it.
Okay, what's angular momentum then?
Yeah, that's what I asked him.
No, I mean, I'm asking you. Do you know?
You're asking me? That's not my fucking claim. Why are you asking me? Why don't you ask him? Is this the same fucking retard?
I mean, no, you just say no one knows what angular momentum is.
Shut the fuck up, Mayhem. Yeah, you don't know it. I just put it in fucking chat. I just read it off. You fucking glue sniffer.
Do you know like the formula?
Up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth.
It's funny because you know that they're just looking at their Google Wiki search and they're like, I know what it is, and then that's what they're looking at in real time.
I mean, I learned it in physics
fucking run
class.
it off. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
I didn't say anything.
You fucking glue sniffer. Shut your fucking mouth. You laughing hyena dumb fuck. My God. There we go. What the fuck up?
Well, I'm about to head to the gym. It was good hearing you wreck some Baltards for a minute there. You know, Baltards, Space Monkey.
Read and weep, globetard idiots. There's your fucking angular momentum, dumbasses. Of course, it didn't fucking post, you fucking clown. Danny T. Truther, planes flying backwards. Read and weep, globetards, you idiot morons. You'd failed junior high intro to physics. All of you. Every single last one of you. I know. I've been out here. It's season fucking 10. All of you pretender clown fuckwit frauds. That's it. Period.
Why are you so mad, Quantum?
Mad? It's not anger, it's contempt.
You're literally
for absolute pretender clown frauds, dumb fuck. Much like you.
You can say you're not mad. You sound
yeah, much like you. Yeah. I can say that. I can demonstrate it.
right, like by cussing on Discord.
Cussing? Is that all you got out of there? Little Nancy? Huh? Is that all you got, Nancy? Your globetard's over. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, Nancy, about my tone that disturbs you?
I'm just trying to look out for you, homie.
Yeah, I'm just trying to really, you fucking clown.
But you're not mad, though, right?
Deflect an insult. How do you have horizons on a globetard, moron?
How do you have horizons on a globe?
Yep.
The globe is really big.
Biggie. The globe's biggie. How biggie is it?
Really big. So big.
Really,
that
really
out,
biggie.
look around it.
Yeah, it's really biggie. We're looking for a number.
I don't have one.
Because you're a fucking retard. Don't even know your own religion.
Talk about madness.
Yes, you do. The heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
If I could ask, you don't have
Shut
to
the fuck up. If you could ask, no, you may not.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what you thought. That's begging the question.
Uh-huh.
You're assuming the very thing you're attempting to
now
prove.
you want to opposite.
Like you're thinking.
Got it.
You're thinking, dumb fuck.
Not only
That's
can you
begging
not
the
ask,
question, dumb fuck.
but you also...
That's your begging the question fallacy, dumb fuck.
Yep.
Yep.
It's okay.
What else you got?
Oh, I'm allowed to ask now?
You're allowed to ask?
Come on, Sling, do better.
I'm just asking a question. You told me not to ask a question.
Ask a question. I just asked a question as a dumb fuck.
And so the question would be why...
Why?
Can I finish the sentence? Okay, yeah, so the question would
you
be...
didn't answer my question. How do you have horizons on a globetard?
I just told you. The Earth is big, homie. That's it.
The Earth is biggie. That is non sequitur to the question.
Well, that's my answer to your question. If
That's
you
your
find
answer. According to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, you fucking retard.
Okay, cool.
Slope intercept formula.
You went to college or something? I didn't go to college.
He's not going to allow it, are you, dumb fuck? Sling Blade, shut the fuck up.
That's wild, dude.
Shut up.
You're like, hey,
that's
dude.
wild. No, that's your sister.
Well, dude, Sling, you told us the Earth was biggie. Then when we asked how biggie, you said, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't do math on this. I'm just telling you. You asked me why. How do I think?
How about an 8-second Google search?
Right?
Find out how big the Earth is.
Well, I can't prove that. I can't show you any math behind this. Right? Do you want me to just tell you stuff I looked at on Google, or are you going to bitch at me when I do that?
On Google,
you said it was too biggie. Where did you get the idea the Earth was too biggie?
Yep.
Where did you get the idea the Earth was too biggie?
Yeah.
From a lot of people on science.
On science, there's a lot of people on science.
People,
what are they doing on it, you dumb fuck?
You're making it sound like
what are they doing on science, dude?
They're sitting on that science and they're doing
you stuttering fool, stuttering idiot.
This is wild, man.
What kind of science were they on? How high were these people?
I don't know, bro. I don't do science. I don't know anything about it.
Jed. All right, guys. I'm going to have to take my leave of you. Have fun with these retards, man. Good luck.
Take a breath, dude.
See ya.
I want to have a heart attack or anything.
See you later.
Thanks, man.
Take care,
Happy
Kiwi.
Sling.
Yep.
Sling, given enough time, you would tell. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, bro. There's a lot of noise.
that's fine, Sling. The problem is you say Earth too biggy, but given enough time, you would tell us that boats would go over a curve. Or things
will go
disappear.
over a curve?
Well, if the Earth were a ball, wouldn't that have to happen eventually?
Oh, you're saying like, yeah, go over the horizon. Yeah. That would happen eventually.
Yeah, but you said Earth too biggy.
Yeah, Earth too biggy to look around. Yeah, you can't like look around behind the Earth from where you're standing.
Okay. So, but not. You can just imply when a boat disappears that therefore it's gone over a curve.
I mean, you would. I
So
guess
not
like
too biggy.
No, I guess you would like assume because like the bottom of the boat seems to go away before the top of the boat.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying. I was just saying that would be on the list of your things to say, but at the top of your list, you say Earth too biggy.
Yeah, Earth too big, dude. Earth.
Anyways, I don't know. How big do you think it is?
It's a contradiction in time.
I don't have math, but
No, I'm just asking you. How big do you remember them saying the Earth was? Ballpark it.
I'm not trying to tell you that the Earth is round. I don't care if you think.
No, you told me it was too biggy. I would assume that you. I would assume you're talking about a biggy globe.
To be clear, the only thing that has been said is that I think that the Earth is big. I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is round. I'm not telling you.
Big, yes.
I don't know why you're mad too. What the fuck? Why are you guys all angry?
Dude.
Because what you're saying is retarded, bro.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, I have a retarded view. The only question that I wanted to ask, I don't know why you guys are so angry. I'm not trying to debate you. I just want to know why. What is the rationale for why this is the case? Like,
what you mean?
Flat Earth is a thing. Why are they like saying that it's not?
Flat Earth has been a thing since the beginning of time, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is like, why are they saying it's not?
You thought people thought they were spinning on the. You thought people were spinning on the ball.
That's okay. My question that I'm asking you is why are people saying it's round now?
Why are people saying it's round? You say?
Yeah. Why?
That's just tradition.
What do you mean? It's tradition that it's flat.
No,
dude,
it's reality that it's flat.
Yeah, you asked why people are saying the Earth is flat. It's because the curvature that would have to exist if the Earth were
I'm asking
a ball
why they're saying it's
doesn't
round.
exist in reality.
Why are they saying it's round? I know that.
Wait a minute.
I know you have to ask
hold on.
the first guy what his motivation was.
My thing is, if you're the one that believe that it's round, that is not for us to ask. That is not for us to answer you that. That is for you to.
I'm not telling you to believe anything. I'm asking you why do you believe.
Okay, Sling. Let me say this to you one time.
Okay, sure.
Nobody is saying that you are telling us anything, but you are asking us a question, right?
Sure.
The question that you are asking us, is appeal to motivation fallacy. You're telling us to tell you why do your people who made up a certain concept of what they think the planet is, and you telling us to tell you what was their motivations behind it. That's not up to us to tell you what's their motivations behind it.
Yeah, I'm not trying
to figure that out for yourself.
Right, I'm not trying to get you to know. Okay, I'm not trying to get you to say.
You should know.
Oh my god, I just.
You should know. No, bro, you should know. We all went through the same education system, right?
No, we did not. Yours was very much so different from mine.
Why would it be different? Where you live at?
Because I know that it's different. I can hear his accent. What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub? What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub?
What?
I live in a Western world.
What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub?
What reason did they give you?
Right, it's very different. You don't know what that is.
Nobody gives a shit what it is.
What reason did they give you for why they say the Earth is round? Obviously, they must have given you some reason.
They just said that this is like a thing. They basically like unjokingly, you can laugh, dude. I'm just answering the question honestly. Okay, this is the way it happened that I remember it. Like as early as I can remember, even in like kindergarten, the first thing I remember is I saw a globe. and I didn't even really understand the concept of like Earth or anything. But I was like, "Hey, what the fuck is that?" And not literally. I was like, "Hey, what is that?" And
you seen it in the classroom. We all seen that.
Dude, yeah, there you go.
And again,
I don't know why I can't finish sentences.
Okay, sir.
You interrupted me like 3 fucking times.
Sir,
bitch.
yes, because it's a stupid question again, and we already went through this. Sir, you are asking a question. You are asking us to explain your religion to you. And then you already said you went to a school that basically teaches that religion. You decided that you wanted to believe it, that it's not up to us to tell you about your religion. That is up to you to understand that religion and basically come to us and explain it to us. Not tell us to tell you about your religion.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you to tell me about my religion. I was just curious.
Then we don't have to answer the question about motivations.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so then you just don't want to take questions. That's fine. You can say that.
No, we don't have to answer a question about
If
your
you don't want to take questions,
motivation.
that's fine. You can say that.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, sir?
Sling.
Crybaby, dude.
It's not a crybaby. You mad because we don't got to answer a question about your religion?
Yes,
I'm not asking you about okay, listen, there's two different, just really quickly, okay? There's a delineation.
Sling. You're asking us to divine their motivations as to why they decided to put everyone on a ball in space. I don't know. I could speculate for days. So hopefully you could too. So just...
Yeah, and just ask them. How about that?
Yeah, so I know why people who believe that the Earth is round say that they believe that the Earth is round, but... Right. If I was of the mind that the Earth is not round, I would have a reason at least to maybe I wouldn't even know, but I would have like
why are you asking us? That's the point.
Because I don't know any other flat earthers in real life. The only people that I know who are flat earthers, and so the only way I can actually understand your views is to talk to you guys.
But you would have to ask a glober this question.
Right. Why would you ask a flat earther about the globe?
The only flat earther I know in real life is a crackhead who abuses his underage girlfriend.
Oh God! Why would we have to ask? Why would you ask a flat earther about the globe? That's just like saying, "Well, I'm gonna go ask a Muslim about Christianity."
I'm asking a flat earther about the globe. I'm asking you why you would think that a glober is a glober.
What?
Yeah. He's literally just asking. Hold on, dudes. He's literally just asking your opinion. You just say, "I don't want to answer." That's the correct answer.
No, we don't have to answer it. That's what everybody said in the first place.
And then what he was.
Oh, there you go.
No,
there you go. So listen, friends. Nobody wants to answer your question, homie. So are you gonna?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I said earlier. Like you can just say that. That's okay.
No, your new question is why do globies believe in the globe? Because they're naive and they've never thought about it.
Yeah, that was the original question.
That was my first question.
No, you said why do people? You said why? It was basically like why do they have people believing in a ball?
No, my question was literally why do you guys think that people who believe that the Earth is round think it's round?
Shut up.
Thought about
Listen, dudes, we're not going to do this on repeat.
Shut up.
Look, the reason why I'm telling you to shut up is for one reason only. None of these guys are going to answer your question, dude. Please, for the love of God, put it to the side and ask a different question.
Yeah, no, that was my only question. I was just curious why you guys think that.
Okay, so then the conversation's over.
Yeah, conversation's over. That's all.
Boundaries to these guys. Like they can't.
Awesome. So now that everyone's refused to engage with this question, we have no conversation. Good job.
Well, that was the only reason I asked.
Right. Yeah, cool story. So now I'm going to put you on mute since you're a waste of everybody's time at this moment.
Okay.
It's not your fault, dude.
No, we engaged with it. He didn't like the answers.
The answer was, why would you ask the question?
No, the answer was...
So who cares? Stop talking about it, for goodness sakes. It's a waste of everybody's time at this point.
Okay.
For the love of God, try to have an actual conversation, for goodness sakes. I could have answered this question and actually turned it into a juicy conversation for like 30, 45 minutes. Would have been easy.
Right. I think
First off, the guy, okay, stop this. I'm getting tired of this. And you could just go do what you like to do. First off, the guy basically said, you guys can't answer questions. when somebody basically answered the question. So it's not like nobody wasn't engaging with them. We did engage with them. We said it was a malformed question. He was saying that you was basically telling us to explain your religion to you. It would be unfair in any other situation. I can't go to somebody, to a mechanic, and say, hey, I want you to tell me how to be a mechanic for no reason at all. Or I can't go to no and say, why do you believe that? Why don't you just go ahead and, that's retarded. It's just a retarded question, and somebody pointed out to be a retarded question, and we getting angry about it.
Calm down, brother.
Yeah, it's not a retarded question, dude. If he actually had that as a sincere question, it's not a retarded question.
Same question could also be interpreted as, why do you think the Globers fell for it? Right? I can ask that question of an atheist, and they'd give me an interesting answer. About a Christian.
Exactly.
It's
retarded.
Exactly.
It's retarded. It's basically telling me, hey, why don't you tell me to explain what I believe? That's retarded.
We all know it's a globe, right? We all know it's a globe, right?
Believe. Asking you, what did you fall for? That's another way of reframing it.
Why did we fall for the globe in the first place? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, because it was embedded in our psyche before we could even walk.
Yeah, it's what you're taught.
Every damn cartoon has, to this day, has space adventures.
Hey, that's probably the answer he was looking for. A better one.
Yeah, something actually in depth and juicy, something to chomp on for the audience.
Right.
Instead of just bumper cars.
Right. I don't think he was trying to make you guys reaffirm his beliefs or justify it, like something like that, like play to him. That'd be dishonest.
You know how
by the way,
say it's a story, like it's a story that they tell. Is that right? You guys think it's all a story?
What's the story? The globe story?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of it is. Yeah, pretty much most of it is. Most of it is unvalidatable and pretty much fantasy and trying to make claims about the past and causation.
I've heard people say it's a story in here.
Yes.
So if it's only a story if you have like a 5th grade understanding of it.
Oh Lord, this should be good.
Right? Because then you actually grow up and then you actually reason out the reason why it is the way it is. And if you don't have the mental capacity to do that, I pity the fool, but that's just is the way it is, I guess.
Well, I used to be brainwashed by a Twonger. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, well, you're one of the coolest flat earthers there are on the planet, on the globe, I should say.
All right, bro. I'm on your side, but where are we going with this? Like, it's kind of like what they do when they just insult people. Like, I don't want to do the same thing. Let's talk about something. Your intellectual capacity is just so, like, bro, come on. I hate arguing like that.
Sorry, where are you going with that?
Where are you going with that? Can you explain what they needed to figure out? Like,
What do you mean? When you're a child, they tell you, look, the earth is round. We used science to figure this out. You take my word for it, right? So when you're a child, you use authority figures and stories to have your understanding of the world. But when you grow up and become a man or a woman of maturity and intellectually, you understand things for yourself. You don't take people's word for it. That's how things work. That's called critical thinking.
What?
It's called anchor beliefs, you dumbass.
Yeah, we understand that there's reasons why we're told that the Earth is small. But I was a bit unsure about even if there was a next question. I wasn't sure exactly what the guy was asking. Not to want to go back into that, but Yeah, we get it. There's reasons why they say that the Earth is a ball. We've evaluated those reasons. They're lacking.
No, they're not.
Oh, no,
Yes, they are.
Why aren't they? What's wrong with our rebuttals to the reasons?
The evidence is overwhelming.
You give
Right.
one reason,
So couldn't we be talking about the evidence then?
and then you can then have a go at our rebuttal.
Have you seen the beautiful pictures that we have?
Okay, the pictures. Which pictures? Exactly.
Of Earth that we've taken from the ISS. You can watch the live stream.
See, I don't know that that's true. That's secondhand. I don't have that knowledge, right? It's someone else claiming to have that knowledge and presenting it to me in video format or photography format.
I mean, we have the technology that we're talking on the internet right now, right? So, I mean, that's an example of it's obviously science works, right? Because we're here talking on Discord, and apply that same energy to the globe, dude. We've gone to space. We've done all these things. We know it's a globe, dude. We know it.
Yeah, see, that's just a cool story you're telling me. How do I evaluate? How do I authenticate that story?
You missed the first part of what I said about Discord.
I can authenticate Discord.
Exactly.
I'm currently using it, right?
Exactly.
So that's a first-hand experience. Make these images a first-hand experience for me, and not a second-hand experience.
They're fake images, dude. I mean, they're fake. It's obvious.
I don't need to say that they're fake or anything.
There's a reason why they're fake, a very specific reason why they're fake, where those images claim to be taken from.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
What is it about that place that they're supposedly taken from? What that disqualifies those images as being authentic?
Are you asking me or the Glober?
You.
Well, where's the Glober claiming they're taken from?
What do you mean?
If you have, what's his name, Don Pettit or whatever, with the Polaroid floating over the Earth in the ISS in your paradigm, where is he?
I think he's in the environment within they're claiming to be.
Come on, dude. OUTE.
Outer space.
Yeah, thank you.
There's another bit. There's another bit that goes along with.
Where are you going with that?
What is outer space?
That's what it is.
What?
It's the absence of stuff. Who's Mike spamming?
It's the absence of what?
There's not much out there, dude. It's empty space, pretty much. That's why we call it space.
Yeah, nice second law of thermodynamics violation. You're like the Bulldog and the Tom and Jerry cartoons. Just
the Bulldog and the Tom and Jerry. Come on, dude. Just say something or get to the point. Or I don't want to hear that shit.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. You're violating it with your example.
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Are you? Why would you ask me that?
State it.
Do you not know what it is?
State the law.
Why would
the law of entropy?
State it.
Well, hold on. Are you asking me to state it because you don't know?
we can go forward. So we can go forward. State the.
For decades now, other countries have shut out American exports from their countries. So, there's the principle of reciprocal tariffs that that would make sense if you're interested in carrying on economic warfare. But tariffs have historically led to wars. Besides destructive cannibalism of domestic economies on either side.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, people are confused right now. Like, this seems to be very aggressive without a clear strategy. If this was the case, we have I think right now, we as in, our government, America's, a 245% duty on Chinese imports. But there doesn't seem to be any strategy on how to deal with that. Like, there's no strategy to incentivize domestic production a great deal, to deregulate businesses from opening factories and, cutting the red tape on environmental regulations to increase the pace of development and production. There's none of this to accompany the tariffs. There's no change to like tax code. They're not reducing corporate tax rates. They're not reducing income tax rates. It's all like, what for? Why are you doing this way?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So what we're going to see, I think, is a reconfiguration of supply lines. I think a lot of stuff that's going to be produced in China will be sent to Singapore, Thailand, and other countries for some kind of meaningful transformation so that they can erase the Chinese point of origin, manufacturer country of origin, and legally say this originated in Thailand or Singapore. And some of this just might involve shipping items without the manufacturer country of origin on them so that they can apply the stamp of Singapore or Thailand. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of games like this being played. So China still produces it, but Americans buy it from a third party country. And I'm sure the Customs Border Patrol in America will be looking for evidence of that too. It's a cat and mouse game. It's going to increase costs either way. So, I mean, it's a bad time to be dependent on consumer electronics in America. Even medical supply, like a lot of shit's about to get really expensive for everyday people. It's only just starting. Existing forward contracts are expiring, and we're going to see businesses figuring out how to deal with this. It's, like you said, ultimately to curb demand for Chinese products. But then the question is what? Then what? Listen, I need a freaking lawnmower. I was looking at electric ones, and I'm like, fuck that, I'm probably going to get a gas one from Honda. So something I'm pretty sure China's going to look at doing is subsidize some of their exports to the United States temporarily to keep prices low. They've already been doing that. They've already been subsidizing their domestic production to export to the United States to compete with and undercut American manufacturers. It's about to get more intense. So it's been taking place, like the America-China relationship economically, it's taken place the last like 40, 50, 60 years. Is, America's reliance on Chinese products means that we have to buy Chinese currency first in order to buy Chinese products. Our dollars are useless domestically over there. So there has to be a currency transaction. So, kind of simplified way to explain this, but we swapped the yuan for US dollars. So now American purchasers are sitting on yuan, and we take those yuan and we buy Chinese products. So China, to maintain a balance of trade and to maintain parity of currency, they're supposed to take their dollars and buy American products. That's ideally what's supposed to happen. Free trade, win-win benefit, parity back and forth between products, production, and also involving foreign currency transactions. Nobody gets screwed. Well, you know what China's been doing the past 40 years at least? They've been taking their US dollars and buying US Treasury notes payable by US tax dollars at interest. And they've also decided to start purchasing US real estate too, and US companies. But, I think some of this happened with Australia as well. So what happens when they buy US Treasuries? Americans are effectively subsidizing the cheap cost of Chinese goods at interest. Future generations of Americans are paying interest on those notes that their parents and grandparents used to buy Chinese products a long time ago. And historically, this kind of maneuver, buying foreign debt with foreign currency instead of foreign products, as China's done, was considered economic warfare. But America tolerated it. So in principle, reciprocal tariffs make sense. Why now, though? Well, better late than never, I suppose, is the thinking behind this. But Americans are asking, why are you doing it like this if now? It does not make sense. Here we are.
Yep. It's insane. Yeah, this sucks. I have a few big orders right now that I need to fulfill. And yesterday, right, it was normal. I was able to, all of a sudden, the prices have times by 3 the products. It's crazy.
Yeah, it'll triple.
Yeah, DJ, see the import. Is it fixed or is it the import?
I keep hearing some muffling. I don't know if it's an echo on my end from latency or somebody else is trying to talk.
Yeah, T was talking.
Oh, can't hear T.
I'm asking, is it me? There's something wrong with my mic.
I'm going to drop and come back.
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
Yeah, I was asking the question. See, the import tax from China when you buy products. Is it a fixed rate or is it vary depending on product and depending on how much you buy?
Oh, this sucks even worse.
Hey, I'm not sure. I've only just discovered it now, right? So I'm gonna check it out. I have to test a few different things, and I'll try to work out what's going on. Yes, sporadic. You can't hear T talking?
I can't. I can hear you fine. I can't hear T.
Oh, let me go out and come back in. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Hello. Testing. Coming in.
I can hear you, but you can't hear T.
I can't hear T.
Oh, what's going on here? I don't know what's going on. I can hear you, Amish. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear him?
Yeah.
I can't hear.
So,
T appears to be muted right now on my end.
Really? What? It's showing that he's actually got a muted microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
Oh,
yeah. Throw him on and unmute him. Say something, T.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Whoa, dude. For some reason, I had you locally muted. I've never muted you before, and I never mute anybody, so I don't know how that happened.
Maybe it's something wrong with Discord. I think sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is.
Okay, I think we're all set now.
Yeah, I was asking the import taxes from China when you buy products. Is it fixed rate or does it vary depending on product, depending on the amount that you buy?
I'll try another product now, right? Like my main supplier, if I select USA, it just says that it doesn't this product it doesn't ship to the USA, right? If I change to USA, this supplier's whole store doesn't show up. It says nothing is available, right? And then I switch it to Australia or UK, and everything's there again like normal. So something's going on, and I don't like it.
Yeah, something's definitely going on.
I heard on the evening of the first round of tariffs that the U.S. levied against China, that Apple stuffed several jumbo jets full of iPhones and flew them over to stock their stores.
Yeah.
It's a rumor. I don't know if it's true, but it sounds like something. So I knew a guy who owned a shoe company. He designed shoes, and he was Italian originally. He was a friend of mine in New York, and he set up a factory in Italy to manufacture shoes. And for a while, he was saying it was cheaper for him to buy a cargo plane and stock it full of shoes and fly to the U.S. and then sell the plane on the other side to recover the costs than it was to deal with like all these other shipping options available to him and problems.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we hear about this kind of thing done with containers, shipping containers, people buying them and then selling them when they get to the other side. That's not unusual. He's like buy whole airplanes.
Wow, that's creative.
Yeah. I mean, if you can lever it up and you're reasonably sure you can get a fair price at the other end, then why not?
Wow.
Yeah. Can you guess what I majored in? Yeah. When I'm not talking about flat Earth, this is kind of my bread and butter.
Hello. Wow. So yeah, I checked another random item, right? So I just checked like a $15 t-shirt, and yeah, it's like $30 tax on top of the $15 t-shirt.
Dude, holy crap.
Wasn't there yesterday. It's there today.
America's going to get its tariffs and get it good and hard.
So why is the USA doing this? What do they want to achieve by doing this?
They want to open up China's market to American exporters. China has effectively blocked it out. In order for Americans to sell anything in China, you have to enter into like a joint venture partnership with the Communist Party, like 50% ownership, and all these other strings attached. And most Americans just don't want to deal with it. It's too expensive and costly. Plus, it leads to a risk of theft of intellectual property. So they say, just fuck it. I'm not doing it. And they're cut out of access to the fastest growing, one of the biggest markets in the world. And Trump is like, nope. We're going to try and level the playing field. We're tired of these economic warfare games that China's doing with American dollars and purchasing treasuries instead of American products. We're tired of all these other games, intellectual property theft and these other monkey business games going on. We're just tired of it. That's what Trump says. So he's like, fuck it, we'll level the playing field and see what China says. And this is his idea of leveling the playing field. And however you feel about that is one thing, but there's still, like I mentioned, there's no reasonable, transparent strategy on how to deal with the consequences of it. Where is all the incentives to revolutionize American industry? It looks like a big bluff. And you know what? I think China called the bluff. I said, okay, we could probably ride this out longer than you. Let's go. And America raised tariff penalties on China like 2 times since the initial one. So it's like on paper or just conceptually, it's not batshit crazy, but the execution of it without a transparent strategy makes it really look batshit crazy, self-destructive, and people are wondering what the hell.
So surely this has just screwed like millions and millions and millions of Americans' businesses up.
Yeah. Yeah. Small businesses on revolving lines of credit with short-term periods are really fucked by this.
Or yeah, just people like that import all their products, from China to resell.
Yep.
Damn, that's crazy. I mean, worldwide, that's screwing up like just countless people's businesses.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. My walk is over. I've got a meeting to take care of later to prep for, and then I'm done for the day. So back to listening mode and tech skanking. So take care,
All right.
guys.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, DJ. Nobody's gonna buy that. For example, what you just said, £15, and then on top of that, £30 import tax in total, £45. Nobody's gonna. That's gonna put off a lot of people from buying stuff from China.
Exactly. No one will buy it, right? I guess that's the idea of it. So I need to go and remove all of my American listings before anyone buys anything, and then I can't fulfill their orders. That's crazy. Wow. I wonder how long this is going to last for. This is going to be screwing up so many businesses.
Yeah, exactly. Small businesses, medium-sized businesses, because a lot of small businesses they buy cheap and they sell high in Europe and America.
Yeah.
So this is going to have a big, massive financial impact on people and businesses. So it's going to put off people starting up like businesses. Like if people do the numbers, it's not going to make no sense, and it's going to be really difficult as well. But I have no idea how it's going to, because sometimes I buy from China, like my phone I bought from China, and I'm not sure if what it looks like. If I'm ever going to buy it again, then I'm going to have to pay a lot of money for the import tax, and that's going to put me off.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
The only reason people buy from China is because it's cheap.
Yeah. And because I use eBay quite often, buying, you get a lot of products from China. They sell it on eBay, so I don't know. The sales is going to go right down.
Oh yeah,
There's probably going to be a lot of protesting or something. I don't have no idea.
Welcome. Hello?
Welcome.
Hello?
How's it going?
Good. This is the Denying Reality fan club?
Denying reality. Okay. Is the horizon horizontal?
Sorry?
The horizon, is it horizontal?
Bro, you're so brain dead, bro.
Denying reality?
Yeah. Do you deny reality?
You can keep denying reality all you want to, but the horizon remains horizontal.
And scientists remain to have more credibility
And
and
you are you basically have a religious belief in the Globus Cruciger, little popey ball given to the kings.
Sure.
You
Sure
have
I
a
do.
religious belief.
Are you religious?
No, I'm a non-believer.
Okay, I am too.
That's funny. Funny thing
So
for somebody
who
to
do you think
say.
I'm worshiping?
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Who am I worshiping?
Worship is the worthiness of something. It's not what you think it is. Worship has to do with the value that you give to something, the worthy
What
ship.
value do I think I give to the Earth being round? 'Cause I don't
The
really
Big
give that
Bang
much
was
value.
invented by a
The
Belgian Catholic priest.
You realize I don't believe in the Big Bang either, right? I don't have
Doesn't
the
matter.
Earth being
Your entire your globe lore relies on that. It requires it.
First of all, no, it doesn't. Well,
Yes,
you
it
don't know
does.
my theory on the world. No, it doesn't, and I
Doesn't
don't believe
matter.
in the Big. Then how do I not believe in
Okay,
the Big
then it's
Bang?
bring your own globe day today, I guess. So do tell me, what's your model? What does your Earth measure to be?
I don't think the Earth was created. I think the Earth has always been.
Cool story, bro.
What?
I said, cool story, bro.
It's not a cool story. That's literally what scientists say. They don't have a proper explanation. There's no actual good explanation. There's only hypothesis. That's the best explanation that people can have, is that humans can't comprehend life without creation or anything without creation, because that's all we know. But things could be here without having to have been created. So the fact of the shape is just some kind of semantical argument that is a distraction from just realizing
Do
that
you actually think flat's a shape? Man, you don't know the difference between an adjective and a noun.
people don't
That's
people don't
weird.
get anything from denying the shape of the world. There's nothing
Yeah,
that you get
it's
from
not
it.
this is not a shape conversation. The horizon's flat. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. Doesn't matter what you think, and no matter how high you go, it remains that way.
You realize that the Earth is large enough so that
You realize that Earth's so big, but boats still disappear bottom
Why
up
do you
over the
think you
curve.
have-
Do you know
why
what
do you think-
Rayleigh's criterion is?
What think you have more credibility than a scientist who actually knows what they're talking about?
Because I don't have confirmation bias, and I'm not a bigot.
But you realize they're trained on confirmation bias in college, and you have nothing.
Do you know that they're indoctrinated?
All right. Well, you
In
realize
fact,
that
the
nobody.
entire concept of a doctor comes from the doctors of the church.
When you deny commonly accepted beliefs and facts throughout the world that are internationally
I
accepted,
don't give a fuck about beliefs. Beliefs are for fucking retards.
Exactly. So that means that nobody can have a genuine conversation with you because you can't agree on basic facts that everybody can agree on.
But facts aren't beliefs, fool.
Facts are factual. They're beliefs.
Facts can be proven, but they are not beliefs.
Yeah, and the Earth has been proven to be round. There's mathematics to back it up. Yes,
At no point has it ever been proven to be round. The horizon remains horizontal no matter how high you go.
All right, I can't have this.
Yeah, math isn't a force.
Idiot.
Math's not a force, dude. You can do all the math in the world, but it's not going to hold you stuck to the ground. And your reference frame, your frame of reference, that's not a force either. So, there goes gravity.
No one's talking about gravity. I didn't reference gravity.
You don't realize that you were. That's how ignorant you are of this conversation. You're not even qualified
you think
to have it.
mathematics only refers to gravity?
Do you think that mathematics is a force?
No, I didn't say mathematics was a force. I didn't say anything about forces, actually. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, my point is your big ball religion is absolute nonsense based off of a bunch of baseless assertions and the indoctrination of humanity.
So dumb.
I know you're dumb. And welcome, Flat Lloyd and Lats. How's it going, y'all?
I was just listening to that guy Spiral.
Yeah. He didn't have anything but
There's so many science about shapes, guys.
Yep, all that science, man. Honestly,
Really? Do tell me. How did you science that shape?
exactly, dude. He doesn't know the difference between an adjective and a noun. He's not qualified to have this conversation. I might have been a little bit angrier than normal, but I happen to be at the hospital right now, so I'm kind of grumpy. So when I heard some stupid shit, you know, it do what it do.
You're doing what, man? Yeah, I mean, he came in. What did he say? You guys still denying reality? Strange projection there you got, bud.
Look at the horizon and deadpan try to tell you that that's not horizontal. I think they're afraid.
That one stops them in their tracks. Yeah, they are.
Because in person, I have awesome conversations about flat Earth with people all the time, and nobody spirals like that. None of them.
Exactly. I mean, they run away sometimes, like, oh, well, I gotta go. But other than that, it's like, you know, they don't have a full meltdown.
Yeah. I think it has something to do with Discord being what it is.
I think it's just, you know, the internet, you know. I can be whoever I want today.
Keyboard warriors will build a persona and hide behind that mask, and yeah. Yeah. My wife just said they'll argue with you over a computer, but in real life, they'd be like, oh, hell no. Run away.
Little cowards. Which is why they say the dumb crap that they come in, like, oh, you guys still denying reality? Because that was literally on his head about what he's doing with the globe. Like, you wouldn't even say that part out loud if you were having a conversation with somebody. You wouldn't dare ask someone, go up to them and be like, yeah, you still denying reality? Dude, you're going to get socked in the face. Like,
Yeah, they got guts when they're hiding behind a screen.
oh, yeah.
I reckon it's a slow day today because it's a Monday.
The weekend was actually pretty poppin'. I was listening on YouTube, just in the background, and because, you know, sometimes Saturday is kind of dull, and even sometimes Sunday, you know, people are just busy. I mean, like last Sunday, especially during the day with Easter, it was kind of a ghost town, but rightfully so. Yeah, I know finals is coming up soon. That's what's been taking my time up lately. The next 2 weeks are going to be pretty crazy for, I guess, students all across the earth.
Yeah. That means they're going to keep you busy for a little while.
But then they have a break and they'll be on Discord.
Yeah. I think it's hilarious when people try and claim there is not a shred of evidence that the Earth is flat. And you can just go, look at the fucking horizon, man.
Oh, really?
Less than 15% of the surface of the Earth is not flat. The rest of it's all plateaus and plains and salt flats and water, sea level. Where's that curve?
Yeah. Fortunately, in a majority of them, they think flat Earth. All they saw was the headline that said flat earthers were dumb, quote unquote. And here's a picture of what they think, and it's a disk in space. And that's all they read. That's literally all they know about, quote unquote, flat Earth.
And they trust
that's the level.
They trust these people. Like, they actually think they're telling this is what flat earthers think. They think that they're telling the truth about that as they strawman us.
Oh, yeah. when it's just insecurity and fear as to why anybody would even question their worldview. I mean, gee gosh. I don't have a religion. I'll just get upset if you question it. Oh wait, maybe I do.
Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to post the Globus Cruciger meme. It shows the crown and the golden Popey ball. They don't realize that it's an idol. They worship an idol whether they know it or not.
But yeah, absolute fear, man. That's why they come in so hot and heavy. They're like, I'm scared.
I think another
Let me
thing
lash.
certain people will make the assumption that flat earthers must be dumb or retarded. So they come in here to abuse people that they perceive to be dumb and retarded. And that speaks volumes about their character.
Well, it's the insecurity of them being dumb and retarded.
Their only option is to come in here and project. Man, it is loud in here. I'm at a hospital and there's somebody playing music and singing really loud, and I can hear them all the way through down the hall.
Yeah, it's only barely coming through.
I think there's a child there though, and they're trying to keep the kid from being bored and sad in a hospital environment.
True.
But I'm not in a children's ward, so I'm assuming that it's somebody's child who is here.
True. Yeah, I've never understood that. Even architecturally, why do we have the same place for bringing people into life as the same place of where they'll pass? You know what I mean? Like,
that is kind of weird.
It is kind of weird. Like,
it gets weirder when you look at all the terminology that they use and how it's related to Mariner's Law. That gets really bizarre.
Like wards? Why the hell you gotta call it a ward? Or a doctor?
What's funny is if you doctor something, that means that you faked it.
Exactly. Or a delivery room? What's being delivered? Why even call it a delivery? When it's like a life.
The stork is going to bring the baby. Drop it off.
The stork, the stock.
Oh. Yep, free-range slavery. They turned every country into its own little plantation, and they tax farmed the piss out of everyone. The funny thing is taxes are never for funding the government for anything. The taxes are just to keep this population in check.
Exactly, because if you print money, do you really need taxes? Like,
yeah.
And then they give you a fake little story about you exploded out of nothing, and don't worry, you're basically sand mites. You're made out of sand, and do whatever, consume, and kill each other, because, well, nothing in this life is going to matter on this globe that you think you live on. So, yeah, you're going to make some decisions based on that worldview, and good luck.
The Big Bang ape-man monkey ball religion. It's also interesting to note the sheer amount of racists who were involved in developing that theory. Or the quote, theory of evolution, anyway. Whole lot of them. Darwin was one.
I wonder what came first, dinosaurs or Darwinism?
It could have been Darwinism because before that, a lot of folks called them dragons. I would say that dinosaurs would come after to reappropriate the fossils they found, the bone-shaped rocks. I saw some pretty weird videos recently about rapid fossilization. That can happen way quicker than people think.
Yeah, I hear the same thing. Like, you can actually have a really fast petrified wood as well.
There's even petrified, it's a cowboy boot with a foot in it. There's a petrified, I guess a cowboy's foot from back in the, there's a snake in my boot. But they found that, and there was also the one where they found the fossilized sneakers. I don't know if they were Reebok or Nike, but they found sneakers that were fossilized too. Started developing stone. Pretty funny. Yo, welcome, Sporadic. How's it going, bro?
Pretty good. Can't really chat, but just checking in.
Yeah, man. You missed it wasn't that good of a spiral. Dude spurred out and then dipped out because all flat earthers wrong.
He wanted to tell us about science of shapes.
Oh, yeah, the science of shapes. Boy. Yeah, that's a tough one to crack, isn't it? How the hell do you science a shape? They've been trying to figure that out since the beginning of time.
But he didn't know the difference.
I tested all these circles.
Have you figured out the ultimate root cause of a circle? Is it the radius or is it the arc?
Turns out it's a square.
Whoa, man. Okay, that's bringing it back to Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Plot twist.
So you can make 4 tangents to a circle to square it.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello? Damn, you good, bro? You just come in here to cough into the mic?
Hello?
Hello? You good?
Yeah. Yeah. Whew. I just went upstairs. So Frank was talking about the road work that he had ahead. So I just wanted to bookmark the resolution. That way we can come to an agreement on how we can move forward with certified destruction. So I think when we were talking about, you said Latch, you were going to be one of the Vestas.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
The bookmark.
Bookmark about what?
The commercial parking.
Do you want to talk about the actual topic of the room?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Wait, you know who Frank is, right? This is the Flat Earth Discord.
Yes. Why are you talking about parking?
Well, he was setting up for a convention date where we were going to go out and spread information about the Flat Earth.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, because they had a problem with the Loves. They didn't want us to park where the 18-wheelers were going to be. So he asked me to tell you to like figure that part out.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
How do you know that the earth is flat?
And Antarctica.
You know the earth is flat because Antarctica.
Yes.
How?
So
what about Antarctica?
Antarctica is basically like a wall, right?
Antarctica is described as a continent. Why would it be a wall?
But it's not a continent. It's a wall that separates us.
Separates
like
us from
it's the division.
Division of what? Division needs two different things for there to be a division of something.
You know what PEMDAS is, right? PEMDAS.
Sure.
You do?
Sure, go ahead. Go on.
Hold on, I gotta get some air in this tire. Hold on. How can I turn on my camera?
Mic check.
Sound good, brother?
Word. Lats, aren't you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember you.
Yeah, I was waiting for this guy to get back. He was trying to say he was a flat earther because of Antarctica.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting for his Antarctica proof whenever he decides to get back from filling his tire.
Dude, the worst fake flat earther answer is, "Oh, why are you a flat earther?" "Oh, well, because the moon landing's fake." What? Like, dude, are you out of your like?
No, I
That
told
makes
him
sense.
we couldn't park there, but he said he didn't know.
Couldn't park where? Oh,
Lats was supposed to be in charge of parking.
Bro, I still don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no free parking on the Monopoly board, buddy.
Are you gonna be at the Loves?
Bro, are you gonna tell us how Antarctica makes the Earth flat? Still waiting for your answer.
Oh, hold on. Let me put air in my tire real quick.
Okay, yeah.
Put it up to your ear, pull the thing, dude. Fill your brain back up.
Hey, ChatGPT, why is Antarctica flat Earth?
ChatGPT ain't gonna give you any freaking answer. No matter what you ask ChatGPT, no matter how you try to box it in, it gives you like a standard cookie cutter answer to everything.
Well, it says under Biden's administration, the Earth has been condoled as a flat Earth.
Yeah, okay.
With the help of Elon, they have now launched new testimony about the shape of Earth. Yeah. Yeah.
Earth is definitely Earth shaped. And flat's not a shape.
Are you gonna get us that Antarctica flat proof, or are you gonna go and start filling up your tire again?
I just told you. Biden said it was flat.
Yeah, but how? We're looking for the how.
With the help of Elon.
Yeah, but how is Elon using Antarctica to prove the Earth flat?
Because it's like a wall.
Oh, jeez.
You get what I'm saying? Like Antarctica.
But the ice wall is a globe Earth idea. It's not a flat Earth idea.
It's a cobra? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
A globe Earth idea. So on old maps, like the maps in the 1800s, right?
But you're talking about Pangea.
No, I'm talking about the old maps before they like went to Antarctica. It said Great Ice Barrier.
Do you believe in the equator?
No, there's no such thing as an equator.
Okay, exactly. So that would indicate that like for instance, like you have pine cones on the pine tree. As it falls down, the gravitational pull head towards Antarctica, and because there's a
how
wall.
high are you right now?
Huh?
How high are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
We're on a 3 or 4.
Dude, you doing like big bong rips right now?
No, I got diamonds. Nothing beats them diamonds.
That shit wasn't even invented. Like when I would fucking smoke this shit. Didn't
You know
even
what I'm talking
exist. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've never messed with that.
It's not good for your lungs. Nothing's just good. Some raw vapor or straight glass.
Anyway, what I was saying is, if you look on old maps, they used to say Great Ice Barrier.
Oh, you're talking about the
maps from the 1800s and earlier.
So, like on the map, like the day after tomorrow.
No, on a map like the Mercator map.
Mercator, I don't know that one.
So when you stared at it in school, your entire career in school. If you would have looked at a Mercator map prior to 1900, like 19, probably 10, they would say Great Ice Barrier where Antarctica was.
Oh.
Or the Great Ice Shelf or something like that, right?
So you're saying Antarctica is like the equator?
The equator don't exist. The equator can't exist. Okay, so the equator should be the place where if you go there on the equinox, right, it should be the shortest day of the year at the equator. Yeah, but that's not the case. Where they say the equator is now, like Quito, Ecuador, or Nairobi, Kenya, if you go there, that's not the shortest day of the year on the equinox. It's actually a month after the equinox and a month before the next equinox. So there's no place that matches what the goal prediction of where the equator would be. There's no place that actually matches that on Earth.
Yeah, but they discontinued that, the equinox.
How could they discontinue the equinox?
it wasn't selling well, and it was pretty bad actually. And now Nissan's having
Equinox is right. The first day of spring, first day of fall.
No, what?
The equinox is the first day of spring and the first day of fall.
They discontinued it. They're not selling it anymore.
You're on drugs or something.
What do you mean? I'm looking it up. I think the last year for Equinox was like a 2017.
Equinox is an astronomical event, dude. Can't cancel it.
What? It was not that good of a car. Maybe an astronaut. Maybe like the Land Cruiser was an astronomical.
I think this is like a. I think it's like a Rich Evans like alt account or something.
This is like about 1 million.
This guy's not even qualified to have this conversation.
Rich
Evans. He's not even trying to.
Yeah.
Can we tell us how you know the Earth is a globe?
You talking to me?
Yeah. How do you know the Earth's a globe? You're obviously not a flat earther, dude, because you're retarded.
I just listen. It's flat. It's as flat as a CC.
See, the funny thing is, you guys have this bias, this idea, because of kindergarten, they said, well, the people in the past, they thought the Earth was flat and they were stupid. So you have this bias where you think flat earthers are stupid. Actually, we know the globe model better than globe earthers. That's why we don't believe it. We don't not believe it because we don't know it. We don't believe it because we do know it.
But where did the conversation come up with the equinox?
It's when the sun is in the sky at a place called the first point of Aries. It's an astronomical event.
So why would they discontinue?
No, not the car, dude. You're doing a word context fallacy. We're not talking about automobiles.
Oh, okay.
No, I know things are complicated.
Okay, so your definition of...
Not my definition. I don't make up my own definitions. I'm not a liberal.
I mean, I know the equinox is a car, but now you're saying it's an astronomical event.
Yes. You do know words mean different things in different contexts, right? You are aware of that.
Yeah, but I go by the Merriam-Webster definition. And the equinox,
yeah, and I guarantee, if you look in the Merriam-Webster, it doesn't say car.
Okay, well, but see, the Merriam-Webster is biased.
You're the one who just cited it, so you're citing biased shit.
I didn't cite Merriam-Webster. I said Oxford.
Dude, don't even try to gaslight me, dude. This shit ain't never gonna work.
I don't like gas. Dude, that shit would catch on fire, bro.
This is the lamest troll. You're low effort, man. And you're not funny.
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah,
try harder.
Mr. Grass had it right. You're not qualified, dude. If you had 2 brain cells in your head, one would die of loneliness.
Have any of you guys flown planes?
Yes, have you?
No, I haven't. I flew in a plane.
Well, then there's no
Did you
need
see
to
the
have a
curve from the
pissing
plane?
contest. Sorry,
Did you see a ball from a plane?
Did I what?
Did you see the Earth as a ball from a plane?
No, it was all straight.
Yeah. Okay. At least you're not a total liar.
Visually, no. You can never see the edge or this, I guess, the sphere type from the plane. But do you believe that we have like?
You'd be very shocked how many people lie about that.
But I have a legit question though. So like, you believe in satellites?
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? So a lot of people go, Well, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Do you know how many people have told me they've seen curvature from an airplane?
You're a flat lie.
Thousands of people have lied to me and said they saw a curve from a plane. These are just run-of-the-mill people, just normies. Just think, I say, okay, where do you experience to go up? Oh, haven't you ever been in an airplane? Which is an abject lie that you can see curve from a plane. Now, why would just normal? Hold on, dude. Listen, why would just normal, regular people try and lie to say the Earth is a globe, saying they saw a curve from a plane? Just normal people. I'm not talking about like government officials or the military, just normal people that come in and talk to us about this topic and they say, I saw a curve from a plane, which is an absolute lie. If you had a ball, okay, this is how big of a lie it is. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? A plane would be 1/100th of an inch off the surface of that ball. There's no way you could ever see curve from a plane even a little bit. But thousands of people have lied to me about it. And I'm not exaggerating when I say thousands. Okay, I've been in this topic for 8 years. There's literally our regular Discord has 20-something thousand people. Our previous one had 32,000 people. I've talked to thousands of people, and I've had thousands of people lie to me saying they saw a curve from a plane. Why would they do that? Why would they lie?
Horizons. I don't like that you said my trolling is not up to par.
Yeah, I know you don't want to deal with that question. Because why would they lie question? That we just have run-of-the-mill people fucking lying to us all the time. They don't know why they're lying.
I know why.
It's very strange, dude. It's very strange, and I know why. Because the globe is a cult.
I know why.
The Earth idea is a cult.
They're mistaking.
And you're in it, and you don't even know it.
Listen. They're mistaking their view for views from like what are they called, satellites. So you do you believe in satellites? If you have a phone, you believe in satellites, right?
Why would? So do you think my phone works by satellite?
No, I'm saying, have you ever seen a satellite view of the Earth, or is that like all fake?
Well, I don't. Look, I've seen the claim that this is a satellite view of the Earth, but I have no way of verifying that because I have no reference to know if that's true.
What is the benefit of hiding that Earth is flat?
They're not hiding the Earth is flat, dude. How would they hide that?
Exactly. If the Earth is flat, why don't they just tell us?
They can't hide it. You can just go outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you hide the outdoors?
Well, you hide it when you're taught that the Earth is spherical, right?
No, they're just telling you a different story, right? They're not hiding anything. Your teacher say, "Hey, Earth's a ball," and you're like, "Okay, I believe you." They're not hiding anything. You chose to go, "Hey, what I experienced, that's an illusion." My teacher, even though I can't see the ball, I just trust them. It's a ball.
Right. So NASA is not hiding anything. They're just misinformed.
Well, I mean, that's too general, right? So NASA is an organization, and there's people that work within it. Some of them are definitely lying, like the people that claim they went to the moon, probably certain other individuals. But like the normal run-of-the-mill NASA workers don't know anything. They're just believers too. They don't have any like primary knowledge. The thing is, who knows? Who would know 100% one way or another? That group of people is very small.
Hold on. Is Horizon, you're going to explain?
Work in NASA, that includes all different sorts of people, right? Janitors, cleaners, people working on some freaking widget. animation artists, people that fucking make periodicals that go to schools. So, like, NASA employs lots of people doing a lot of different things. The only people that would know something are the people that claim they went to space. Only 600 people even claim they went to space over a period of 80 years. So it's a very small group of people that would have any knowledge of anything.
All right. Has any of them came out and said that Earth is flat?
Actually, two. Yeah. A Polish astronaut and a, what's the nationality of the other one?
They would be the biggest troll.
I don't know if they were Russian or Czechoslovakian or something.
See, the thing is if one person says it and another says that it's not, so one person is lying, right? So at this point, we can't always say that, oh, just because you've been to space, you're correct, right? So one person's lying, one person is telling the truth. One person is trolling, and one person is hiding hiding something. So that's what I'm saying. What is the benefit of hiding that Earth is flat?
If I knew that, I'd be them. I'd be in on it, right? And even the people, even the astronauts that said, yeah, the Earth is flat, they don't know. Because you have to go like more than 4,000, was something like 8,000 miles above the surface of the Earth to see it as a ball. And only 27 people have claimed to have done that. People in the ISS, I hate to bring it to you despite the imagery, if you do the math, that's not high enough to see the Earth as a ball. It's only 250 miles. And the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter, right? So they're nowhere near high enough. And astronauts have been interviewed and said, yeah, the Earth looks flat from up there. But that's not what they show in their video, right? What they show in their video is not what they see with their eyeballs, according to them.
Are you 100% sure or 99% sure?
Of what?
The flat Earth.
100.
100.
I feel like if you can claim you're 100 or more than 100, you should be able to answer the question of why they would hide something like that.
That's a different question. One, you're asking me about what's the nature of the Earth. The other one is like, what's in the minds of these men? How would I know what is in their mind? And even if I did, right? Even if like all these people that you think need to be lying, right? Let's say they all went down to the notary public and they signed confessions under the penalty of the perjury. Oh, we admit the Earth is flat and we've been lying the whole time. That wouldn't prove the Earth is flat. Because it's just people saying things. Talk is cheap, as they say.
Check the side chat real quick, Mind of Violence.
Side chat.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
It looks like a globe.
That's the Globus Cruciger.
And that's portraying that the world is flat.
It's an idol.
Okay.
It's an idol that many people worship.
What's the point?
That it's a religious claim. The globe claim is a religious one.
I don't even know if you can tie flat Earth to religion.
Oh, flat Earth has nothing to do with religion, but the globe does. The horizon remains objectively, observably horizontal. That has nothing to do with religion. Meanwhile, the globe comes from the cult of Pythagoras, and every king worth his salt has one of those globus crucigers. Very trendy.
So, I mean,
Robot in there, man. You should look into the cult of Pythagoras. That's been around for a very long time.
Look, I'm looking at something that you're showing me right now. It looks like a globe and it looks like it's spherical. I'm having a hard time understanding your point.
This is an idol of worship.
It's I know, but we're talking about a bird that's flat.
Yeah, and you need to understand that the globe is the claim. The horizontal horizon is the observation, and the globe is the claim.
Look, let me ask you this, because this often illustrates it, okay? Let's imagine nobody ever told you the Earth was a globe, ever. You didn't learn it in school, nothing. No one ever told it. Would you have come up with the idea yourself?
No.
Would you have discovered it on your own?
No.
Okay, and what? And there's a reason for that. That reason is the Earth presents itself as flat and motionless. People only think that it's a globe because they're told that.
That's why I keep circling around. That's why I keep circling back to the point, bro. Is okay. Obviously, I know I can't prove it, but I'm going off of everything that I've been shown and told. But if
we understand. We were told. We learned the same thing in school, dude.
Yeah. So what's the point of them hiding it?
That's like
all we can do is speculate because we aren't them. You understand that? How would we know?
And you can't formulate an opinion.
Yeah, I can listen. I can come up with lots of speculations. Here's one, okay? Because the Earth is a globe, right? It's finite. You're always going to come back to where you started, right? If you go on a straight line, you just come back to where you started, right? So you're bounded. You're like in a little prison planet. Okay, that's one thing. Another one would be hiding resources. If you have an informational advantage of what the Earth really is versus what other people think it is, like they believe a false idea of the Earth, but you actually know the true properties of the Earth, you have an informational advantage that you can, in a competitive way, disadvantage the other parties. Right, and then there's other things if you want to get in the metaphysical. There's Globe Earth goes with the idea of Big Bang, evolution, your infinite speck in an uncaring universe, and nothing fucking matters, right? Because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 million years anyway. So just run around, be a fucking degenerate, and the highest moral authority is the state, right? So we can come up with lots of speculations, but we can't actually know. And most people, it's not being hidden, okay? That is a misnomer. You've been told the story and chose to believe it. It's just like this. Like, let's say you started going to school and they decided they were going to teach you Buddhism is the one true religion. And everybody thinks that. And they just keep teaching this to you. Nobody is lying to you. They all believe it, right? Your teachers believe it. Where they learned it, the people they learned it from believe it. But none of them actually know anything because they came to the idea the same way you did. Someone told them and they chose to believe the person that told them. No evidence to support it, right?
There's a few things.
You already admitted that you don't have the evidence. That you don't. You already admitted that. If nobody told you, you would never come to the conclusion yourself. That means you don't have evidence for it, right?
For instance, if I look at something else, I don't need a telescope, but if I need to look at something for reference, then yeah, maybe I look at the moon, maybe I look at the sun, maybe I look at Venus or whatever at night when it's dark. Everything circle, I would probably come to the assumption, even if anyone told me that, okay, we're at least some kind of round shape. So if looking at that, we can visually see that. Okay.
So why would you think the Earth is like those things? I
don't see anything that's
why would you
like a fucking
no? Why would you think that the sun, moon, stars, and where you live is the same thing?
I don't see anything that looks different.
You don't see it. What are you talking about? Everything in the sky looks different than the Earth. There's not a single fucking thing you can look at.
We're talking about
hold on, dude. Hold on. Why are you interrupting? Listen, there's not a single thing you can look at on Earth and look into a telescope and shit in the sky and go, that looks just like fucking Earth. Not a single thing.
We're talking about shapes.
You broke up a little bit.
They're all circles. They're all.
Yeah, but you don't see Earth. But you don't see Earth as a circle. So no, that don't work.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But if I saw something else like different shapes, we're talking about in a world that nobody told me anything about the circle or the shape of Earth. If I was to look without any telescopes and look at everything in the sky, it is all spherical. I wouldn't say, oh, we definitely are the sun, but we're probably the same shape. Now, if I started to see other shapes like rectangles and whatnot, then okay, maybe we're something else. But to me,
okay. So you've adopted a presupposition, a worldview that you don't even realize you have it. It's called the Copernican principle, and that principle states that Earth is not unique. It's just like everything else. But what is the basis for that? Why would you think Earth is not unique when you look at Earth and you compare it to anything else you see, it's completely different? See, if you go, hey, dude, like the Earth is different than anything else. When I look up in the sky, stars, moons, suns, planets, I'd have to think there's land in the sky. You think there's land in the sky that you can go to and walk on?
Okay, so let's say I believe.
Isn't that a little absurd?
Is the
But don't you think it's a little absurd to think there's land in the sky, bro?
Do flat earthers believe that Earth is a circle that's flat, or just like a Nickelodeon logo washed down into a flat?
It's not a shape, dude. It's not a shape.
So it's a Nickelodeon logo, just flat.
No, listen. If I ask you what's the shape of a rock, what are you going to tell me?
It's circular.
Not all rocks are circular, dude.
Right. You're right, but I'm trying to come or know where you're at, you know. So so Earth is not a perfectly circular flat plane. I got it. Okay.
No, it's a topographically flat plane, right? So we have mountains, hills, valleys, and we have the ocean. Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in ocean, and water lies flat and level, right? You have to believe that at some point. You have to believe at some point that you can't perceive the water starts curving.
Hey guys, gang, if I'm really bad at arguing, you should come up here and argue with me.
No, this isn't like we're having a discussion. This isn't an argument, dude. Okay, right? This is just a discussion. You don't know anything to even debate this topic. I'm just giving you our point of view, right? If you actually, if you restart from first principles, like, hey, dude, I'm gonna start from first principles and rebuild this globe idea. Okay, so where do we start? We start with, okay, what do I observe the Earth to be? I observe it to be a topographical plane. It doesn't feel like it's moving. Now, how do I construct a globe from that? I can't perceive the thing that I think that I'm trying to prove, right? I can't perceive it at all. I have to construct a mental model in my head that somehow, in my imagination, where I constructed a globe, that's how the Earth really is. That's why HLS was telling you. It's a religion. There's no quality to it, dude. There's no qualities out there in the world that you can go find right now and go, okay, this is where the globe is. You can climb Everest, fly in an airplane, fucking go up in a hot air fucking balloon. You can go anywhere you want, and there's nowhere on Earth that indicates the Earth is a ball. The only place you can go that indicates Earth is a ball is you go look at a screen somewhere, right? You look at a screen, look at a book, right? The Earth's a globe in those places. It's on screens, it's a globe. And in a book, it's a globe. But out there in nature, it's not. I know I'm dumping a whole lot of shit. It's hard to people don't have never looked at, typically have never really said, hey, let's rebuild from first principles and use the critical thinking on what do I know, what do I perceive, what's the evidence. They've never thought about it that way. They've just accepted the narrative that they were told. Kindergarten, you go into school, and they go, hey, what's that in the corner of the classroom? You live on a fucking ball. And everybody's like, okay, teacher, whatever you say.
Okay. Do you mind giving me some supporting? Do you mind if you can give me some supporting evidence? Like, okay, these are some of the reasons why.
I already did.
What's this?
Well, I already did, dude. That the most of the surface of the Earth is ocean and water lies flat. You know this from experience, right?
Wait, you're telling me water?
Yeah, water. Water lies flat. Yeah, water in the ocean. Oceans of the Earth, the lakes of the Earth.
It would fall off if it wasn't for it being flat.
Where? Fall to where?
I'm trying to understand where water and flat Earth.
Because is the surface of water flat? Surface of large bodies of still water, are they flat? Or are they curved?
It's flat.
Yeah, it's flat. Okay. So if the surface of the Earth is more than 50% water, then it cannot be a ball. Because you can't have a 50%, more than 50% flat ball, right? Can't have a flat ball, dude. It's very simple logic to it. It's really simple. It's irrefutable, actually. And the thing is, it's so simple, but you're taught in school, well, this globe idea, this is complicated. Dude, you need to be a fucking super smart scientist to figure this out. Right? You don't even
know what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying that's how they sell it to you. That scientists have figured out the Earth is a ball, right? Have they told you, you know that, right? That's how they've told you that in school. Scientists figured out the Earth is a ball. And that you, as a layman, can't figure it out. But you can figure it out, dude. You can just go out and do your own test. The globe makes very quantifiable predictions that you can test to see if those predictions exist in fucking nature, and they don't. I'll give you an example. If you're standing at the beach, right, how far do you think the horizon is supposed to be away from you? Because the horizon is supposed to be the edge of this alleged ball, right? How far do you think it should be away at the beach, where the Earth starts curving, the water starts curving? Just give me a guess. Just based on your experience of you going to the ocean or a lake.
Hey, thanks for calling. You can talk. Just say your name and what you're calling about.
Just do it abort.
He's calling the global hotline.
Yeah,
I
Oh, okay. So, well, I'll tell you, since you don't know, it's 3 miles. The curb is supposed to start in 3 miles from you at the beach, and in 10 miles, the drop from the curb should be 66 feet, which is a 6-story building. In 30 miles, it's supposed to be 420
Charlie,
feet.
I
Could be a
am
40.
7.
Yeah, which would be a 42-story building. So this is not
You can give me an OP. 10-4.
You still paying attention, buddy, dude? Or are you spiraling into cognitive dissonance? I'll take number 2.
But isn't it easier just to believe what you see on TV?
Sure is, man. My government loves me. I believe what I see on TV. My government loves me, and they only do things which are in the best interest of me and everyone else.
Exactly. And they're completely transparent.
Completely. They always do their duty. They never lie. I can trust them completely. So you still having a mental breakdown, dude? I don't know what's worse. Like people that like spiral on arrival and go mental, or these dudes that like they're reasonable at first and then they just get like a brain cramp, dude, and it just they can't think anymore because it's too much for them.
Yeah, I think when he admitted that the water's flat, that's when it started.
Yeah, I think so too. Decap, you ever find Kurt, dude? Did you find your arch nemesis?
How are you doing this fine morning, my fellow globetards?
Yeah, did you find your arch nemesis?
I did not, but I have someone else here who has some questions. Can he ask you some questions?
We're here for.
All right, there we go. So yeah, you have any questions? There's an army of them in here.
No, this ain't nothing. This is a little group.
Well, maybe I'll unmute when I have more questions.
Cool. I'm multitasking, so whenever you're ready.
I love that Globetard has penetrated the zeitgeist. Now they call themselves the Globetards.
That's hilarious, right? You know, I
Yeah,
feel like this topic is right. Is it to me? It's like peeling paint, right? Like they painted something, and the globe has been this layer of paint, this veneer over reality, and the paint is slowly chipping off, and people are starting to see behind it.
And the mockery is like the start of every good revolution. Right? They'll make fun of the idea. I mean, they don't even recognize it, but just hearing that globe heads are called globe heads.
Wait, why was that text suppressed?
Is shaking their paradigm. Because they don't realize that their belief is something to be made fun of. And when they do realize that, it's like the biggest shake to their confidence, because their whole thing is like making fun of ideas that they think are wrong. But now their idea is the one being made fun of, and they're like, shit, am I being a dickhead with this globe idea? Yes, you are. And I'm glad yous are realizing it. Very funny. Like they come in, oh, hey guys, I guess you could say I'm a globetard. Yeah, we could, globetard.
Well, I mean, how many people now have said, "Yeah, I know it's just a belief," and then argue it, and yell at us, right, for not believing what they believe? Oh my God, you don't believe what I believe? That's dangerous.
Do you guys just want to like circle jerk or like what's going on?
Well, we're waiting for one of you guys to ask a salient question or present some
I asked why I
evidence.
was
If you're not
text
gonna do that-
suppressed.
I text
You're not
suppressed
gonna
you
do
because
that.
you were chat skanking. You keep on insisting that boats disappear over curvature, but you don't even know what the Rayleigh criterion is. You're not even qualified to have this conversation, TY.
Yeah, and we're not interested in you coming out asking, oh, I asked if I was text suppressed. No one fucking cares about you asking a question about you being text suppressed. You got something to contribute to the actual topic of discussion?
Yeah, why are you saying ships go over the horizon? Have you ever seen that? I've never seen that.
You've never seen that?
Yeah.
Do you mean they sink
No, I've
into
never
the
seen that,
horizon?
and I'm by the ocean, dude. Like, for real. I've never seen it.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. I got photographs of a ship 30 miles away from me. And the horizon's supposed to start at 6 miles, so, like, how'd that work?
Light refraction.
Oh. So it's almost like the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball that ships can go behind.
You're talking about sinking refraction, where objects can appear to sink into an optical phenomena we call the horizon.
The horizon can't be simultaneously physical geometric edge of a ball and an apparent fucking position at the same time. It's either there or it's an optical illusion.
Come on, bro, be real with us. Did you really think
Wait, what's
large
the
bodies of
contradiction in
water
that?
were curving around a ball?
You don't know the difference between apparent and actual?
No, there is a physical horizon, but there's also light refraction as well. Like it's.
How would you know the difference between a physical horizon and an apparent one? What would tell you the difference?
Well, there's two facets of the same, like they're two characteristics of the same phenomenon.
Yeah, so I asked you, I saw a boat 30 miles away, and you were like, well, that's refraction. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that the physical horizon isn't 30 miles away?
Yeah, I don't know if refraction makes things sink, but
Well, it's called sinking refraction.
No one brought up refraction, okay? The claim is,
well, I
ships
did.
over the horizon, that's the physical edge of a ball. How do you know that? How do you know that that isn't caused by refraction? And then when I see the horizon 30 miles away, that's the actual geometric horizon. And that the closer horizon's refracted and the further horizon's the actual fucking horizon, the actual edge. How do you know? Can you tell from looking? No, you can't.
The answer is it has to be, right? The answer is it has to be.
Yeah, necessity proves it.
Well, if you think you live on a ball with those claimed dimensions, radius 3959.
So, TM, do you know we have small scale experiments on known flat surfaces that show things appearing to disappear bottom up behind the horizon, right? Where there should be no horizon at all.
Yeah, I was watching that video when you guys text suppressed me.
Which one was
so
it?
oppressed, bro. You're an oppressed minority.
That's press.
You should write your
I'm a oppressed majority since most people
Not
know the
that
earth is
isn't the one
round.
I'm talking about. That isn't the one I'm referring to. I'm referring to ones that were done on a lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? So the globe model, like so from a 2-inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So on a lake that's 1,000 feet long, there should be no horizon whatsoever. You should be able to see, according to the globe, all the way to the other side, the shoreline. But there's multiple experiments that show little RC boats disappearing bottom up, cut off by a horizon that shouldn't even exist. So now the horizon is 2.5 times too fucking close. Too close for the globe, at least. Also demonstrates that the horizon's appears closer, further. There's no way to tell from looking, is this the geometric edge of a ball? Is it not?
Yeah, there is.
How?
You break out the pendulum.
You break out the pendulum.
bro. Don't you start.
You start.
Well, then you stick it up your sideways. That's the next step.
It's easier to say stupid shit the whole time.
Don't give up already. You're on your first point.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't catch. Did somebody say something?
I don't think he brought up the pendulum. I think it was someone else.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Okay. So Indio explained it to you. If we can observe an optical phenomena appearing to obstruct something bottom up on a flat surface, then you can't say that it's exclusive to this globe or a curved surface. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So another one, right? So this is awesome globe proof, man, where it shows all these windmills cut off. Right? I'm sure you've seen one of them. The one that was, it's on Wikipedia. It was taken by a guy that speaks fluent Klingon, so he's a reputable source, obviously. Anyone that can speak Klingon, obviously, he should certainly be trusted. But point is, if you examine the photograph closely, you'll see that there's a windmill that's further away than all the other windmills, but appears higher. Now we know from the laws of perspective that the further away something is, the smaller it gets, and it sinks in your view. It doesn't get higher. So if all these windmills are the same size, and they are the same heights, how would something further away appear higher than something closer? This demonstrates that these appearances of cut off bottom up are actual in optical effects, sinking refraction.
Okay, so
which is not kind of literature, which is, it's not like we're making it up, dude. It's well documented.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to think if there's any other way for me to argue this, or if I need a different argument.
Years.
Oh, ships over the horizon is just like a dead issue at this point. There's no It's not exclusive to a globe. We can demonstrate it on a flat surface. It's a non-argument at this point.
Yeah, that's no longer a tree that you should be barking up. But that's you're on the right track. So boats over the horizon is no longer a viable globe. So now you have to think, okay, so what is? How can I argue for this spinning ball I believe in?
Yeah, I'll definitely let you know.
Yeah, when you figure it out, let us know and we'll give you your flat earth tag.
So here's the funny thing, right? So this sinking behind the horizon, that was like first mentioned like in Western literature by like Aristotle and like Ptolemy and all different like Western I don't know what you want to call them. They're not scientists, they're academics. Let's call them that, right? Well, the rest of the world has ocean too, like China, India, the Polynesians, right? They all see the ocean. How come they didn't see this and go Earth ball? Did like ships only sink on the horizon in the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean? Like it's not a thing in the South China Sea or something?
I'm pretty sure this was still debated back then, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They didn't know anything about like perspective or anything like that. They didn't have any idea about. I mean, if you look at old art, right, how they would draw everybody almost like childlike, right? Everybody's the same size. There's no like. They didn't have any idea about perspective. They didn't know that light arrives at the eye. They thought like your eye shot fucking light out, and then it, like somehow it sensed the object in the distance, like touch. Like they thought about like weird things. So when they thought about, hey, how does this happen? They thought about it like almost like orthographically, and like that's not how we see. We don't see orthographically. We don't have a side view of our own head. An illustration of this would be like railroad tracks. If I drew railroad tracks orthographically, it'd be two parallel lines that never converge and they go on forever and ever. But that's not how we see railroad tracks. How we see railroad tracks, they converge in the distance. And the sky comes down, the ground ramps up, right? Like why if the Earth was a ball especially, why would the ground appear to ramp up when it's supposed to be curving down in every direction? Anyway, the point of all that is like the fucking ships over the horizon. You know, I know they taught that garbage in school for fucking centuries. And it sounds good, but upon further analysis, it's just nonsense. And then if you bring in like other things like Alberuni, right? Alberuni got to the top of the mountain and he measured the horizon dip. So he measured it. First of all, he got the mountain elevation from assuming a flat plane. Then when he gets to the top of the mountain, he assumes the globe and measures the horizon dip. So he measured the angular dip to an apparent fucking location from a flat plane, assuming, and then assume the globe. The whole test is a fucking contradiction from start to end. Anyway, if you have any other questions, I mean, we could just like, I don't know, we can dispense with it. Like, we've heard all these before, so I mean, you can go to 7 Reasons Why the Earth is Round, and they'll tell you climb a tree. You think climbing a tree is a globe proof? If climbing a tree was a globe proof, and evolution is true, and we fucking lived in trees as, you know, fucking primate fucking humans, how come it took all the way to fucking Eratosthenes needs to figure out what's a globe. No one climbed a tree before him.
I think that's actually an attempt by the health organization to get fat, lazy ass people out of their seat and get some exercise.
Yeah, get them up there breaking tree branches. Dude, how can anybody read through that and be like, climb a tree? Dude, that's great. It's the stupidest shit. Anything else besides ships over the horizon? Want to talk about Eratosthenes
no,
for the
not at all.
9,000th time? How about this? How about I ask you a question? How would, not you, because obviously you don't know. How could you know that the Earth was a globe? How could you figure it out?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, how would I know if it's flat?
Well, you can go look at it.
But you just said you can't trust what you see.
I didn't say that.
You said
Horizon's a feature, right? Horizon's a particular feature that is apparent. But the Earth looks flat. There's no doubt about that. Irrespective of what I'm not talking about the left or right horizon. I'm just talking about if you go to the ocean, you look at the surface of the ocean, other than the waves, it looks flat. If you go to the Bolivian salt flats, right, they fill up with like 3 or 4 inches of water and they form like a purple mirror. It has zero distortion. Zero distortion, right? So if it was a curved surface, it would be like a funhouse mirror, right? It would be a distorted reflection. But nobody sees that. And the argument that the scale of the Earth is so large, you can even fucking punch this into ChatGPT or any one of the other AIs and say, hey, would I see the distortion if the Earth was a ball of 3,959 mile radius? Would I see distortion? And at what distance would I see it at? It tells you 0.7 miles. Okay, so you'd start seeing distortion at 0.7 miles, and it would get worse and worse and worse. The reflection would be more and more distorted as it extended to the horizon. So we observe it as flat. We experience it as motionless. We don't have like. That's why I asked you, like, who would know the Earth is a globe, like from experience, primary knowledge. Or how could you?
You said a lot.
Well, yeah. Like, how could you know the Earth is a globe?
Well, you say it's observably flat, but my whole point at first was that it appears that things are going over a curve, and you said, well, it might appear that way, but that's not necessarily true. And I conceded to that, but that doesn't prove that it's flat either.
No. That's why we said it's not exclusive evidence, right? It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What you'll find in this topic is a lot of things are not actually exclusive to either one. They can be explained in either one, right? It doesn't, like Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows.
So how could you know?
That's what he's looking for an out. He just wants flat to be mistakenly could be a globe because I can hear it right now.
Well, I'm gonna give him how we can know. How we can know is we can actually do an objective measure if the surface of the Earth is curving or not. Instead of using just looking, right? Just looking is a little subjective.
How do you measure it?
Well, you can measure the distance it is from laser beam. Does the surface of the Earth curve away from the laser, or does it not?
haven't people done that and gotten the
Yeah.
opposite?
No, not at all. You guys think that Jeranism and that freaking Netflix shit, he used the laser, he used the flashlight. And that's actually a flat earth proof. I hate to tell you. You know how it's a flat earth proof? Because the distance he used, the only way, so he picked the flashlight up over the boards had holes in them, and he expected to see the light through the holes, and he didn't. So they picked the flashlight up over the board, and then they saw the flashlight. But according to the globe math, they'd have to be something like 18 feet tall to see that light. So what that tells you is that the holes were misaligned. They just weren't lined up. That's why you couldn't see it. But when you lift it up over the boards, now you can see the light. But you shouldn't even see the light when you lift it up over the boards in the Goldberg paradigm.
Who thought of that dumbass shit anyway? Holes in boards.
Dude, that was stupid. Dude, it's fucking so dumb.
Can you imagine going to a construction site and your boss saying, set up some boards, drill some holes. We're going to see if this is a straight line or not. I would have to quit. I'd go to his boss and say, there's something mentally wrong with this guy.
Yo, it's worse than that. He took up like a huge GoFundMe to get the laser and then supposedly melted the collimator to the laser. Now,
he never bought it.
If I paid money, I'd be pissed if I was donated to that. Like, you're a fucking moron.
He never bought
that's what I was thinking, man. That's what I was thinking. He didn't buy shit.
He didn't buy
bought
shit.
like a $10 pen laser, dude, with fucking watch batteries in it. He fucking used that and said, oh, it melted. Aw. Good, I'm with you on that one, man. He didn't buy anything.
Nope, he didn't buy anything, and he didn't melt shit because why would it melt? It's designed to do that.
Well, the collimator focuses the light, so it gets super hot, and you're only supposed to leave it on for like, I don't think they get that hot. Well, I remember he said, because after the debacle, he did like a live stream with Bob, and he said that, this is where he went over it. Like, yeah, we didn't use the laser, we used the flashlight because the collimator melted. He said, I left it on too long. And like, I don't think they get that hot that fast because typically they have radiator fins on them that will cool it off. And I've seen other people use them and leave them on for like 2 or 3 minutes. Supposedly, if I remember right, he said he left it on for 8 seconds and it melted.
No.
Yeah, there was no laser.
These guys are so desperate for money, it's pathetic.
He probably went on eBay and bought one that's already broken as is. I could buy a broken laser for $2 off of fucking eBay and act like, oh, I broke the laser.
I think it's weird that you've got the most unmechanical person in the world doing these tests called Jeranism. He's like basically an idiot. I've heard him talk before. He's kind of dumb.
Kinda? No, he's dumb, dude. Like, he can't debate flat Earth. He can't debate cold. He just can't. He's just not. He's just bad, man. He's very low IQ. I hate to say it.
I also heard him say that he went back right afterwards, like in the day, and he reckons that there was no clear line of sight. That was like, I can't remember exactly. It was like tree branches or something.
Tree branches.
So they're just idiots. So they're just idiots. They set it up and they say, here's 2 holes. Let's go look and see if we can see light. And then we have tree branches now. Because they're idiots.
Like, it was supposed to be like the test was supposed to be next to a canal, right? And the idea was, well, the canal's flat water, so the land above it should also be flat water. But they never measured actually like the elevation above the water surface. I think he initially sold it as he was going to do it like right at the edge of the canal, and then but the canal had like an embankment, and then they ended up doing like above the embankment of the canal or something. Dude, it was just a debacle, dude. Scary part is like hundreds of people went to that shit.
It's scary that he relies on this for his income because he's going to be done soon. I don't know what. Maybe he'll move on to something different.
Oh, because it's back to CBS or Jaron.
And Witsit. Witsit Vapes.
Did he ever work at Witsit Vapes? That's fucking hilarious.
No, I don't. Never heard that Witsit even had a job ever, so that's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, he worked at CBS, man. I'm like, I don't know about that.
You guys are desperate. If you're gonna go try to have YouTube channels like that, you're desperate for money. You should just have a job. You can make that shit on the side, easy. But no, you got to put all kinds of work into making that shit work. Where I get to play with robots all day, and I get paid way more than they get.
You know, if you're gonna make a YouTube channel and be a content, you should at least have to be interesting. I mean, with all due respect to Witsit, like he's not that interesting. I mean, I guess some of the esoteric flat earthers they like his content because he talks about the ether and all sorts of other shit. But Jaronism, he's not interesting. It's like listening to frickin', a fucking 9-year-old talk. I mean, I think they forget it's like the entertainment part. It's supposed to be entertaining to some degree. It's not like they're teaching like flat earth courses or something. They're entertainers. Dude, I'm staring at this wooden gate, dude, that I'm fixing. And it's fucking twisted, dude, and I cannot figure out how to untwist it without taking the whole goddamn thing apart. Fuck. I've been staring at it for like an hour while talking.
What are you taking apart? I was reading one of the text messages.
It's a wooden gate, dude. It's just like the door to a gate. And it's fucking, I don't know how it got twisted. Like it's not square. So I don't know how to put it.
Wind.
Yeah, so like there's fence side on one, fence side on another. It's a gate, right? So it's not, the bottom is like kicked out because the whole fucking gate is twisted.
They probably left it unlatched. The wind grabbed it and left it around 100 times in one night.
Think about soaking it in water and putting like a fucking pail of fucking rocks on it and try to fucking flatten it.
Is it metal?
No, it's pressure treated wood. I could take it all apart and shit and try to fix it, but I think one of these 2x6s is fucking twisted. That's what I think it is.
Have fun.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Well, would it be easier just to make everything else twisted with it?
Yeah, couldn't you take the bottom half of the fence part and push that with your truck or something and then make it line up that way?
Well, nah. Well, first of all, it's like the side of, like, I live in the city, dude, so it's just a walkway at the side of a house. And I'd have to drive up on fucking bricks and shit to fucking even get there and run over about 15 bushes. So that ain't happening.
Wait till it gets dark. I got all the answers. You just gotta ask me. You wait till it gets dark now. See, I got all the answers for you.
Wait till it gets dark.
Yeah. Wait till it gets dark and steal it and tell them somebody came by and stole your gate. We got to get you a new one.
The thing is, I got like a new heating system put in, dude, and when they put like the heat, when they put in the unit, the gate was open, so when they put the unit in, it was locked behind the gate, and then you can't get to the fucking bolts because the gate's open and the hinge is inside that crack, dude. There's no way you could get a tool in there. So they had to come back, move
your
the
house?
fucking unit. No, it's a friend of mine's house, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's a friend of mine's house.
Okay.
So he can't do anything, dude. Like he's not mechanically inclined. Let's put it
I don't
that
have
way.
any friends that can do anything. Believe me, I know how that goes.
Yeah. Like the only way he could do anything to this is with fucking matches and gasoline. So these contractors, they put the gate, and I think they broke it and like tried to repair it and then fucked it up. And now I have to figure out how they fucked up what they did and then undo what they did. And all I can tell is that the fucking thing is twisted. Which is fucking, they cracked it in a bunch of places. It's just fucked up. I'm probably just going to rebuild it. Fuck it. I don't really want to. I'm low effort, dude. I'm trying to do the least amount of effort. But sometimes doing shit with the least amount of effort you end up having to fucking do the whole thing anyway.
Hello. I'm setting it up real quick here.
That's why I'm avoiding this one phone call I keep getting, because she's going to want her gate fixed again. It's a gate thing. Rotted wood. I said, I need to put all new stuff in. Oh, I can't afford that. Can you just fix it the way it is? What the fuck? Get a piece of treated wood, sandwich it in between it, bolt it all together. That held for a year. I'm sure it didn't hold much longer. And now I'm getting calls again. So I'm like, this is a freebie. This will take me all day Saturday, at least the time I want to spend doing shit, just to make her fence close so she can not let her dog out in the backyard. It goes in the house. It's so disgusting.
Just crazy. That's fucking.
It's disgusting. And it's one of those. I got volunteered to do work there because my wife worked with this lady and this and that, and he'll come by and check it out. I walked in, I go, oh my, who did all this work? Oh, my dad. He's sitting on the couch all wasted, drunk. And I said, okay, well, I had to do plumbing. I had to do kitchen sink, one of the floors, fireplace, the fence outside, and the patio, which is about 8 foot by 18 and 16 feet. It's small. It's a condominium. Had weeds up to my chest. So and there was year after year. So that took me 2 strings of weed whacking and like 3 batteries to get through that. You don't matter. Give up.
I think I figured out what the fuck's wrong with it. How did it? It boggles my mind sometimes how people fuck shit up like this.
Sending that picture that Amish just posted that you don't matter, or you matter, don't give up. Posting it into one of my engineering chats in my team's groups here and see what the hell happens.
You're gonna get cursed out.
I was gonna send it to the new guys. They're like 2 weeks old and they're already getting the shit from us.
Hello?
You finally made it.
So I have a new thing. Lunar eclipses.
Oh, that's debunked.
Well, let's go through, or if anybody wants to go through it, I guess.
Oh, sure. Lunar eclipse. That's great. You'll love this one. You're absolutely going to love this.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to look at one of your lunar eclipses. So we'll look at two separate ones. One's moving, one's just a still shot image after image. Notice anything weird about that? The sun's up behind the guy, by the way, in this lunar eclipse. The sun's in the air and the moon is in the air. Notice anything weird about it?
Where's the sun at?
Behind them, it's daylight. See, it's getting lighter out. Morning, getting lighter out. The sun's up right behind them. That's your lunar eclipse. It's called a Stellian eclipse, lunar eclipse.
Do you have one with the sun in frame?
You have to watch the videos where they turn around. We didn't cut that. We just cut the good shit.
I feel like that's important.
Your feelings are like that, but you can watch the video if anybody wants to post it. They're on our main server.
I'd appreciate that.
So, yeah, you'll have to go over there and grab them.
I'm back.
What the Selenelian eclipse? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get the video. Yeah, I'll get it. Hold on.
I'm back.
Who cares?
I do.
Did we miss you?
I just put a battery in this fucking car.
Wow, you know what? You should probably get an engineering degree for something like that.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
You should probably go hump a rabbit.
I've got Ewans and Moxas to deal with. There's your eclipse. He posted it for you. This guy will show you. I think he turns his camera around, or you're talking. I don't remember. I've only seen it once. You only have to see this one time to say, "Yep, there's no globes in space." This debunks globes right here. This debunks globes in space. I'm glad you called that one because this is a bad one for you. Ooh, now's the time for somebody. Hey, any YouTubers, listeners out there, get your 360 camera set up the next time and do a time lapse, and let's see what that looks like. That'll look crazy.
Welcome.
Got mail. This dude's on the hunt for the globe for sure. Couldn't have picked a better globe debunked than this one. There must be some wheel somewhere. They go. He came back. Okay, now I've got one for you. Eclipses. Yep, this don't happen. This ain't globes it's happening on. That's for sure. We know that much. So because of that, we can just dismiss it. We'll pretend we're on a globe. That can't happen. So the end.
Rick and Ty tapped out.
No, he's watching the eclipse video.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's looking to debunk it right now.
Hey, well, most of them don't even look at anything we share, so I'm glad he's actually having a look.
Well, he had a got you, and I basically laughed at him, and I said, I got you. And here we go.
Nice.
And that's
I
the
can't
end
wait
of
to
it.
hear his reaction.
I pretend I'm on a ball, and I see this eclipse. Those are not balls now in space, because I pretended I was on a ball. I'm on flat Earth. I don't give a shit what it's doing. Neato. It doesn't do anything besides do that stuff. You know, dragons don't appear when eclipses happen because of it. It's not magical, Globers.
Anybody else have any claims related to the Earth?
We all used to be Glovers once.
That's fair.
You still are.
But before that,
I heard in a meeting today that I'm just going to say blah, 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 you know, all around the globe. And I went, and I was just sitting there, and I had to just bite my tongue and just sit there and not say anything. Not in this one, not in this meeting. A lot of times, if it's other meetings, I'll say some weird shit, and people look at me all funny, like, what did he say? And never ask me about it, though. They know I'm already crazy. They're like, you know too much.
That's kind of a weird mentality a lot of folks have, though, ain't it? They think if they learn too much, it's dangerous. They don't want to know. It's safer that way.
Well, it's funny that they've. I guess I picked the people that I'm going to train this time. A lot of times they're given. Now there was a pool to pick from. Pick this one. And they absolutely love their job now. Because I showed them what it's really about when you're designing automation in a manufacturing plant. We do it all from when it gets plugged in, all the way till you guys see numbers on the screen that are global.
They said the word global.
And then,
God.
Yeah. And then they get to hear, let's see, they get to hear me and 4 other guys. They all sound like I do. We all talk the same way. So it's super dry humor, and now they're getting it, because at first they're super gullible. Oh, it's so easy. We got more starting, so this will be fun. I'm going to let these guys rank the new guys, too.
That's great. Team building.
Team building is follow him as much as you can. Because when I get up, I just get up, and you don't see me. I'm out doing something. I don't always say, "Come on, let's go." Sometimes I'm at my screen and I'm like, boom, goodbye. Go look at something. Run a ping test, do something. Now, if they see me grab my computer, they follow me all the time.
They got to observe and learn from the best.
Three smarty pants like me. We're the 3 that started it. Now there's 25 of us, and we got more coming. But where'd our Eclipse guy go?
I'm here.
What did all
Welcome back.
What did all the anti-flat earthers have to say that you can now tell us?
I mean, I'm sure you guys already know all of the.
No. Go ahead, say it. I want to hear this.
Okay. Well, the sun's not like above the horizon in that video, for one. And I get
what are you
the
saying?
main.
You can see it, can't you?
No, not in that video. It's still below the horizon.
Okay.
But the main point in that video is that the shadows going from top down.
Yeah, you don't want that. That's worse for you. No matter where your phone's at, you're fucked.
Yeah, but that's because the moon is going one direction, the Earth is rotating the other direction. So as the moon goes into the path of, to create the shadow, it's also
Earth rotating.
moving.
So get bigger on the moon.
Do you guys have any videos of like the sun being above the horizon, or is it just?
Yeah, on the main server. Somebody's going to have to send me links. I'm too lazy to do all that. There's more. There, he posted.
Your explanation is how would rotation make the shadow go on top of the moon?
Yeah, I don't even get that. You're making my head hurt. One.
Because it depends where you're at on the Earth.
No, it doesn't. You're standing on top of it because the sun and the moon are in the sky. So you must be on top of it in that triangle, right? Right on the bottom of the triangle, you're standing on top of the ball. You have to be, right? For it to be a globe. How do you have an upside down shadow now? It's nothing to do with spinning balls in a vacuum. I'm telling you. I can go demonstrate spinning balls in a vacuum, and that won't happen.
This isn't the only impossible eclipse either. There should never be a sunrise or sunset solar eclipse. They should never exist.
Lunar eclipse.
No, I'm talking about solar eclipse.
Oh.
So there should never be one where the eclipse is happening at the horizon, right? Solar eclipse, full solar eclipse at the horizon.
You guys have a
Should never
better
be able to-
video like this. I can't even resolve the moon in this
But hang on a
latest
sec, hang on a sec.
footage.
Pay attention to what India just said, man. Hey, India, wouldn't a total solar eclipse have to be happening right above your head?
Around noon, your time, solar noon, around that time.
Should. Yeah.
Only
It
if it's
never-
like a total lunar eclipse.
It could never be on the horizon because that line of sight from your eye to the horizon, that should be a 0.02 degree dip angle. So that line of sight to the moon, and then the line of sight, the sun can't be in the same line of sight because it's 400 times farther away.
So that solar eclipse right there, minus the pretend wheelchair guy in there, I took from my driveway. That's from a video. It was like 1:30ish, but if you look, that's like solar noon when I chart it out because, you know, we have daylight savings time and weird shit. So we're shifted by an hour. You think they picked Stephen Hawking from a nursing home because with no family, so nobody could say that's what are you guys doing? There we go. That's the only way you could get away with that. And there's no way you're going to let somebody that in your family go up on stage and pretend all that, and then the heat comes down on you when they find out. It has to be something like that. But when you can explain to me how upside down shadows work, it has nothing to do with spinning balls. Maybe I'll turn into a glober again. But this completely debunks your balls in space theory. Sun being a ball, Earth being a ball, Moon being a ball, debunks all that.
Hey, Ty or TY or thank you, whatever your name is, right? Have a look in the side chat. You're telling me that's not the moon. You can't tell that that's the moon.
I can't tell that that's a lunar eclipse. The first video is obviously a lunar eclipse. That one, I'm not sure.
You could just look up the alien eclipse. Right? It's not
Do
like
flat earthers not have money for good cameras?
Dude, that's the dumbest. How do you even know it's a flat earther taking the video, you idiot?
That dude, the helioskeptic?
I don't know. The first one was.
That dude's a glober. Glober took these.
Damn Glovers.
That's
Don't you see him? Listen, watch the whole video and listen to him try to explain how it works on a globe and failing. He can't even make sense out of it.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah, the Kaheki amounts.
He's like doing all these hand gestures and trying to explain it. It's so funny, man.
Dude, the only way it would work is if he freaking turned his arms into a pretzel.
Yeah, flat earthers, we don't go out and shoot these videos for what? There's enough Globers that love space that do it for us. We just let them post it and we take it apart for them, and then they get mad.
So what's your claim anyway, dude, that you don't see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during a Selenian eclipse? Is that your claim?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's one
pretty
claim.
dumb. It's not even our claim.
It's a well-known astronomical event, right? Flat
I'm
Earth.
not. I'm just asking for that. If you guys could just provide that.
Just look it up. It's a well-known documented.
Why can't you just post it in side chat?
Just go on YouTube and look for Selenian eclipses.
Yeah,
All the
we
Globers
posted in the
videos
side
are-
chat. You're just whining about the footage because your butt hurt right now.
Yeah, I'm the one whining right now for sure.
That's
You are.
absolutely right.
Correct. You are correct.
Next
First
thing to
time.
tell us retraction, Ben's shadow's upside down. I'll just
Eat that, Clover.
now.
Like, bro, haven't you got ChatGPT or something?
Yeah, I looked it up. I couldn't find anything.
That's right. It doesn't know what to say.
I'm going to go and type it in. I'm going to go type in what is a Selenian eclipse into Perplexity AI and see what sources it gives me and videos. And then I'm
I'll
going
do
to
the
deem
same.
you
I'll
a
ask
damn
sources.
liar.
Yeah, all of these videos, it's like early morning and the sun's not out yet. Does anybody have a lunar eclipse happening during the day? It's not a claim, it's just a question. If anybody here has that, I'd appreciate if they provided it.
You can go find your own shit, dude. Right? You want to come in here?
It doesn't
and just be-
exist.
you
Does it
wanna
not
be a-
exist?
Well, look, dude. All I'm saying to you is stop telling us to go do things. Right? Go do your own
I'm
research.
asking for evidence.
You haven't.
You got it,
You're
dude.
the one that made. You're the one that made the
you know
claim.
that-
Do your own reefler.
I didn't make
Well,
a claim. You made the claim.
You know the sun is at or near the horizon. There's still no way for the Earth's shadow to be on top, dude.
Yeah, because the sun is below the horizon in all of these videos.
So what?
Because
You think it's on the other side? You think it's on the other side of the Earth?
Yes, it's below the horizon line.
So that means, listen, the only way for this shadow to be possible is if from the antipode position on the other side of the Earth. it
No,
would
that's a
have to be
total
sunset.
lunar eclipse.
Yeah, listen, dude.
It's not a
Listen.
total lunar eclipse in any of these videos.
Dude, why are you
It's a
interrupting?
partial lunar
Listen.
eclipse because you're
Why are you
interrupting
interrupting?
me.
No, I didn't. You interrupted
Yeah,
me
you
right in the
did.
middle of my.
You interrupted me.
The only. So is this going to be a new tactic? You fucking spiraling into nonsense. Listen, the only way. That
Yeah, I'm the one
shadow
spiraling right now.
Yeah, so the only way. Yeah, that little stick ain't going to work, dude. So the only way that he could see an eclipse come top down from his position in Ohio, right, is if at the antipode position on the other side of the earth, it would have to be sunset. Because the sun has to be shining to the bottom of the moon, the bottom part, relative to him. That means the sun is on the bottom side of the earth.
No, the moon is moving the opposite. Like the path of the moon is going the opposite direction.
No. Just tell me what I just said. Just tell me what I just said back to me.
You think because you're on the Earth?
No, I didn't say because you're on the Earth. I said to see this eclipse from his position, we can know where the sun would have to be.
Yeah, that's your position, being on the Earth.
So, yeah, that's right. From his position to see an eclipse that looks like this, that means it would be sunset at the antipode. That means the other side of the Earth, it would have to be sunset when this is happening. He's on top, right? He's on top of the ball. The light is coming from the other side of the ball. Because the underside of the moon's illuminated. That means the light is coming from the underside of the Earth.
And it's getting light out.
Yeah,
and it's getting light out. So you think fucking sunset at the antipode position is sunrise at the fucking other antipode, you're high. What happened to the 12,000 miles? Look, the best thing you can do is get a couple props and try to replicate it. Just go replicate it. You'll see very quickly that this breaks the globe geometry.
Damn, you guys cooking this?
He's in denial. He doesn't see suns or moons in that. He just...
Dude, when he brought this up, I was going to say straight away, Radwin, that this is going to fuck him up. This is going to break him. And that he's going to go...
I didn't go on the runway. I was like, sure, here we go. Enjoy the ride kind of thing. This is it. This ruins it for Globers.
Are you guys cooking this Skittle Guzzler right now?
The what Guzzler?
You guys are cooking a Skittle Guzzler right now?
Skittle Guzzler? I don't fucking want to know what that is.
Oh, well, look at his profile, bro. It's a Skittle Guzzler confirmed.
Yo, you know that C4 drink? You know they make Skittles flavored C4, right?
Yeah,
he's guzzling that.
He's guzzling rainbow, basically. Yep, facts.
Yeah, like he probably don't like the thickness of it. He probably likes it a little thicker.
Hey, yo. So Skittle Guzzler, you're just gonna sit there and take that, or what's going on? Yeah, these are really nice arguments you're making. You couldn't even steelman what Indio just said. Yeah, it's almost like
he's just thinking about other stuff as fast as he can.
Say it. You know you want to say it.
Right now, dude?
It was word salad. You know you want to say it. Just say it was word salad because you didn't understand what I said.
You'd have no clue what he said.
So
you guys think you look good right now?
Okay, so so let me tell you, the antipode position is the position on the opposite side of the ball. Okay? So if somebody's at I got dude in Ohio, wherever the antipode position is, probably somewhere in the Indian Ocean, it would be sunset there for this to happen.
Stupid.
Because that curved part that's on the top of the moon, that's where that person is standing. He's standing somewhere in the curved shadow there. That means above his head is light. For a light to be above his head, it has to be before sunset.
Uh-oh.
You dumbass. What happened to the Skittle Guzzler? Is he still here? I mean, I don't think you guys want my responses. I think you just want to berate somebody. Yeah, facts.
You already said that there's no sun. It's somewhere else, even though it's getting daylight, and you can see that they see the sun. We had one here And I don't know how long ago. I'm sure somebody recorded it. I don't watch them. I could give a shit. I'm usually doing something else.
Cooked him. You guys fucking roasted this guy. Or girl or whatever. Thing.
Posted, if you have a mask on, then you wear a round hoop.
TV, man, you might want to chill with it. He's gonna fucking go cry somewhere and fucking.
I know. I'm sorry, bro. It sounds like he's crying right now.
Yeah, I am. I'm bawling my eyes out.
Well, the fact that
I'm
you're
gonna-
silent, you're
I'm gonna go.
quiet
I'm gonna go
now.
split my wrists now.
Yeah, probably actually.
Jesus.
Please stop, guys. What the fuck?
Sorry, dude. Are we cooking too hard? Let me.
Hey, dude, you can't. Hey, dude, that's a TOS violation. You can't be saying stuff like self harm is not accepted, bro. Don't
Discord
talk.
will kill your account for that, so maybe you don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't really care. You guys are just being homophobic for no reason.
Who said that? What?
This has nothing to do with that. I was saying that you don't need to say another thing.
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness!
I love
I would never.
I love Skittles.
Nobody's afraid of gay people.
I didn't think trans was homosexual.
How dare you? Yeah, I'm not trans, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, you are.
I know that. How would I know that? But it's irrelevant. We're not talking about that subject anymore. Okay? No one has
I mean,
to
you
go
guys were. That's
Take
obviously that's what you guys want to talk about.
Toughen up and take being picked on, dude. Like, toughen up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't really give a fuck.
What's your next globe proof? That we can just,
I wanted to respond to your points, but like I said, you guys just want to berate somebody. So
you don't
it's
have
fine.
any to respond to. How do you get an upside down shadow?
Poor baby.
Yeah, real
Instead, we
mature.
either want to berate somebody or give you information. Maybe we want to do both. Anyway, listen. Can you refute or adjust what I said?
Oh, what did you say? The thing about me being a Skittle guzzler, or
No,
he's gonna remember that for the rest of the week.
Dude, that's like telling a chick her nose is too big, dude. Dude, they fucking start obsessing about that shit.
I know. All right, fine.
Get your balls together, man.
So we can move on from this if you want. I mean, we have even more pieces of evidence that.
no, I don't want to move on from that. I mean, we didn't really prove anything.
Move on.
Yeah, that proves that the shadow's upside down, and you can't tell me why.
In what
Yeah,
way
because
can I not prove anything?
So the sun is not coming up? Is that what you're saying? So the sun is coming up and it's setting at the same time? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, is the sun in the sky?
Oh my goodness, yes, it's in the sky.
Yeah, can you show that?
No, I haven't taken any video of it.
Okay, then.
The sun is always in the sky somewhere, dude. Right? So where is it in the sky for this shadow to happen?
It's on the other side of the earth.
Yeah, dude. That means its sun is setting at best over there, right? On the other side.
In the morning, when it's getting light out, the sun is setting at the same time. On the west, it's setting and rising in the east. What is going on with your mind, dude?
Dude, does the sun set in the Indian Ocean at 6:40 Central Time in Ohio?
No.
I guess they just set their clocks wrong by 12 hours.
He's still thinking about Skittles right now, or?
Come on, dude.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. The silence is killing me.
Yeah, I guess you guys want a reaction or something.
You said you were going to respond.
So TY,
Respond to what? You guys aren't saying anything. You're just all yapping. You're just all
did say
dogpiling. You're just
yapping.
insulting. It's very childish.
Yeah, but you're not addressing the substance. You're not addressing the substance of the issue.
Yeah, there's not much substance to address, I guess.
Where is the sun? Where is the sun for the shadow to happen? Where?
Below the horizon.
Where is it? Where is it noon for the shadow to happen?
What?
Where at this eclipse time for this shadow to look like this? Where is it noon?
Where is it noon? What does that mean?
He doesn't speak English, guys.
Where on the earth in your globe idea would it be noon?
I don't know.
Okay, where would it be sunset?
The other side?
Okay, you just confessed it's sunrise on this side. Thanks for playing, dude.
Cooked.
There's no way to win this game, I'm telling you. Nobody can win it. We're still here because of that.
If you think the sun don't light up 50% of the earth, dude.
You just said that.
So, do you have a video or, video of the sun being in the sky at the same time?
Yeah, dude. You already confessed, dude. You confessed.
Who just said this is a game and it can't be won? Who just said that?
No, not with rhetoric. You can't win with rhetoric. You can only win with substance.
Yeah, I'm not using any rhetoric. I'm only using substance.
You didn't make any
that guy way down.
I'm asking. I'm just asking for a video, but
you even confessed that it's sunrise. You already confessed it's sunrise when you said it's sunset on the other side.
yep, that's how celestial bodies work.
The Earth isn't a celestial body, by the way.
So, do you have that video, or you guys just gonna keep?
Video what, dude? You got all the evidence you need, bro. Distant eclipse is impossible for it to be any sort of daylight from where he is. It should be pitch black.
Cool. Yeah, it's pitch black until the sun is in the sky.
Is it light out?
It's just on or off. It's a light switch.
No, there's twilight, dude. So there's civil twilight, astronomical twilight, and nautical twilight.
Have you ever heard of dusk till dawn?
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Maybe you're autistic.
So this is obviously twilight. Okay, that means
Yeah, I was being sarcastic.
the furthest under the horizon the sun could be would be 23 degrees.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I do think the world is like a light switch. Correct.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, and once again, you're deflecting from the substance, dude. Again. You don't want to adjust the argument because you can't. We know you can't, despite all your little posturing and gimmicks and games.
Yeah, I'm the one posturing right now.
Yeah, you did it. Like, you've done that like 5 times when it's say, hey, you're doing something. Oh, yeah, I'm doing that. Ugh. Like a fucking child, dude. Grow up. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I'm the one acting like a child right now. So do you have that
You
video?
just did it again. You just literally did it again after I said he's doing that.
Go ahead, do it again.
One trick pony, dude.
This Indio guy is insufferable, isn't he?
Ain't I?
Sounds like projection.
I call out bullshit, dude.
Yeah, he really is.
Should he put on a lip like that? Would that be better?
What's insufferable about me? That I don't put up with your bullshit?
That you're not able to engage in civil discourse.
Oh, he's not being nice enough. He'll be nicer.
No, hold on. I am not engaging in civil discourse. I've asked you direct questions you didn't fucking answer. And you,
And you guys called me gay.
So, who's you guys?
Oh.
Bro, do you... What? No one said that.
No one said the word gay.
What? Huh?
No one.
They claiming
We're
you were
live on
trans
YouTube.
too.
No one actually said
You
that.
said
We're live on
Skittles,
YouTube.
dude. The rainbow is all sorts of shit, remember?
Wait, Ayo?
You don't like Skittles?
Anyway, this is another gimmick to get away from the substance of the topic. Another one. Listen, dude. Just address the issue.
calling me a Skittle guzzler is
Yeah,
a
you're doing it
gimmick to
again.
get away from the
He's gonna be
subject.
thinking about this for the rest of the week.
Where is the sun? Just answer one question. Where is the sun? For this eclipse.
It's below the horizon line.
Oh, yeah.
They don't
Where?
talk about the
How
eclipse
far
in
below?
here. They don't
You
believe
have-
in it.
Where
do you
is
have
the
a
sun?
video?
I don't fucking know.
Do you have a video of the sun being in the sky during a lunar eclipse?
That's a red herring. It's a red herring.
It's not. I've been asking for it the whole time, and you were willing to give it, but then you
No,
couldn't
I didn't
find
say
it.
anything
So now
about-
you're like
I didn't
going in
say, no, I
circles.
didn't say anything about that. Now you're just lying.
Okay, that's fine.
This guy doesn't even know where the sun is. He's a joker.
This is so dishonest.
He's on your side, dude. He listened halfway through the conversation and he thought your argument's my argument. Because he's just a home team homer, right? Just like, hey, Flat Earther said X, so I'm gonna just root against it. Retard. Anyway.
What are you talking about?
You.
I just want a
fucking
video
2%
of the sun
why?
in the sky.
Why?
To prove your claim.
It's already proven.
No, it's not.
Okay, does the sun set at 6:40 in Ohio, right? When it's 6:40 in Ohio AM, does the sun set in the Indian Ocean at that time? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with the lunar eclipse?
You won't answer.
That's what it has to do.
I already answered it. You can
You're
ask
not
it
answering.
again.
Listen,
I already
that's
did.
what it has.
You're not answering.
That's what it. Okay, stop. That's what it has to do to be
Yeah,
lighting up.
creation bear. Shut your fucking mouth.
Or
Let us
what?
engage. Let us engage in civil discourse. You fucking
He's talking to you.
knuckle. You fucking knuckle dragger.
Knuckle dragger, bro. At least I don't guzzle Skittles.
So you're engaging in civil discourse by interrupting the key point. That the only way the moon can be lit up from the bottom is if the sun is on the other side of the earth. That's the only way. And we can demonstrate the sun clearly cannot be on the other side of the earth because it's twilight in Ohio.
Did you fail high school?
Oh, he's hurting, bro.
Yeah,
He's hurting.
address what I said.
Oh my gosh, really? You just address
I
what
already
he
did.
said.
I already did. I addressed it.
Hey,
already.
man.
Okay.
You're afraid.
Do it again because we must have all missed it.
Why should I?
You can't do it.
Yeah, fake ass posture and bullshit, dude.
Are you guys live streaming right now?
Yeah, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. And you're cooked.
We always are.
How many viewers? I bet you guys look real good right now.
We do look great.
He sounds
You look
about
pretty fucking stupid right
well
now.
done at this time. He's well done.
Oh, he's
But it's
burned.
between 30 and 40,
He's
24
burnt.
hours a day, 7 days a week,
Yeah.
day after day, week after week, year after year, dude. And that's and plus on Rumble, there's probably like freaking 20 on X. So you probably got 100 people listening to you freaking make an ass of yourself. Not including the people in here.
Hey, what's up, Cartoon? You were speaking up earlier. You want to say something?
Yeah, 304. What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Cartoon.
Well, I gotta ask, how do you not know where the sun's located? Like, genuine question.
It's
How
always
do you
in
know?
the sky.
Look, I know where the sun would have to be. Listen, I know where the sun is located in this video. It's right beyond the horizon. Okay.
What makes you
He's
believe
the one
that it's like flat? Like what terminology?
So you ask a question, I answer it. In the middle of my answer, you interrupt and ask another question.
Typical woman.
Which question do you want me to answer? Flat Earthers are rude. You guys can't even remotely have a civil discourse. Which question would you like me to answer?
Okay, like hypothetically, how do you believe it's like flat? Like, is it like the circumference?
Oh my god, like
Not so. It's not a belief. Belief is accepting without evidence. Well, let me ask you: is the Earth a pure flat?
the 304 left, bro.
She gone. She gone.
She boot scooted, bro.
Tapped out too fast.
I mean, we had cats and dogs in the back.
Oh, don't come back.
Come back.
You didn't hear her cats and dogs in the background, bro? She had to probably go get some more cat food or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Guys, make sure you invest in Chewy.
Is Chewy? Yeah, is it a public company, dude? I'll fucking go all in on that shit.
We need to invest in
everything.
Chewy.
Dude, I'm serious. Is it a public company?
I don't know.
Can you buy Chewy stock, dude? I'll sell all my shit and invest it all in their stock.
Dude, honestly, they're gonna blow up.
Their Skittle Ghosts are still here? I think they left.
We got Ron typing in the chat. Ron H, you want to speak up?
Neil.
All right, better.
Oh, Cartooning's back. Never mind.
All right.
Oh, great.
No, I'm just saying, genuinely speaking.
Where's my sandwich?
Like, I'm sorry. So you're telling me you believe the Earth is flat?
I already told you, but when you weren't listening, it's not a belief.
It is a belief, though, because the Earth
No,
is
it's
round.
not. You don't know the difference between a belief and knowledge.
Belief means
what knowledge?
Okay, so I go down to the ocean. I'm going to tell you. I go down to the ocean, and guess what? It looks flat. Is that a belief?
That's not a belief. That's
I know it's not a
myth. You believe a
an
myth.
observation.
I believe a myth that the ocean looks flat.
The ocean isn't flat. It's water.
What?
Okay.
You are a clown.
Are you okay?
Motherfucker, like, the ocean is...
No, the ocean ain't flat. It's water.
The ocean is fucking water. And
What
also
are you doing out of the kitchen?
The Earth is round.
No.
Oh,
Here we go.
it more.
Oh,
How is it flat? Like, what name scientific evidence right fucking now?
Bro.
Okay.
All right,
you're
get
in a
your panties out of
category
it.
here because there's no such thing as scientific evidence of a globe or a flat Earth. Don't exist. Science doesn't deal with shapes. That's geometry.
No, you are.
Science deals with cause and effect relationships and natural phenomenon. Okay, the shape of the Earth is not a natural. What?
You're fucking
you
kidding, right? Like,
okay, what is that? Science is defined as observation of the natural world and the things in it.
What? The chat right now.
You're fucking kidding, right?
Nobody's joking.
Are you going to actually adjust what I said, or you're going to just act incredulous?
I'm literally telling you right now.
No one really cares about what you feel.
You're avoiding the question. What scientific evidence? What evidence is there to prove that the Earth is flat?
The horizon's horizontal, dumbass.
Question. That's a malformed question.
How is that a malformed question? It's a genuine answer. What evidence?
Okay, we have measurements that the Earth is flat.
Physics of water. Physics of water.
Physics
laser
of
measurements.
Okay, water is flat in general because it's a fucking liquid.
Okay.
Yeah, so most of the known surface and territory of Earth is water. Water will lie flat on its surface at rest. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
The Earth, you're fucking kidding, right?
That was a valid logical syllogism.
Listen, dude. Your incredulity, your spazzing, and your emotions are not refuting anything we say.
No, I just, you're freaking kidding, right?
Oh, so you just do it again. Just do it again, then. Just keep doing it.
Okay.
Stop your incredulity as if that's an argument.
So you're telling me Lance Armstrong, when he went to the fucking moon, that he saw the Earth was a fucking square?
That's a very stupid question. Can you please just address my logical syllogism, please?
What? I'm asking for evidence. Picture fucking evidence right now.
I did.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Okay, I got picture evidence of Santa Claus. You want that?
Motherfucker. Okay, you know what? This explains a lot. Ohio education system's fucking
No.
Oh my.
Yeah, as if that was the argument. So is pictures of Santa evidence of Santa? Yes or no?
No, because Santa's a mythical fucking person.
No. The
I think
pictures.
India and Flatsy should hook up, given how insufferable they both are.
The pictures prove they're real.
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I want to watch.
Santa isn't real. And that's
no, the photograph's real. There's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Okay, so how old are you? Out of genuine curiosity.
God! Listen, you don't understand. This is the form of your logic.
I'm just asking how old you are.
This is the form of your logic. I'm 52 years old. Why?
Oh my fucking god.
More incredulity outbursts. Oh
What?
my
You're
god!
like 44.
Oh my god! I'm
lady.
exasperated. Everybody
No
know how
problem.
exasperated I am. I can't refute or address anything you say, so I'll just act exasperated. Find a new gimmick.
It's not a gimmick. I'm just saying.
It is a gimmick, dude.
Lady, you're like 49. Why are you even talking?
I'm not even a lady, motherfucker. I'm.
What the
Grow
fuck?
up, dude.
Grow up, motherfucker. How? Okay, what evidence is there that the Earth is fucking
Dude,
flat?
the fucking horizon is observably horizontal, you
lady.
idiot.
Where on the Earth
Go
is
to
it
the fucking beach,
flat?
dumbass. And I'm not
Okay,
gonna
that's
say
because
another
it's
word to
fucking
you.
water. It's water. Water is a fucking liquid. It's supposed to be fucking flat.
Okay, dude. So check this out. You said
Well,
water.
welcome to the Earth.
Hold on. Dude, just let me. Okay, is most of the surface of the Earth water?
Yes, obviously.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, you're done because you just said water's flat, dude.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, because it's a liquid.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
shit.
that's right. Most of the surface of the water is a flat liquid. Congratulations.
Okay, but literally, Katy Perry went to fucking space and she saw it was circle.
Oh, you already cooked yourself. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Motherfucker, you ain't right. Okay, like
You were
what?
absolutely insane.
But it was on TV.
What? Y'all probably watch fucking Fox News. There's
But it was
no
on
fucking
TV.
way.
I saw it on the screen.
George Bush failed clearly because Jesus Christ, there's no fucking way.
Oh, now I figured out you're a triggered atheist. Oh,
No.
that's
There you go.
Nah, I believe in Jesus. I'm just saying that Bush clearly failed y'all because there's no fucking way y'all believe the Earth is flat. Like there's
We don't believe it. We know it.
Listen, we know it's flat. I gave you the
What do you
source of
mean
my
you
programming.
know it's flat? Have you been to space? Did you pay $100K for Jeff Bezos to fly you out the fucking
You have a
space?
belief.
Vacuum of space isn't real.
So the only way you can tell the Earth is flat or
fucking no fucking way did Flatsy say that the vacuum of space isn't fucking
It's not real.
You're fucking. You guys aren't.
You don't have the mental capacity to have this conversation, cartoon.
You haven't been there. What are you talking about? Go back to the kitchen, make me a sandwich now.
Bitch.
Yeah, so
I know you're not talking.
How about this, dude, lady? Okay. How about this? How do you know that there's a vacuum of space?
There's pictures. There's scientific evidence. People
Pictures
have
of
been to
space?
space.
No, you believe that. I said, listen, no. You're appealing to their knowledge, what you think their knowledge is. I'm asking how you know.
Because people've been to space.
No, that's their knowledge. I'm asking you how you know.
Because there's photos of space.
Okay, that would be their knowledge. I'm asking you how you know.
Okay, what do you see at night?
Not them. Not them. You.
What do you see at night, though?
Not a vacuum of space.
That's fucking space.
No, it's not.
So the black shit. So space is black shit in the sky. That's space.
That's oh my fucking Christ.
Well, that's what you see, right? You see black shit in the sky. Is that the space?
You see stars.
Or the lights in space. Well, the stars are the space. So the stars are the back. So the stars and the moon are the vacuum of space.
Stars, the moon. Fucking
Nobody's denying upper space. Nobody said there's no stars.
I said, how do you know the vacuum of space? You said,
photo.
okay. What if I see at night that tells me that that there's a vacuum of space, dude?
Literal scientific evidence. Literal fucking photos.
Yeah, that would be their belief, not yours.
Who's there? Who's there?
Whoever
is
you're
there?
relying on, right?
What do
Whoever
you mean
you are
relying on? It's common fucking knowledge. Who's there? You're acting like it's a coalition. Who's there? Like what group you speak of?
What group are you citing?
Yeah, where do you
literally
get these talking about?
regular ass info? NASA, fucking
regular info. Okay.
NASA, fucking any
so they told
news.
you a story. Okay, let's figure this out. They told you a story. You believe it, right?
It's not a story. It's genuine fact.
How do you know it's not a story?
Because it's literally fucking NASA.
Yes. So what? How does it tell you it's not a story? It's NASA. It's not how it's not a story.
It's literally the National Astronaut Organization for fucking space.
Okay, cool. That doesn't tell me how it's not a story.
It's space.
Dude, you're bricked, man. Fucking bricked.
You ruined
Well,
this one.
I'm not bricked. I'm just telling you that y'all are literally.
How you know what they say is? How do you know what they say is true?
They take photos. They have money. Literally.
That's circular logic, dude. How do you know the photos are true? They take
They
photos.
have
How do
money.
you know
I
the
love
photos?
that one. If you have money, then space is real.
They literally take photos of fucking space.
How do you know that? Yeah,
because they literally show it off. How the fuck you not know that space isn't fucking real? Like, genuinely.
I'm asking you how you know their claims are true, and you're saying because of the claim they made.
Well, how is it a fucking claim?
Because they're saying, here's a picture of the Earth from space, and you're going, I believe you.
Because NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
What the fuck?
You're just appealing it, dude. You're bricked. Okay, so let's go to your argument.
How am I a dumbass? Y'all are genuinely have an IQ of fucking zero. There's no fucking. There's literally no fucking. There's literally no fucking way you people vote. Like, there's actually no way.
Stop attacking people, you woman.
No, I'm just saying there's actually no way you people vote. Like,
goddamn right, I don't vote.
You did not vote this time, or you voted for Donald Trump. Which was it?
Voting for suckers, dude. You're
no, I voted for fucking Harris, dumbass. So what's fucking good? Like, genuinely,
you make a good.
I'm just saying, like, there's no way you guys exist because literally,
No, I totally spiral.
This dude just said that NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
At all?
Yeah.
So,
you believe that NASA's been around for hundreds of years, Cartoon. You're a fucking clown.
1950.
You're a cunt. Like, I don't.
Hundreds of years? Were they
NASA's been around for over 60 years. If you actually.
You said hundreds, dumbass.
I'm not a dumbass, though. You're the one who believes that.
Why'd you say hundreds? You're the one who believes that you
are. You are a dumbass because you sat here and made a circle.
I'm not a dumbass if the Earth is.
You are, and I'm going to tell you why.
It's round. It's round. It is round.
You are a dumbass. So a crazy person chanting. A crazy person chanting, dude. That's all you are. A crazy person chanting.
Motherfucker, you probably read fucking QAnon, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dead ass. Get the fuck out, bro. Bro, the Earth is round. There's evidence. It is literal.
Chanting. Keep chanting, Cartoon. That's the way.
Lance Armstrong literally went to the fucking moon. Like, he literally saw the fucking Earth.
Somebody clip this.
Was it pre-steroid Lance Armstrong or after?
Did you figure your high heels on the moon?
Was it 18 speed he went to the moon? So Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France. So did he pedal to the moon?
Neil Armstrong, who fucking cares? Same.
You said Lance Armstrong.
Bro, you're literally from Ohio. I know you're not talking.
Cartoon.
I know that education.
I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Harvard is. Good try though.
Harvard.
This person's not qualified for this conversation.
You guys having fun or what?
Yeah. Too much cooking.
We just cooked two Skittles back to back.
That's my sandwich.
You got about 20 chefs in the kitchen right now, man.
Hey, Alpha. You want to take over?
Yeah, a little bit.
You just make sure you bring a bag of Skittles for them to guzzle on while you cook.
Man,
You want to deal with Cartoon? You want me to unmute Cartoon?
Yeah.
Cartoon, try to be reasonable. Alpha is the most reasonable person on this server, so.
That's cat, bro.
Try to control. Shut up, dude. I'm selling it. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fucking busting my fucking cake.
Anyway, we're gonna have to address the fact that Lance Armstrong went to the moon
on a bike.
It was a 21 speed too.
Isn't that how he proved it was a ball on a bike, Lance Armstrong?
Cartoon, you can be unmuted. Try to control your emotions. We know you're emotionally invested in the globe for some odd reason. Just try to control your emotions and have a civil discourse if you can. If you can't, you're just going to end up back on mute.
All right, so Cartoon, are you there?
Yes.
So when you joined this room, did you think that you were going to be able to just tell people that the Earth is round and everybody's going to believe you?
Yes, because the circumference of the Earth is round.
Yeah, I know, but
it's not a triangle, you dummy. Circumferences don't make triangles; they make circles.
Okay, I genuinely need to ask you what state you're from. Like, I'm genuinely gonna ask.
Who are you talking about?
Because if you say the following states West Virginia, Oklahoma, or Ohio, then yeah, your education system failed you. Like,
so so you have the position right now that the Earth is a globe, and you think that it is. But
what do you mean? I think I know it is.
Okay, so in what way? In what way did you prove it to yourself?
Pictures from space. The fucking trip to the moon.
So when you see a picture from space, right? What does it make it look like the Earth looks like? You know, the
round.
Okay.
Round.
All right. So when you go outside, can you compare that image to anything you see outside?
Yes, you can literally compare it to where you are. If you literally go on Google Images, fucking zoom out, you'll see the Earth is what? Round.
No. I'm talking about where you're at.
Yes.
You know, your local. So when you walk outside, you see the image that you have that looks like a globe outside?
Yeah, because not everything is flat.
Where outside, though? I'm asking you. Where outside?
A hill.
Yeah, but you're looking at a hill. That's not the Earth. That's a globe. They're showing you a picture of a giant globe, right? And you think the hill is a giant globe? That doesn't make sense.
No. I feel like you're trying to trap me here with this bullshit
I want you to use your logic. I want you to use your logic, right? That's all we're doing.
It's not my logic, though. The logic here is that the Earth is literally round.
Yeah, but you saying it over and over again doesn't make it so. You have to show how it makes sense.
It does make it so, though.
Or does it?
No, that's not how it works.
So you go outside and it doesn't look like a globe, and you have this image that shows you it's a globe. It doesn't compare. So you don't have anything in reality that compares to that image that they're showing you, or a video.
Yep. Oh my fucking god.
Well, yeah, so you're trying to talk about people's education level, but when you're trying to learn about how to use logic and reason, you have to figure out how you know what you know. It's called critical thinking, right?
It's not critical thinking, it's common sense, but...
Okay, well, common sense. You can use common sense, too. Where in the image that they show you that the Earth is a globe, where do you see it looking like that in reality? Common sense would tell you that there's nothing out there that looks like the image.
Well, that's because the Earth is bigger than fucking land. No.
Yeah, I know, but you're believing that that's the case.
What do you mean I'm believing? It's common fucking knowledge. Also, I know y'all ain't talking with your fucking bullshit AI Twitter photos, bro. Like, don't think I haven't checked that shit. Like, that's actually fucking cringe. Bro, you literally pay for a verification on fucking Twitter. At least I'm not that fucking deranged, bro.
You're a retard.
What are you talking about?
I'm not, clearly, because at least I'm not paying for a
stalker.
What are you talking about?
Bro, at least I'm not paying for a fucking check on fucking Twitter. Like, I know you're not talking. Like, dead ass.
So what?
Dude,
you can't pay for it because you're broke. Doesn't even matter.
How does that have
bro, no, I just don't need to pay a fucking rich asshole money, bro.
Cartoon. The topic isn't Twitter, dude.
Well, I mean, it kind of seems like it, though. I mean, with that bullshit AI,
it doesn't.
Fucking post.
We're dealing with
I am broke.
Yeah, we're dealing with your ability to actually discern what reality is based on what they're showing you, and you can't compare reality to the thing they're showing you. So it doesn't matter if you appeal to Twitter or Facebook. It doesn't matter what you appeal to. You don't know the Earth's a globe. You just believe it is. That's all.
No, but there's no belief though. It's genuine.
Yeah, bro. You just have a belief, and you keep saying it's round because you want it to be.
If the Earth is round, you will see it's fucking round.
Yeah, you
Google
keep
that
saying
shit
that.
right now.
It's just an image, though. It's just an image. So all you gotta do is look at the image. Yeah, the image that you see is a globe, right? But you go outside, you don't see that globe they show you.
Because the Earth is a planet. It's bigger than literally every one of us. It is a planet.
Yeah, that's the idea.
But how can you actually visually see that? You never will see the Earth like that.
You can literally visually see it through literally anything. Like if you look at a fucking telescope and look at the fucking moon, it is round.
But that's not the Earth. That's the moon.
The Earth is round.
Well, you dumb.
Yeah, but that's the moon.
How am I fucking dumb, bro? You literally pay for a check
You
on Twitter.
dumb.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
You dumb.
I know who you voted for, so clearly, bro.
I'm not sure.
This has got to be the chanting. Earth is round, world.
Like we know y'all dick suck fucking Republicans, so get the fuck out.
Whoa.
Whoa, that's your job. What are you talking about?
No, you're done. You're done.
I know you ain't talking, Cartoon.
Seriously, this is the dumbest conversation I've ever heard.
I know the Skittle Guzzler's not talking right now.
Yep.
I think we got enough clips.
Dude, I am clipping this shit. This is
It went
the
away.
greatest fucking crazy chanting I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Yeah.
You want evidence that the globe is a cult?
It went away.
NASA.
You want evidence the globe is a cult? This is it. This is.
It's literally a globe because it's common knowledge. You can't see the globe because it's so big.
Bro, she was peeking, bro.
Let's see. Why don't you help your friend?
Hey,
Help her. What's she gonna do?
What am I supposed to do? Good grief.
that was no she, man.
That was a guy?
That was
What
a
was
she-man.
Yeah,
That
100%.
was a she-man.
It's a man, baby.
She-man.
A lady. That was a guy. For
A
real?
she-man.
That was a guy, man. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Fucking guy.
Don't call me lady.
What I missed?
It is ma'am.
Dude, you missed the best shit ever. We got Lance Armstrong went to the moon, and NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
It was a party.
The best shit ever.
The when they closed down mental institutions, they became Democrats.
Hey, that's Overlord's kind of party right there. He wanted to have that conversation, but he was busy.
What, politics?
No, that lady that, or he, she, or whoever it was.
What the hell? I don't know what they're putting in the water, man.
Turn in the frogs.
They're putting shit in the water, it turns the friggin' frog.
Oh, you guys want to know about that? If you guys want to know about that, go look up Camille Paglia's work. Otherwise, we could just drop it because it's actually deleterious to the topic at hand, which is the Earth is flat. Get smacked about it.
Yeah,
How dare you.
sorry, my fault.
Facts, bro. Facts.
AI ruined the party. Boo.
Hey, that was a $10 word right there, man. Deleterious. Is that what you said? God.
That's what was that, $100 word?
The fun police.
That's why I can't afford super chats because I use too many expensive words.
Yeah, facts.
Good Lord.
So I'm doing a job where I'm going to be staying over in a location where if the internet's good enough, I'm going to have time to do some powwows and after action reviews. I got some lined up videos that we're going to go over. One of them is going to be an interaction I just had with a Flat Earth show within the past 3 days on the topic of gas pressure without a container versus pictures from the moon versus you can't go to the moon.
Well, we know you ain't got that good connection now because your mic be sucking.
Yeah, I don't know what you think a good connection is, dude.
You'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Where's your sexy mic?
I packed it. I'm bringing it to where I'm going. Hoping it'll be good enough that I don't have time.
I'm actually about to be going to somewhere in Georgia for 2 weeks for Sterling's job out that way. And we're going to be staying in a camper Airbnb with Booger and maybe his daughter Shar, but it's just it's pretty great.
Dude, Rad wouldn't be having a pretty shitty mic on the regular too, bro. So nowhere in my league, though. But to be fair, he's nowhere in my leagues, and he's light years away
from Elijah.
Oh yeah, Elijah. Shit, boy.
Yeah, Radwin's always in a lab. He sounds like he's in a lab.
Yeah, he does always sound like he's in a lab. But you, AI, you and Elijah probably right there together with crappy mics.
Nah.
Damn.
Not as bad as Elijah's. No way.
Yeah, you're gonna sit there and take that?
Well, I mean, what do I expect from someone who doesn't know how to cook Southern food?
Oh shit!
I do know how to cook Southern food. That is a lie. You are a liar, sir.
Damn. Drama. Matrix is here.
What was that?
Matrix is here.
Look, there's a way to settle it. There's a way to settle this. You're gonna cook me some Southern food, then I'm gonna eat it, and then I'll know whether you can cook it or not. How does that sound?
Yeah, you're gonna. If that actually could happen, you would be blown away by my cooking. It is amazing.
If you survive.
If you like squirrels.
Ooh.
Pagana, the globe is the claim. The horizon, the horizontal horizon, is the observation. The globe is the claim. An outlandish one at that.
Who are you talking to?
About that. I heard someone saying they're going to clip out this awesome interaction that I missed, so hopefully that'll come out and I can watch it.
That one's probably going to go viral for somebody.
This dude's trying to say the claims that the Earth is flat when the horizon is observably horizontal, and that globe claim has never been proven.
Well, AI, did you hear why I'm going to clip it? That person has the world record for chanting Earth is round. Must have said it 50 times, at least.
And Lance Armstrong took so many steroids he made it to the moon.
Bro.
Just Wayne was straight chanting spiral, just like Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is round, like 10 times in a row, man. It's crazy.
Is it gonna be like that clip? What do DJs even do?
Oh, there you go, oh, bro. Oh my goodness, dude, that's a great
We should
idea.
do it, yeah. Can we could take that clip, what do DJs do, and then just like jump scare Earth is round right into it with a bass drop. Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Dude, the crazy thing is the Globers are actually gonna like.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. They won't even be ashamed that like they're in a cult. They'll be like, "Yeah, man, that's how I feel. Earth is round. I just want to chant that shit over and over again."
Oh, India, did you listen to my new song?
Nah.
Where'd I post it? I'll post it. It's not my old new song. It's my new song. This one's about refraction. Once you hear it, you'll know why.
Who?
Let me. All right, how do I do this? Oh, files. Give me a second. All right. Audio. The title of the song will give you a hint.
Release us from the suspense.
All right, I posted it. Should be uploading for you guys right now. All right, the title is Okay, It's Not Refraction. No, So Okay, It's Not Refraction. There you go.
I think I'm going to come out with a new show called Fed Up. FED Up. Fed Up. Sardonically,
You going for that? Really?
yeah, sardonically critiquing the arguments that the FED panel puts forward and that their accolades proper in other venues, and how they're a lot of times absolutely incapable of parsing out any of the particulars or even understanding what they're saying, and they just chant it like it's some kind of, magic win-all catchphrase, and some of the arguments don't even prove the proposition. So, yeah, so we're gonna get some spite.
You're going to have an 8-hour show about their 4-hour show?
No, it's going to be more concise and precise.
I'd say you can take like half an hour then. Get it overdone in half an hour.
I found that 2 to 3 hours is like what most people can handle if you're really going to do an extended show. Like after that, like you need like an intermission and
yeah.
whatever.
As long as you can get through 2 sentences without pause.
Yeah, well, we did some beta tests in our main server, and it worked out great. And I think the main content was about 2 hours, and we did a lot of stuff in that 2 hours. I mean, a lot of stuff. And then we had about an hour of just chit-chatting afterwards, not before. Okay, one more time. Afterwards, not before. That way the people who just want the deets can get them and then go about their day, because they don't want to hear a bunch of dudes talk, personal, whatever. Like, if they want to hear that, they'll hang out. You know what I mean?
All right, nigga, watch out. I gotta close the door.
What?
Sorry, I was talking to my cat. My bad.
Well, according to the FED panel, I gotta ban you now.
What? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
That's right.
I was going to
They
say
want equal standards. They want equal standards across the board. So if you call your cat the quote unquote permutative,
Did you hear that? No way, you guys heard that?
disambiguated N-word, then that's the same as being in a show that's broadcast, public, and caveated.
That's funny. I didn't know you guys heard that.
That's what you called your cat, didn't you?
I do call my cat that. Yes. Oh, Lord.
I wonder how many people just shook their head when they found out that CB's a cat person.
Dude, they're better. They're just better.
Dude, you can leave a cat and, generally, your house ain't going to be tore to crap and poop everywhere.
Yeah. Dogs kind of, they can be dumb sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, CB likes CB likes a challenge.
Facts. Cats are like women, kind of, Just, I'm in training mode at all times.
The challenge is keeping that kitty litter.
It's gonna smell like shit. I hate pets.
At least with a dog, you can just let it outside and it just goes in the same area, and then you just go. With cats, you got to leave
you answered
in the house.
Yeah, you answered the question, brother. You have to let him outside.
Right. And if you don't, he's gonna shit all in he's gonna shit in the house. You know what I'm saying?
You know what that means? I mean, you can't go on vacation. Yeah, everything you do, you have to plan around the dog. Like, I can't stand the fact that I know dog people, and we're trying to do anything, and everything they talk about is, oh, we have to do this about the dog, that about the dog, what about this about the dog? I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you are allowed to be human and, go about your lives. You don't have to be a prisoner of a dog.
I know, I literally just dog sat over the weekend. That's crazy.
So now you're doing it for other people. So you got
Well,
a
that's
cat, so
better.
you wouldn't have to do it. Now,
I mean, I don't mind. As long as I don't have to take full ass ownership.
yeah, it's good if you get a house in Malibu, look after their dog, stay there for the weekend. That'd be
Right.
all right.
Yeah, facts. Malibu, that sounds great.
They have this thing here where it's called petsitters.com, and you get people that just go, they want to travel around Australia or something like that, and they'll go, oh, okay, well, we're going on holiday, we need someone to look after the dogs, and they've got police, they've got police reports and stuff like that, You know, you got all their details and stuff like that. Like, and they come and stay in your house and look after your dog, and they travel around the country like that. I don't know whether I feel comfortable doing that, but it seems to work for them.
I gotta run a couple errands, boys. I'll be back on. Maybe later tonight. We'll see.
Gonna pick up some kitty litter.
Well, I gotta get some shit done before my little date later. So I'm trying to be somewhat productive.
Trying to look after the cats.
I got some pussies to look after. Wait, pause.
There's a cat.
Anyway, good job cooking those Skittle guzzlers earlier. That was great. That guy's gonna be thinking about that for at least a week straight. Guarantee it. Skittles? What do you mean? All right, chat. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Anybody else going to see Kill Switch Engage the 14th?
I haven't heard that band in forever.
I'm gonna go see Dragon Force in September. That should be fun.
That's some old high school music right there.
Yep, Guitar Hero 3. Let's go.
Well,
Got
Kill
the high
Switch
school in a
Engage.
different place.
Sorry.
Oh, it's cool. It's gonna be at like a little venue, a little theater with like, I don't know, like 2,000-3,000 seats. So I'm like 5th row. Sound should be awesome.
Sounds fun. Where's that at?
It's in Vancouver, the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, Canada.
That's way up.
Siamese cat.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
What is your favorite proof for your worldview?
A lights on the sky.
I can see the curvature from a plane.
Lance Armstrong went to the moon.
Oh, man.
Oh, boats disappear over it.
My favorite is it's not refraction.
I have the capabilities of playing that out loud if you'd like, Overlord.
All right, as long as it sounds good.
Alrighty. Can I have your permission to play your song?
Yes, but keep in mind that who people who are listening. This is in the context of a song that's making a commentary on an argument as if it was happening in line with an argument where someone is proffering the idea that refraction debunks flat Earth observations, right? And then somebody else comes in and goes, "Oh, refraction doesn't apply here." All right, cue the song.
Okay, so it's not refraction.
Refraction.
No refraction. What about all?
Oh my god.
I'm not afraid. I just wanna know.
Kill it. Kill it.
Refraction. And what the heck
It's not
is
coming through?
Yeah. Heck no, dude.
It was breaking
levels, bro. No, it's breaking levels because whatever you're using is not a
Not loud enough.
like a mic, not a mic, but what am I saying? A pass through.
It's interesting. All the other sounds go through, but that one doesn't. I wonder why.
It was like auto-tuned dubstep rock.
We've had this problem before of trying to play songs. So how are you trying to play it?
I worked it out. Matrix, do you have crisp turned on? Noise suppression?
No, I shut all that crap off because it does weird stuff.
Okay. I'll give it a try through mine, see if it works any better. Just got to find the song in the side chat. One
See,
second.
yours was doing it the other day, DJ. It was stopping and starting with something.
Oh, it was doing it the other day. All right, never mind. I won't even try.
You guys remember the good old days? You just take your output with a cable and you put it right into your mic input with the other end of the cable. Problem solved.
Straight through.
Easiest thing in the world. They have virtual machines that can do that for you. Not a PC. I know. I don't know if they have them on an Android. I should look into that.
Yeah, you can use programs like Voice Meter. There's a whole heap of them now.
Yeah, so we could do it through the YouTube app, but the problem with that is that we all have to join it. We can't just do it on the fly, you know. Just a little bit more steps. Or do we have a radio? Do we have a radio bot in this server that we're allowed to use?
Not that I'm aware of.
Rhythm music together. Music together. Which one of the activities they had on the Discord activities was just a player?
I thought there wasn't there a YouTube player thing that you could do?
Yeah, I mean just like an any media you pick player. But yeah, the YouTube would work. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give it a try. Just tell me to shut it up if it doesn't work.
It's not working.
It's wonderfully silent.
Try unmuting yourself, DJ. There we go. It'll work now. This is what we'd call the sound of silence.
No one can hear you scream in space.
Yeah, sorry about that. I lost where the song is in the side chat.
So light, it's not refraction. But what about all that wibbly wobbly light? Look, I'm not here to fight. I just wanna know if it's not refraction, then what the heck is it? Oh! Oh!
Yeah, useless. Kill it. Kill it. Yeah, totally worthless. You can't
Damn
hear
it.
all the words of the song.
Yeah. There's got to be some solution to this.
It was mostly clear for me.
It was totally clear for me.
No, maybe, but I know what it's supposed to be saying, and there's words missing because they're being leveled out.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like the machine that's doing it just can't understand, go from high peak to low peak. It just cuts it off.
Czy to nie tylko ty tak czujesz, ale...
To make it shareable, you kind of have to make a YouTube video and just share the link to that.
To zaufaj temu, wiesz, to nie jest przypadkowe.
DJ, you hot miking.
Yeah, I'm miking in Polish.
Vivace, why are you here?
He's hoping that some of our testosterone will be absorbed through the internet into his body.
Would that be meiosis or mitosis?
And then you're going to repost a screenshot of what was deleted. Great.
That's like one of those guys who's like, "Oh, flat Earth is irrelevant and doesn't matter and it's pointless and nobody cares." Yet I'm going to be here and just keep coming. You ban me, I come back. You tell me to leave, I come back. But I don't care about it.
Yeah, here's the best one. Peter's over there saying, I got permaban because I'm too good at destroying flat Earth scripts. They banned me out of jealousy. And then he says, can I get unbanned? I go, am I jealous? He's like, yeah. Well, you can't ask me then. If you think I banned you just out of pure jealousy, am I still jealous? Well, yes. Well, then why would you ask me to unban you? Am I afraid of that you'll destroy my flat Earth script? He's like, yeah. Okay, so why would I unban you? Internally, your own worldview is fucked up. It's already fucked up. You said the only reason you got banned was because, which I didn't do it, by the way.
Man, some of the mods in here are very intellectually dishonest.
He blames me for something I didn't do, and then assigns attributes I don't have, then says that those attributes still apply, and then asks to get unbanned. Like, dude, how many inception layers do you have of back-to-back logical contradictions? Logical breaks in his own worldview internally. Do you have to filter through just to figure out what do you want? Peter, what do you want? Do you want to get unbanned? Then give a reason, an argument. Why should you be unbanned?
Crit, I think someone's trying to get in too. He said some of the mods in here are intellectually dishonest.
The Siamese cat.
Who said that?
Siamese cat. Would you like to elaborate?
No.
Oh, he just wanted to squawk while I was talking. As soon as you clear the floor for him, okay, floor is yours. What do you want to squawk about? Then he wants to shut up.
If I ask your single mom to give you permission, can you speak? Hold on, she's in my back seat.
Backseat Becky.
She belongs to the streets.
Why are you in your back seat?
Making sandwiches.
Dude, I ain't letting her stain my front seat, dude. Good grief. I'll just give her a ride back to the homeless shelter. Back here, I got like the triple thick protector.
So they say, oh, Crit banned everybody till the channel was dead. I banned nobody. And we have 32 people. They have one person who's on deaf and mute. Anything the globalists say is always the exact opposite of the truth. They basically lie like you breathe.
Wait, Toby.
Like the normal person just
You there,
breathes
Toby?
in and out. Their lies just roll off their tongue without any scruples behind it all. They just don't care. They just invent full facts out of nowhere. They're really talking about their own channel. They've banned everybody down to just one person who's on deaf and mute. And then slap a flat earth sticker on it and say the flat earthers did that.
Hey, Crit, you were here with me when Peter came in with the voice changer. And he ran.
Yeah.
When somebody called him out and said, hey, Peter, is that you? He came in saying that we can prove that Earth is a globe because of a heavy bomber that landed on a runway. And he had the evidence. And all we said is, hey, that sounds like Peter. Peter, is that you? Patoo! Off he ran.
Yeah, and then blame you for that. Like you're like, hey Peter, we know it's you. We know you're banned. We know you're ban evading. Why not just be honest? Boot scoot boogie. Just bounces. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go. I'm like, you're not cloaked, dude. You're not cloaked. We see you coming a mile away. Why
He was
keep
pretty
your
adamant that you
worldview?
couldn't prove that Earth is a globe with a fully loaded 747. It had to be a massive, heavily loaded bomber.
Their worldview requires massive levels of trust, massive levels of honesty and respect. They wrote about this. The experts in the globe said, don't lie. If you engage with a flat earther, don't lie. Because this model requires trust in experts, requires trust in systems of authority, requires lots of leaps of faith. It's too complex. It's not possible for one person to grasp the whole concept. So if you go in there and lie, you're damaging the heliocentric model. Don't do it. If you can't help yourself, don't engage. Full write-up about this on space.com. Oh, go ahead.
They failed to listen to their own experts. Again, look what happened.
Yeah, their experts are like...
go ahead. Their experts are coming with this. Yeah, they just teach them their own lore. We have to teach them with their own experts. And,
Oh,
and
you're right.
they live in abject denialism. Fuck.
No, I got them.
Now
Yeah,
I'm
he's-
doing it.
No, I heard you, Amish. I don't know, maybe you came in broken for other people. Yeah, Amish just said that they live in their own denial. They'll tell the flat earther to listen to the expert. They don't listen to the expert. It's just one cope spiral after another. It's just one constant claim the counter, like claim, contradict, claim, contradict, claim, contradict, and then blame you because you're not buying their bullshit. They're not buying their own bullshit. See, they don't really care at the end of the day if the Earth's a globe or if it's a flat Earth. What they really care about is mind and thought control. They don't want you to think something other than a globe. That's the main crux of the issue. They want power, they want control over your thought, because for some reason, their agenda requires it to be a globe, which they won't explain or take questions on. Like, why? Why does it have to be a globe? Because they got this globalist agenda. They can't push a globalist agenda without the globe already in your head. If you're like, hey, it's a flat Earth, fuck your globalist agenda, then their goose is cooked. They've got no globe to push a globalist agenda with.
They're like those Mongos that fuck up four-way stops at intersections all the time and then blame you for it.
Mongos? What's a mongo?
Type of fruit.
Ask your mom. Ask your mom and dad. Mom and Dad, I heard some adults say a word and I don't know what it means.
Very mature. Very mature, mate.
Okay, why do you care?
Yeah, it's a fruit, so what? Like you?
Wait, what? Can you say that again?
Sphincter says what?
Dude, a Mongo is a guy with a beanie hat, a big gut, and a too tight fitting shirt, whose knuckles are dragging backwards as he tells you, "Oh, it rains diamonds on Uranus."
Anal canal.
Yeah, it's a straight up. It's some dude who can't figure out how a four-way stop works, but told you that they found Neptune with perfect mathematical predictions. And you ask them, well, can you show me these math? And they're like, well, Uranus smells
Daddy.
like art.
There they go again.
Yeah, they tried that same trick with Pluto and failed miserably.
Oh, because saying daddy is a trick, right? Yes, obviously. I'm tricking you. I'm actually brainwashing you into thinking that the Earth is a
You are a very weak troll.
What channel do you think you're in, Siamese cat? Like,
what?
Are you in the wrong saloon? Are you in the wrong saloon? What do you think this is?
I had to step into the LGBT saloon, my bad.
That tracks.
That tracks.
That's what he meant by that. That being said, when you put that image on a plate, the plate is round and flat with upturned edges. But clearly, if you look at it, even though the edges are upturned, which means all the surface isn't on the exact same plane, it's clearly, flatly orientated, horizontally arranged on the table. And if you mistake it for a ball or question anybody about what flat means, you're dumber than a brick. You might be a Mongo.
There was you guys, I came the other day, I can't remember who was in the call. I have to look it back, but we had a severe case. I've talked about people being bricked, like in the moment. This guy was the most severe.
You might be a Mongo.
This guy was the most
Who pronounces mango Mongo anyway?
severe
Asians?
case of bricking that I've ever heard. He said he's been talking to flat earthers for 6 years. 6 years. Multiple times. Like daily sometimes. On and off for 6 years. And then I was like, well, sure. Can you steel man one flat earth argument? And he says, we can see too far. I'm like, well, didn't you just say that with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction, you would see the back of your head? And he's like, well, yeah. I go, so how is that you see too far a flat earth argument? Is that your globe earth argument? I go, okay, give me the best concept. What's the best idea that you heard? What's a steelman flat earth position? Name one. He said he's never heard any. I'm like, so 6 years you've never heard one flat earth argument? Not one. He's like, nope, never heard one. In 6 years. He's like, yep. Literally a brick wall. That guy is a brick. Like, anyone who talked to him in the last 6 years, you're better off talking to a brick wall. Nothing sunk in. Not one single thing sunk in. And his only thing he could think of, we see too far, was actually his globetard he was talking about.
I still can't believe that other person said that Lance Armstrong went to the fucking Lance Armstrong. At least they didn't say Stretch Armstrong.
Would have had a better chance.
Yeah, because they got their Armstrongs kind of mixed up.
Yeah. They crossed their Armstrongs.
This is what I mean too. You don't need, like, if you got a space fan, a straight up space fan, someone who just loves space, don't waste your time talking about flat Earth. Go at least learn who their names of the astronauts. Like, you could look up the Apollo program and study everything about it and still never really scratch the surface. You could spend the rest of your life, every waking hour, it could be a full all-in. You could have, like, make your own lunar rover. You could, like, you could go to air and space museums, all of it. You could spend the rest of your life learning about just the Apollo program, maybe just Apollo 11, and never fully grasp all of it. You don't need to worry about flat Earth. So if you're coming in here talking about, how come you guys deny that Lance Armstrong landed on the moon? And we're like, the fuck? Just get off Discord and go look up this Apollo program and come back when you're smarter, kid. Just come back when you're smarter.
Some of these people are woefully unprepared. They're ill prepared. They are not qualified to have this conversation.
Yeah, that's why I call them a DQ. They DQ.
Yeah. Disqualified.
No one has got to be trolling there, saying Louis Armstrong went to the moon.
Yeah, that was funny though. No one.
That makes perfect sense, bro. That's why his cheeks. Oh, that's Dizzy Gillespie. You know Dizzy Gillespie?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I couldn't think of his name. You thought of it first. Fly me to the... Yeah, I know. I was right at the tip of my tongue. I had it there, but you said it quicker.
Yeah, but that's how he trains his cheeks. He trains his cheeks by going into a vacuum of space and letting his cheeks get sucked out. That's how he gets those massive cheeks that he can blow that horn, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, he was
By the
making
way-
fun of someone else. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just want to put it out there. If nobody knows what we're talking about, for God's sakes, look it up. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like big band stuff where it's like "Fly Me to the Moon." It's like a really great song. You gotta check it out. I guarantee you'll tap your foot to it.
Yep, it's a good song. Classy.
He's a legend for being able to blow that horn so crazy because he makes his cheeks inflate so big he looks like one of the crazy frogs.
That's where live music was much better than recorded. Like recordings could never quite grasp the full experience.
I mean, I've heard high school bands trying to play stuff, so we're so being able to get it right and make it sound like it's like you're listening to it on a LP or something live. That's awesome, man. Hats off to all those old jazz players, man. Amazing, and those orchestras, amazing.
I want Pagana to answer me. At what altitude does the alleged curve of Earth become directly observable? Cat got your tongue, Pagana? Come on.
He's not gonna answer. He's a fucking troll.
Then boot him. Why hasn't he been kicked?
That he's getting called out by a gal. So you're like, hey, here's a woman willing to talk to you about something that you pretend you want to talk about. This might be a chance for you to talk to a woman who's not your mother or sister or relative. Will you mic up, or will you just stay an incel?
I mean, you've got a chance to stand up for yourself, right? You've got a chance to defend yourself and defend your knowledge on this topic. And if somebody asks you a question, you're like, oh, I'm not even on that argument. Well, that's somebody asking you a question isn't an argument, and you just haven't answered the question. So it's kind of weird. You've got all this knowledge about what the Earth is and all this, but you can't tell me at what altitude the alleged Earth curve becomes directly observable. That's kind of weird.
Considering applying text suppress to this situation.
My favorite screenshot for that user. They basically just join a VC by themselves and just sit there. Flat earthers are dumb AF and just sit there all by themselves. See what we got. How many people we got here? 30 something?
All right, Pagana. Here's your chance. You've been text suppressed. This is your last resort.
Good luck, Pagana. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Yeah, no one here interrupt. This will be just one-on-one. You and Jenna.
Yeah,
That's it.
1v1.
No one will interrupt you. You got a chance, like, to talk to a girl. Like, you haven't done so probably in a very long time.
And I'll be nice, right? We'll go, I'll give you a minute, you'll give me a minute, we'll go back and forth, question, answer, right? We can have a respectful discourse like that. That's kind of how I like to roll.
Maybe gotta bribe them.
Okay, when Alpha gets back, he can give you a call.
Like, sweeten the pot a little bit. Like, what would it take?
Shaking in your boots, Pagana? What's going on, buddy? Come on. You're not, like, locally muted or anything like that. I know you can hear me because you're not deafened. So, mic up. I want to know, with all of your great wisdom and knowledge, at what altitude does that Earth curve become directly observable?
Who's paying for this kid's nitro and he can't even fucking mic up?
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Old boy's got nitro and he can't even mic up.
Bro, yeah, no, and I mean, he was talking all big in the chat, right? Talking a big game. It's like those videos that you see of, like, the dog that looks all cowardly, and then as soon as they're behind the fence, they're bark, 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 bark.
Wow, that is some hilarious shit. This is a peak performance of Globetardia. This is what the best you get.
They don't answer questions, Crit. They don't do that.
I mean, in their position, why would you answer a question truthfully? At all?
Hey, Ghana. Cat got your tongue?
I'm the big cat in the chat, baby. Let's go.
This is what I mean by the contradiction. They want to talk about Flat Earth and then don't want to talk about it. Then they give an excuse. Well, the men of Flat Earth are kind of aggressive, abrasive, and he's kind of like a beta cuck. So you're like, okay, sure. Will you talk to a woman of Flat Earth? Well, still won't. Still won't do that either.
Well, Crit, I'm giving him a chance to. It's not even about. I'm giving him a chance to tell us about the globe, right? I'm giving him a chance to tell us about the globe, and let's have a discussion about it. Let's have a back and forth. Let's have some questions and some answers, right? I've got some questions about his globe, about this globe that he believes in. I want him to tell me about it, right? I'm giving him that chance. But it's nothing but crickets.
Welcome back, Nathaniel.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I've got like a really small period of time, but I am glad to be back.
Welcome back. Right. So Nathaniel said he used to be a flat earther, but went back to the globe, but agrees that space is not as we've been told, and NASA is full of shit. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. Excuse my language, Nathaniel.
No, that's how it goes. Not a big deal. I'm actually away from the children this time, although they might show up. I've got a half an hour.
Yeah, remember, still just Nathaniel, sorry, asked to set a boundary. He did ask that while he's part of the chat, that we try to curb the swearing. So I earlier when he was in here today, I said that's a good idea. We should all practice some control with the curse words. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that part of his boundary is he wants to be here, but he also would prefer that while he's here, that we watch our language.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that. I mean, obviously, I did a bad job because I was like talking about a man being sodomized to death. So that's disturbing for children.
NASA is full of poop. All right.
Right.
Okay. So what was it specifically that made you doubt flat Earth after you had already looked into it?
Well, let's see. I know evolution's nonsense, right? And then I came to believe a young Earth, and this is all progressively. And I started as an atheist. Now I'm a Roman Catholic, for better or worse. But so when I had young Earth, when I realized that one, it had an interesting effect on my mind where it shrunk down my worldview to where it actually became very personal. It's like, wow, I only have, 1,000 ancestors before Adam. And so I had this sense like God, starting from like this nihilistic atheism to the point where now we're like God is heavily involved in like human events. They're all affected very closely by him. And so I came to believe a flat earth for the same reason, because it's the kind of cosmology that God, the real God, loving all the things we know about God, from philosophy and theology and from faith and all that kind of stuff. That's the kind he would make. And I think that I still probably hold all the most important aspects of it. And I don't feel very strongly that it is global. I was talking to a man here from Eastern Orthodox, and apparently out east it's still that's complex too, but it's still very possible to be. But I read a book called Flat Earth, Flat Wrong. I read about half of it. Obviously, a strong title. And then, but there was a part in there where he quoted a lot of church fathers, and their explanations dealing with the shape of the earth is kind of what made me think, well, they must be right. Although, like I said, I don't feel about it strongly. My children are gone. So that's it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you. Have you looked into this deep? I mean, have you looked into the empirical evidence side of things, like specifically the long distance observations, laser tests, that sort of thing?
No, I'm not very influenced that way. I'm just not an empiricist. I kind of that's part of the reason I wanted to tell you all that. Hello, sir. Good morning. You can sit right there. I'm just on a phone call. I was kind of trying to show that I'm very persuaded or influenced by like a philosophical understanding. I'm a novelist. So for me, the more I learn about God and the way he works, the more that's kind of what influences all my other views, right? Like I start with theology and I work my way down. But that's also why I say I'm not very attached to the globe. It's because of the authority of the church fathers that I read that I essentially believe it in, because it's just not that significant to me. The shape of the heavens is much more important to me for whatever reason. I guess because that's where I want to go. Does that make sense? Full stop. Trying to let you know when I'm done answering your question.
Hang on a minute. Why am I tech suppressed?
Take a what?
Sorry, Nathaniel. Yeah, I was listening to you. My wife came right at the end of when you were talking and asked me a question. So apologies. I couldn't
I'm glad.
Yeah, look,
on having a
it's
wife.
good to have you around here. If you have more time, right, I'd love to go through some long distance observations, right? Just go over some of the 101s you might not have looked into, right? Because
sure,
we're a bunch of empiricists here, and you'll find that we don't speculate too much, right? We can pretty much back up everything that we say with video, high definition videos, or citations, that sort of thing. So yeah. I mean, when time we should go over some long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe.
Sure. Yeah, I'm content to do that. I mean, when I was looking into flat Earth, those things I did find persuasive. Trying to think of the the biggest thing that slowed me down was probably the idea of inertia, but I did end up abandoning that because what I said to myself is, well, here, and I think now I'm a geocentrist, right? I think the Earth is at the center of the universe, and I work with a lot of people who are big into academia and science and that kind of thing. And I also believe it doesn't move. I think the heavens moves around it. You know, and that's enough to be like a crazy man to a lot of people.
Yeah, well, we definitely agree on a bunch of things. I think, I mean, if you haven't had the time to go over some of these observations that have been done over the years, then, I mean, maybe that's all you need to see.
Could be. Sure. Well, I'm content to do it. Here I am. I'd really like to figure out. I'm terrible with technology too. I mean, I could tell you all about the French Revolution, the SARS, economic theory, but man, making computers work drives me crazy. And I'm trying to like pull the clip from your live stream and then publish it. So, but I'm still gonna keep trying. So yeah. So if you want to go over those things, it's fine. I'll publish it. Here I am.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got 5 minutes, I could go over a simple observation just to give you a general idea of what I'm talking about here with these long distance observations.
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would help me make my point that we have to be more reasonable and work together because, you know, I really don't like the way people are controlled and manipulated right now, especially economically. So yes, so I'm just kind of like my son showed up and then disappeared again. So I'm kind of back and forth. So visual things are going to be hard. You might have to walk me through it.
And when you say geocentrist, and then you said Earth is the center of the universe, do you mean as in universe, as in vacuum of space?
No, I said that earlier. I don't believe in a vacuum. I believe in, I guess, probably the ether. Is he okay here?
Ether? What's ether?
Yeah, can you define that, please?
Sure. Okay, I'll take him. Sorry. It's my son. So the ether, my best understanding is, and it's probably unfortunate that most of my cosmology relies on materials that... Say again? Calculation?
Speculation.
Oh, yes. Yeah, speculation. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing that, you know, St. Augustine was working with, except he probably had a better understanding of, like, Greek mathematics and stuff like that, which is, I think, where a lot of the globe stuff comes from. And people argue that Aristotle and some of those Greeks had a huge influence on the West. And so I think that's what that Eastern fellow was trying to say. But what I was going to say actually was materials that have their nature in a specific place that aren't present on Earth. So like the ether, and they've done measurements and stuff like that. So it's something. It's just I guess of the ether by there's that famous one. So that would be what fills the vacuum of space. So it's a material that light travels through and all that kind of thing to reach the Earth.
How did they test it?
My understanding was it had to do with like light bending off or bouncing off of mirrors or something like that. I'm trying to remember the name of the experiment. Like I said, I don't put too much stock into that.
Michelson-Morley?
That's probably the one. Yeah. And then eventually Einstein came around and said it's relative.
I don't think they proved it, though. They just...
No, I don't think it proves it at all. I mean...
They just made a comment at the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I just expect people never to prove. And I think basically a lot of the lies come from their desire. You know, they want to prove something. They can't because God made it. It's above them. And then they just lie about it. I mean, I think that's basically how NASA works.
Like ether.
Well, so you tell me, because you obviously know more about it than me. You know, I'm sure I've embarrassed myself enough. So what is it then? So it's not a vacuum. What is it? What is up there? What is the firmament?
Who knows, man? It's all speculation.
Well, that's fair enough. So we agree. Okay. Well, I apologize for pretending like I knew more than I did.
Dude, no, you're good. I would like to point out this though. The archaic, that word aether, it means upper air that burns or shines, and it's also the name of a god, the primordial god of light. So I've been warning people, be careful about worshiping that god named Aether.
Oh, really? That's
it's
interesting.
trippy, dude. You can check it out for yourself, but it's weird. There's a primordial god that's connected to this other entity named Nyx. It goes back to some ancient shit.
Well, I just met
Really
somebody who goes by the name Nyx, and then that's very interesting. You know, a lot of people, I kind of don't like saying Thursday. Yeah, so I'm probably one of the people who'd be influenced more than others about that.
To be fair to you,
you're very emotional. Good.
To be fair to you, though, right? Going back, you did preface with it's just a belief, so you weren't making a knowledge claim.
No, I'm not. I think that's where a lot of the the flack comes from, is being so certain that it exists, yeah, or that or they say that we like know what it is or can know what it is before, you know, seeing God at our judgment, that kind of thing. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to find out in a humble Christian way. I mean, I do support the people. Like I said, I do a lot of work with, for instance, like the Kolbe Center, and they're really good, you know, and they're a bunch of geocentrists and stuff like that. So I'd support it. I just think empirical approaches is one of the approaches, and I think that, in fact, I'm trying to talk to a guy about this. I think that the philosophy in the West that comes out of the Enlightenment, and then like especially in the 1800s, where it's like a very materialistic philosophy, and it doesn't have, well, it's one philosophy and it has no respect for theology, and it kind of like messes up the way people have sought knowledge, you know, throughout all of time. You know what I mean? Like, we can know that there is a God. We can even know that he's in heaven. And those things are more important than the ether. And the ether's fine. I mean, or, you know, pagan gods or whatever we want to know about. The material of the heavens, or the nature of the firmament, or the water above the waters. Or water above the firmament, I guess. I'm really interested in that. What do you guys make of that? The water above the firmament. There was one church father that says essentially, if you go to the end of what you might call space, or whatever people are calling it, past all the stars and stuff, that there's essentially like an ice wall or a crystalline wall. And I've meditated on that. That's fascinating. What do you think of that? Whoever wants to talk about it.
Like a mad speculation Sunday show.
Yeah. You guys don't like speculating at all? Is that the case?
Well, let me ask you this, Tom.
Sunday.
There you go.
I didn't hear that.
We save it all up for Sunday.
Oh, okay. So it's like organized by topic. So on Sunday, you guys talk about speculation?
Yeah, speculate on Sunday. Go for it, mate.
All right. What do you guys do today? Because what is today? Today's Monday.
Just any other day. But I mean, like, yeah. So we just reserve Sunday for anyone that wants to speculate, because people do like to speculate. But we like to identify between that which we can know and that which we can only speculate about.
Okay, well, forgive me. I'm getting to know your culture. So what? So you wanted to tell me about some like proofs and whatnot. Are any of those doable verbally? Well, I still have time here. You want to tell me about some of those, and I'll tell you what I think?
think that was DJ that mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I could go over it. Like, I could just post an observation in the side chat. We could go over it. Right, it's a good example. It's very easy to follow along with. I'll explain it all.
There was one that was like 8 miles square or something like that.
Well, that would be the rate of curvature, right, over a certain distance. Right. So basically, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles that they tell us, right, it has to have certain characteristics of the globe that go along with that. That must be there, right? So it would be curvature, obviously, right? And you can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, right? So
I did find that one very persuasive because I'm pretty sure I can see more than 8 miles, and I've seen the video of a guy who like watches or can see like over the Lake Superior or something like that. Yeah, 8 miles is not that much.
Right. So, I mean, over 10 miles, right, there would actually be 66 foot of curvature, right? That's like a 6-story building, right? So for example, if you went to a lake, if you went to a lake that was 10 miles across, right, there should be, 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So you could start performing different types of tests on that body of water. The common test people do is just to set up a camera, right? Like a super zoom camera, like a Nikon P900. They have crazy zoom capabilities, right? I think it's 83x optical zoom, which is like telescope level, basically. Anyway, you could, set up that camera at, say, 1 foot off the surface of the water, right? And if the Earth is a globe, you should have a horizon at a certain distance. So say that the camera's set up at 1 foot off the surface, right? We can do the math, right? And according to the globe mathematics, the horizon would have to be at a particular distance, right? So from 1 foot observer height, the horizon would have to be at 1.225 miles, right? And anything that goes beyond that physical horizon, right? The geometric horizon, they call it, would start to become obstructed behind the horizon.
You said the horizon's only a mile away? Not like 8 miles away?
Well, it depends on your observer height, right? So from 1 foot, right, it's much closer. So at school,
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so at school they taught me that if you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, you're looking out over the ocean, the horizon would be at 3 miles. Right, so if you go lower, it's closer. If you go higher, right? So to have an 8 mile horizon, you would have to, it's not a long distance, right? Well, most people think, we can't see the curvature of the Earth. It's too big, right? We're so small, and Earth is so big, right? That's kind of what most people think, but they haven't actually done the math to work out that. Yeah,
I have not done the math. So you said, somebody said it's like 5,900 miles. You said is the radius.
It's 3,959 miles, right, from the center out to the edge. Yeah, like a straight line.
And everyone agrees on that. I guess they would have to.
Yeah, that's the R value. It's like the core fundamental behind all the globe Earth math, right? All the distances to the planetary body.
It's pretty hard to get
putting things in space, right? Going to the moon. All of that stuff is reliant on the radius value, the R value. Gravity, everything basically. So if that core variable's wrong, right, then all the math is kind of wrong for the entire
is
theory.
Is that number 3,900, I believe you said? Is that used, like, where do I find that? Because I don't often look at formulas for gravity or anything like that, and I don't trust NASA. I already told you that. So I'm just wondering how many things are dependent on that.
To calculate the distance to the sun, or to calculate, how big a planet is, or anything like that, it's all kind of based off the radius value, right? To calculate like their orbital mechanics, to calculate like when they're sending their satellites into space and everything.
Distance between two masses. Between two masses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it used for anything that's not what do you call it, cosmonautics? Anything that's like on Earth? You know, like as a cell company using it. Good.
What you'll find is that most industries utilize the Earth as a flat plane. Yeah.
Right. That's what I always thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I know an aerospace engineer, and he told me, like, he's a globe earther, right? But he told me that all of the calculations that they use when they're designing the aircrafts assume a flat stationary plane.
Right. I remember that one was.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is if like, yeah, you might call it speculative, but I do like understand and approach the world a lot from the point of view of like human society and how it runs. And so I wonder if that one, factor or math number is if it's possible for NASA to lie about that, and then it doesn't really, like, all these industries and whatnot, they just ignore it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it because if I found, I don't know what to say about that. So if I found out that NASA lied about that number, I wouldn't be very surprised. And it wouldn't necessarily.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
just
Yeah,
NASA.
see, that's what I want to know. I want to know somebody else.
It's basically the
Something
size that they tell us the globe is, right? So, like I was saying originally, the globe has to have certain characteristics that go along with that radius value that they all agree on. Okay,
Right.
so you would have to have that horizon at a certain distance for starters, right? And what we find is that we cannot detect this geometric horizon that should exist, right? When we make these observations, right, much of the time we can see the horizon over 1,000% further, right? 2,000% further sometimes than what it would be.
Yeah, because it's a short distance. So is there any possibility for it to be a larger globe, I guess? Or is that just preclude globe at all?
Then you got to
It's gotta be
change.
flat.
Then they'd have to change everything. Distance to the sun.
Yeah, all those things. Yeah. Well, I mean,
the measurement of gravity.
Yeah, the entire heliocentric model would be, they would have to rewrite the entire education system. They would have to admit they're lying about space. They're lying about the moon missions, all of that stuff, right? The distances between locations, even, right? Just going from A to B, right, from country to country.
No, that wouldn't change. That wouldn't change at all. Why would it
Just
change?
make it places that we haven't been to. So the known Earth, the known world could still be the same.
But the way it works is the path of the sun, right? The circuit that the sun takes over the Earth wouldn't change. So if you inflate the size of the Earth, that circuit would be shrinking. So all the angles that we get to the sun or to the celestials would shrink into a narrower and narrower pizza slice wedge, right? You know, like your field of view would shrink. So everything about their claims would be destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, so look, just taking it back to the long distance observations quickly, right? So we have countless amounts of very high quality long distance observations and laser tests, right? That they're not explainable at all, right? On a globe. We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see, right? So I did want to show you one of them if you got time to have a look at the side chat. Nathaniel, is he still here? No, he's not here. All right.
Maybe he's processing the size of the claimed globe.
I know he's got a bunch of kids running around, so.
Yeah. But it's like when you hear that stuff, right? When I first heard that there should be this much curvature over this short distance, I was very surprised. I was like, "What? Is that true?"
Yeah, I think most of them are pretty surprised, right? They don't even believe us when they hear us tell them the actual, drop over distance rate or the horizon distance. What? No way. Where are you getting that number?
That can't be true. Earth's so big. so big you can't see the curve. Boats go over the horizon. You're a very calm person, DJ.
Thanks. Because my wife's sitting in the room, I have to stay
Oh, you
calm
have
and
to
being judged. Yeah.
That'll change. Give him a couple of months.
Shut the fuck up. I was once calm too.
Only once?
I think I just find it hard to speak to people these days about, you know. That's why I kind of sit in the background and listen more.
I hear you, man.
Yeah.
There you go. So there you go, Timbo. The radius of the Earth is, well, claimed radius of the Earth is the distance of 2 Australia widths, basically.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it like that. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, what's the distance across Australia? How many miles is that?
Roughly 2,000.
4,000 kilometres? 2,000
Yeah.
k's.
Yep.
2,000 miles. Yeah.
2,000 miles. 4,000 kilometres. Yeah. Oh wait. All right.
3,200, isn't it?
Yeah, 3,290 as the crow flies. So I guess they're saying the shortest route. So that's, I guess, driving time is 4,000 kilometers.
Yeah. So it's not that big, really, when you think about it like that. You know, something else that's really mind-boggling that I found out the other day was that what's the name of the tallest mountain in Australia again?
Kosciuszko.
Yeah, Mount Kosciuszko, right? So Mount Kosciuszko is only like 7. It's not.
There's Australian territory in the Arctic Circle I can't remember the name of the island.
Come on, T-Dub.
No, I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of the island, but it's Australian territory, and there's a mountain there called the Big Ben. Big Ben. It's
okay, but on the actual, on Australia,
on mainland, mainland.
Kosciuszko, right? Kosciuszko is only like just over 7,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah, it's not very high.
Yeah, it's pretty big though. I mean, it's like snow on the top of it and stuff. It's like pretty damn big mountain. I mean, and then right, that's not even as high as the average elevation of Antarctica, right? So if you go to like South Pole Station or something like that, you're not even on a mountain, but that's higher than the top of Mount Kosciuszko. It's like 9,000 feet above sea level, just at that South Pole Station.
I'm looking
Bit of a trip
right now. Looking at Mount Baker, 10,000.
Why is it so freaking high?
Always got on it. Capped.
Yeah, I found myself speaking to someone the other night, and then they just said something, and I just said, "Sorry, man, I can't talk to you, mate." Just, I'm not going to have a dumb conversation with you.
I've kind of gotten to the same point, but I just tell people that they're not qualified to have this conversation.
Yeah, I thought my better time was spent me going to cook dinner and clean the house. Like, I had more fun doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know how Indio does the numpties. He just keeps them in rotation.
Oh, yeah, brother. Well, check this out.
Like that Crayola lady or not a lady. Oh my! I don't know how Indio's patient. I guess he enjoys it.
Yeah, he must. All you guys, you know.
That responsibility, dude, to expose the responsibility to expose the crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like you said, like you said, he clipped all of it, and like he said, that was one of the craziest comments he had. Yeah. And then you got DJ the Globe Whisperer with
Right, just
normie.
right. So according to that earlier point, where you basically had to tell the person, "Hey, bro, you're not qualified to have this convo." They actually already agree with you. Because a lot of times they will tell you, "Hey, there's the globe," and you'd be like, "Well, how do you know that?" "Oh, well, because the scientists say so." And they'd be like, "Well, how do you know that the scientists are saying it's correct?" And they go, "I don't know. I'm not a scientist." So they just admitted they have no idea. They're just taking somebody else's word for it. So all they're doing is just repeating the mainstream status quo with their voice. You could have just read it on a piece of paper. Their presence in the conversation is irrelevant.
Yep.
Unless they're actually willing to engage with you honestly, and then they show up as a human and they're like, "Hey, I want to learn from you what you know about this topic." But if they're just going to repeat the mainstream rhetoric, it could be like, "Dude, I don't need you to do that for me. I'll just, go bash my head in with Google later on tonight, and then you can just go home to your family and, do something useful."
Indio's got a slobber nurse title.
I hear there's good money in being a slobber nurse.
And a Glober too. Just ask journalism. Look at his subscription account now.
You can get $50 an hour easy doing that stuff. You could actually have 3 clients that you can handle in 1 hour and get $50 for each one. You can make $150 an hour if they're close. If they're within close enough of a drive of each other.
Wiping slobber.
Well, yes, but also they might just help the person with their bedtime routine, whatever. And if you can knock that out in 25 minutes, being efficient and get them in bed and everything's taken care of, you can go to the next one. And you get paid a lot of times per visit. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to shower them though, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, clean up their poop in the bed if they poop it.
Yeah, so it's real work. It's real work, and sometimes it takes a little longer than other times, because there might be more things going on some days than others. But you can make good money if you have a good client base and you treat them well.
Yeah, I'm a plumber. I'm not scared of poop.
Oh, we're talking about poop. What happened?
We're talking about money, bro.
There's money in the poop.
Yeah. That brown.
Oh, there's money.
Gold.
Okay.
Don't eat it.
Like Scrooge McDuck? Scrooge McDuck jumps in his gold money. Timbo jumps in his poop trough.
What about that bat poop? That bat poop's worth a bit.
So do you have constant staph infection, Timbo?
Nah, man.
Yeah, that's
You don't have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it that much.
And
we do a lot of construction, so it's a little bit of maintenance. Not much though.
my buddy was Red Seal. He'd always be in pools of it and like deep in poop, and then just randomly when he gets stressed out, like staph infection come back constantly. He quit his job.
Yeah, I know.
Sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to do that. Construction side of it's good. Yeah.
Guess who's pew pew mail? Find it. Very good. Right before the election.
I can't believe Australia, Canada, and the UK are all having elections at the same time. Okay, UK is not a national one, but
Yeah, and guess what? We got record low gas prices. Just to butter everyone up. Oh, nothing's going wrong. Wee, it's all good.
We're getting called to prayer 5 times a day now.
that's what happens when you live in a Muslim country.
Yeah, man, it is.
You're saying your 5 prayers, Jedi, now? What's going on?
Yeah.
All right, let's see who's to blame. Jedi, how many kids do you have?
2.
Well, there's your answer. Your country's below replacement. And so you need to import workers, which means you got to open up the borders to have people come in because your women aren't turning out enough babies because you were dumb enough to let your women vote. I'll rest my case.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Jedi, apparently.
Always have to blame the Muslims, don't you? Fucking hell. Me being a Muslim, coming from a Muslim country.
Run by a German.
No, Muslims tend to have a lot of kids. In fact, that's the reason why they're spreading so much is because they're actually doing the biological imperatives. You know, defend yourself, eat lots of food, and make babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's one problem with their reproductive. They're too closely related. So they're like having babies with like second cousins and shit.
Yeah, but to be fair, Indio, cannon fodder doesn't need a high IQ.
Point taken. Jesus.
I've got a stat for you as well. I don't know if I should say it.
Some people do it for childcare support as well, you know, even over here. They get paid to have children. In Sweden, but
in Russia, if you have 5 babies, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Same with Bulgaria, I think, is 4.
Wouldn't you just like adopt a bunch of orphans then? Just like get it over with in one shot?
No, you got to birth them.
Dude, if Octomom moved there, she'd like be owed money. She had like 8 at once, man. So
So, guys. Was that a cyclone?
Sure is. Checking in for my daily 45 minutes to an hour of nighttime chat.
well, certainly you brought Gold Proof with you this time, right?
Well, I've left it up to, let me see.
Did you leave it in Donald's house? I knew it.
Nuckin' Futz, he's got it. At least he said he did. Or was it no one? I spoke to that no one guy the other day. Which one was he? Jedi, I'm sure you were there at the time.
I was there. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I called him out. I can't remember. Probably no one important, dude.
Well, it's just because I see him. He's got his text chat fingers on. So I'm wondering if he took a dark turn down anti-Flat Earth Alley after we spoke. Let's say you know one. Did you turn into an anti-Flat Earther since our conversation?
He said he can VC in a bit of work. Said that in the text chat.
Fair.
You guys, you should hear what the Globetrotters are doing in Omnivor's server against some flat earthers. They are claiming a circumference of the equator and comparing it to the distance from the equator to Polaris or to the North Pole, and saying that that would be the radius and the distance between the circumference of the circle doesn't match a flat circle.
That sounds like the kind of incoherent nonsense that the Globers are famous for. So what measurements are they citing for that claim?
I don't know from where they got those measurements, but they say that, and they can have that those measurements, that the circumference of the equator from the ships navigating and planes and those things, like if they are making a perfect circle around the equator.
Yeah, I'm sure the upset Globers on Discord are experts in international shipping. Their only experience with international shipping is getting their waifu pillows from Temu.com. So I see we've had a lot of excited Globe believers in today. Seems like it's been non-stop. Which of them are still standing? Come on, Globers, in the chat. Get on your mic. Hey, Rambo Jesus is back. I remember speaking to you, Rambo Jesus. What's up?
That's a great name, isn't it, Rambo Jesus?
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's another one I remember having a conversation with, and now I can't remember which one he was. I seem to remember it was a pretty reasonable conversation, at least the beginning of it. Did it go sour? I can't remember. Rambo Jesus, you have to remind me.
Was it more Jesus than Rambo, or more Rambo than Jesus?
No, our conversation was pretty helpful, I thought. I was just just asking some questions, trying to ascertain what you guys understand and stuff, like what you believe, and just asking questions, trying to learn,
Yeah, that's right. I seem to remember you were pretty chill. Okay, so from our last conversation, what do you remember? What did you understand? What did you take away? Any thoughts?
God, I wrote notes somewhere.
What was our main contention about the flat? Sorry, go on.
The two biggest takeaways that I remember, and I still need to ask one of the medical physicists about it, because you mentioned that they don't use Newtonian physics, or not Newtonian physics, the Newtonian theory of gravity in sort of like higher level physics. They use the theory of relativity, I think is what he said.
Einstein.
So I haven't got a chance to touch on that. But the other thing
You can just look that up. I mean, that's pretty readily available online, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that. I study a lot, so like anyway, the other thing was the drop off of the curvature of the Earth, right? Like at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet, which
yes
is quite significant.
Did you find anyone who measured that?
No, I didn't. I've gone and looked at how they initially measured the curvature of the Earth, which was I think he was a Syrian guy, or he was Arabic. It was like Eratosthenes or something, like way long ago.
Yeah, Eratosthenes is the Greek guy.
Yeah, there we go.
He didn't, but he didn't measure drop over a distance, though. That's the thing.
No, but he did measure the circumference and like the theoretical sort of curvature
he
that you would think would
assumed
exist.
he assumed the curvature and the ball and all that. It was all assumed. So that's why we were like specifically we need that drop over a distance.
Because I can't really find out how he assumed some of his numbers, like, and also some of the some of the data is a little shaky, right? Like he used
very shaky. There's no primary source for that even occurring.
And
it just like appears in textbooks.
Yeah, and even what's alleged is kind of shaky, right? Like he used the rate that the theoretical rate an average camel could travel in a day, and judge the distance
Is that
between
what
Alexandria.
Yeah, sometimes it's camel distance. Sometimes it's some boy with some poor guy in the desert just walking it out. I mean, it's the whole thing's a mess.
Yeah,
but,
and then
Hey, here's another one you probably didn't pick up on. He measured an angle 300 years before they had angles as a unit of measure.
That's a classic.
Oh, is that
the angle? The degree wasn't it? The degrees, like degrees wasn't even a thing at that time.
Was it not? Interesting.
No, it wasn't introduced to Greece for another 300 years.
That's fun. I'll have to dig more into that because I only read a couple articles about it. But yeah, it just makes some assumptions.
Given all that, don't you think it's odd that they tell us that we can send a robot to Mars hundreds of thousands of miles away, play around with a remote control, but they can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Yeah, it is. Like I said,
do those two things align? How can those two facts coexist? It is what it is. That's a fair enough answer. It just is what it is. Death glob.
Just accept that we landed on Mars and we landed on the moon. Accept that there is space. Accept that Earth is a globe. Just accept that.
I do have a question, and forgive me if somebody's answered this or if there's been an explanation that I've not heard. Does the Earth rotate?
Yep.
No.
It does. It doesn't rotate.
Nah. Unless you can prove some rotation.
Well, I was thinking about that, and this is not something that I know a whole lot about. But I was thinking of the Coriolis effect.
The Earth's motionless.
So, wouldn't that preclude hurricanes from forming? Like, wouldn't that make it impossible for a hurricane to form? Because that's like the Coriolis effect is what causes, at least in theory, causes hurricanes to form.
In whose
spin
theory?
In a certain direction.
Whose theory is that?
I don't know who it is specifically, and I could be wrong.
Some vague. Yeah, that's just some vague story that you're hearing in passing. It sounds like what they say is that the rotation is supposed to affect the direction of the hurricanes, but even that's not held for.
Yeah, it aids in the fuck. I'm trying to think. Except, like I said, I don't really know specifically.
It's all right. Well, let me bring this up real quick. So you have cyclones and anticyclones.
Yeah.
Cyclones spin one way, anticyclones spin the other, and the distinction between them is an anticyclone is high pressure in the center and low pressure on the outside, and a cyclone is low pressure on the inside and high pressure on the outside. That's what determines the direction of the spin. It's not.
That's what I was trying to say. I just couldn't word it right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, how
it's
would
like an
you
old
figure
wives'
out the
tale.
mechanism? Like, just be honest. You can never figure out the causal mechanism of that anyway.
Yeah, but it's like an old wives' tale. It's like when they talk about. It's like when they talk about the toilet, flushing the toilet, and it'll spin a certain way. It's just an old wives' tale. Hey, Timbo, you hot micing? Who's hot micing?
Was it? If it was typing, it might have been me. I'm sorry.
Yo, you're hot
I'm not
micing.
sure. I don't know. Someone was. It's all right now. So, Hurricanes, Coriolis, DJ Indio. One of you guys want to spare some wisdom on that?
I mean, where is it? It's another, like you said, it's an old wives' tale.
Yeah,
It
I would
exists
say
only
it's
in
general.
theory and hypothetical situations, but like it doesn't exist in nature.
Yeah, I would say in general, Rambo Jesus, try and catch yourself when you're asking these questions. Think about when you're asking about phenomena that are like Earth scale, right? Like hurricanes, tides, this kind of thing. These are mechanisms with causes that we can't test or manipulate, right? We can at best observe them and track them to the best of our ability, and then we can maybe try and draw some correlations and then maybe make some speculations. But when it comes to these large-scale mechanisms that are operating in this system that we're in, we can't pull them apart, we can't stop them and start them and do all that. So yeah, there's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of questions when it comes to those large-scale phenomena. But the claims like, oh, it always goes this way because the Earth is spinning, that's all bullshit. But that doesn't mean that we can tell you a cause, right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. If it's like something that's not explainable, we recognize happens. Like that happens all the time, right? Like there's certain things that happen that we don't know the exact cause. That happens in medicine all the time.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
See,
especially medicine.
Well, this is the thing, and this is an issue that we have with a lot of people who aren't as educated as yourself. They seem to think that there is no limit of knowledge and that they have it all, even though they don't have any of it. They'll say, I know the distance to the sun. And we'll say, okay, what's the distance? Well, I don't know, but someone does. I could look it up. Okay, I'm going to look it up. Then they look it up. Then they say it. And they read it online on Google. 93 million miles. So it's like, right. Now you've read that on Google. Do you now know that the sun is 93 million miles? Yes, it's 93 million miles. It's like, damn, dudes, come on.
Yeah, and even if you're on like opposing sides in the argument, these things are typically most people don't think about in their day-to-day lives, so they're not going and like fact checking. So at the bare minimum, like you're getting people to go do some research and they're learning things that they otherwise didn't know prior. Like
I swear, the majority of Globers learn more about the globe speaking to us than they have in their entire lives. Their entire life schooling. The vast majority of them.
Yeah, because I mean, we just kind of take it for granted what we're told, and like once people get out of high school, they study whatever their field is in college, if they even go to college, and then they don't really think about it. They take it for granted.
Exactly. And it never comes up because you never use it in practice. It's never treated as a ball in practice. So they can essentially forget about it. And most of them do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're highlighting, right? We're highlighting that gap because
until it's challenged, right?
Well, that's it. People are going through life on this assumption that they are fully knowledgeable about where they live and that it's a ball. But when they actually go through it with themselves mentally, they realize, actually, I'm just kind of taking for granted the vague stories and claims that I've been presented with over the years. And that's where this topic really gets going. So what else, Rambo? You've got good thoughts. Keep us going.
I mean, the only other thought that I had was kind of in the same vein with the Coriolis effect. So I'm in the Army. The Army paid for medical school and all that good stuff. I have an HPSP program, and
nice.
when I went to my OCS training was actually in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, where they have the main like Patriot missile defense system. Like we have a lot of those there, and there's a lot of artillery. It's basically an artillery school and basic, but like they do artillery AIT there. And I know that they have in their artillery handbooks, and when they do fires, they do account for the Coriolis effect in their calculations when they're aiming, either long range missiles like Patriot missile defense systems, or they're just sending fires downrange. So you guys know anything about that?
I mean, are you sure about that? Typically, the manuals I've seen, I haven't seen a Patriot missile manual, but I've seen the artillery manuals. It'll say something about the Coriolis effect. Typically, like in the beginning of the manual, it'll give you like an overview, and it'll say, "Hey, Coriolis effect, you got to account for it." But then when you look in the firing tables, it's not there.
Isn't there a guy, Corey Kell from FlatEarthIntel.com? He actually wrote the TRADOC manuals on artillery. He's an expert, and he talks about this. And he devised a system using a Marks box and range fans and things like this to actually track the sun and prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, another point, because we have a bunch of ex-military on the server, and I remember AI talking about this particular claim that was brought up, and I'm pretty sure if I remember right, he was showing that even when it's claimed in the tables, the difference that it's supposed to make is smaller than the margin of error that exists just through standard calibration and spread or whatever. So even if it was being claimed as a factor, it would be subsumed by the margin of error that already exists. So in effect, it's never quantifiable or usable.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at an old artillery manual, and I was looking for the calculations, and so I don't know what all these numbers mean, but it says rotation correction is L0.6. I assume that's latitude. And then if you look at the drift correction and crosswind correction, respectively, it's 7.3 and 2.6, which adds up to 10.5, and they just use 10. So it's literally, the rotation is, the Coriolis effect is literally just a rounding marker for them. Like, they literally just round it off.
Yeah, so, the old battleships, right? Like the Iowa, Missouri, Colorado, the old World War II battleships with the 16-inch guns. Okay. So those ships, they did a test fire off the island of Crete in 1984 to test that, the circle of uncertainty of the shells, right? They found that the circle of uncertainty for any individual fire, even though they're aiming at the exact same spot, was 250 yards. Okay? So, but the curvature and Coriolis correction at that distance was 90 feet. We're talking 30,000 meters, right? So even if you didn't account for that, there's no way to tell that you didn't account for it because you have no idea you don't have enough precision in where the round is going to land in the first place.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So within the error.
And that's why we have forward observers in the Army, right? We have forward observers. Yeah. Hey, you shot too far, walk it in, right? It's short, it's long, walk it in. Like, that's how it actually works in practice.
Yeah. Or we just have lasers now. I mean,
yeah, but lasers are line of sight.
Yeah,
so that presents another issue for the globe, because we have lasers pinpointing line of sight targets at distances where they should be hidden behind a curve. It's a good theme, though. Sorry, Jed, are you trying to get in?
No, it's fine. If he knows about lasers, it's welcome to Flat Earth. Just roll out the tests. If you understand the line of sight targeting systems, if you understand infrared, if you understand the process, it is welcome to Flat Earth from this point.
Yeah, we've got a lot of long-range laser finders that don't seem on paper to work on the globe, but they do in reality. But another one I was going to mention to you, I don't know if you've heard, since you're in the military, you might find it interesting, because people often ask, well, what does it matter, this whole shape of the Earth thing? And there is some examples where it's literally a matter of life and death. And one of the examples of that is the Knickerbein radar that the Germans were using in World War II. You heard about this?
I have not. Sorry if I cut out. Like I'm coughing, so I keep muting my mic. Got a little
That's all right.
bronchitis going.
Oh no. Well, either way, this Knickerbein, this was how the Germans were able to guide their planes to London from continental Europe to enable them to bomb it by air. And the Brits couldn't figure out how they were doing it because they were getting so accurate, and they were like, they're flying at night. How are they doing this? And someone had proposed that they were using the radar technology, but then Churchill's staff on the British side were saying, no, it can't be that because the curvature of the Earth would get in the way. So that can't be the technology. So these raids kept happening, and it wasn't until they managed to get hold of a downed Luftwaffe plane and figured it out that this was actually what was going on, that they were using basically long-range transmission from a couple of different towers in, like, I think it was like somewhere in Norway and Germany or something, and the planes were basically flying along this radar track, and then when those beams intercepted over London, they'd get a ping, and that's how they knew, even in the darkness, that's where they were over target, drop the bombs. And that's, you know, the physical aspect of the surface, the curvature or the flat, was coming up in this discussion where they were like, no, this can't be possible, they can't be targeting us this way, and, you know, people are dying because of it. So
yeah,
that's another example where the curvature did not intercept or intercede or block anything because it's flat.
And the aircraft, especially in the night flights, are only flying at about 10,000 feet. It's not relatively that high if you're thinking about the beams of... They're travelling, what, about a distance about 300, 400 miles?
Yeah.
So that's a long way. That's a good couple of miles of Earth curvature in a way. And it's not just London, it's Manchester, it's the majority of British Isles.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Do you understand what our point is?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know that much about radar though to like really know if like it can go through the curvature, because that's what you guys are saying. Like the radar couldn't go through the curvature of the Earth. Is that? I might not be understanding.
Radar bounces off the ground.
Right, exactly.
The aircraft are following the signal that one of the transmitters is sending. So they're flying from an airport, following a signal, and it's going bing, 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 bing. There's another transmitter, say 200 miles north, so on the coast of Norway, that's aiming at the same point. Both beams are facing London, but this beam's got a different signal. Where the beams cross, where the flight actually gets to the crossing section, the signal changes. So they follow one signal, intercept the other signal. When the signal changes, they drop the ordnance because both signals are cross-marked over the place where they want to bomb. So it's not going through the curvature; they're following it.
But yeah, on the globe, they'd be over the curve.
Well, what if
from where they started?
What if they angled it upwards slightly and maybe got a little help from like atmospheric refraction? Would that not account for that, or would that just not work? I mean, I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
They had a ceiling that they had to maintain.
Yeah, they'd have to be 11 miles in the air.
Yeah, that's way too high. That's way too high.
Yeah, there's a couple flat earthers that have gone over like all the original documents. They know what the beam spread was. They know what the results of the Germans testing them was. They know what the width was, the width of the beam. So the Germans tested that. The Germans actually tested it at a longer distance than the like 380 kilometers that was over UK. I think they tested it out to like, don't quote me, but it could have been 800 kilometers. But like the beam width at like their maximum distance was something like 1,500 feet. So if you went outside this little this window, you wouldn't hear it, right? So basically, it was like this: it had two radios to tune the different frequencies. When it picked up one transmitter, it would make dots, like Morse code, right? And the other one would make dashes. So when they were in the cross section of the beam, they would hear dots and dashes, and they knew to drop their bombs.
Yeah, that's clever.
One of the reasons they did it was for OPSEC.
Very clever.
For maintaining OPSEC because they didn't want to broadcast or they didn't want to talk about where the targets were. And so the pilots flying didn't know really at what point. They kind of generally knew, they said, but they didn't know what target they were hitting until that second beam created a cross pattern interference. I mean, this kind of answers one question, right? People say, why would they lie? Well, here's an example.
Yeah. So in the text chat, I posted a video called "The Secret Wars," and it interviews the people, like the British scientists that were involved in discovering it, and they go through the whole story about how the guy, there was two German prisoners. They were talking in a cell. They recorded their conversation, and they were talking about don't let them get the radio system. So then they got a plane and they got the radio system. They couldn't figure out what it does, and one of the scientists was like, I think they're freaking using this as a bombing system. But all the other scientists were like, no, it's a globe. You're an idiot. It doesn't work. And that went on for like 6 to 8 months. And then the guy was like, let me talk to Winston Churchill. And he talked to Winston Churchill. He got permission to get a plane and test to see if they actually were transmitting this system. And they discovered it. And then they tried to use countermeasures like interference and electronic warfare methods to try and blast the signal out, so it wasn't effective anymore.
Yeah, so if you want a search term to look into this, you can either look up Nickebein, which is Nickebein, Nickebein, or you can just type in Battle of the Beams. That's kind of how they refer to it in history now.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. I don't know a lot about especially German World War II stuff. I do know that the myth that carrots help you see better at night was created by the British because it was like propaganda for their radar detection, right? So the Germans wouldn't catch on that they had a new radar.
No, I hadn't heard that. It's interesting.
Yeah, so there's this massive propaganda campaign that carrots would improve people's ability to see at night. They had their pilots eat a bunch of carrots, but that's not really true.
People are still saying that today.
Yeah, I mean, there is some truth that carrots, because beta carotene, it gets converted to vitamin A, which is retinoic acid, which does help with eye health, but it's not going to make you see better at night.
Interesting.
Yeah, Nickebein.
Yeah, Nickebein.
Yeah.
Other things like submarines and sonar, even whales talking. Right, all this stuff. When you start thinking about long distance propagation of signals, that's when you start getting into some juicy flat Earth territory.
Well, I was talking one.
Well, you're breaking up a bit for me, Jedi.
Like hundreds and hundreds of miles it is because of single propagation, but just the fact that the whale.
All right, who's next? Surely we've got a Glober in here.
Yeah, now you want to hear the other Globers.
Yeah, well, I do. I genuinely would like to, and I'm sure that the server has them, but I would like to hear a legitimate, prepared debate by both sides. I feel like that's
so would we. Believe me. We've been looking for 10 years for someone who knows how the hell we prove this globe fantasy. No, but you should hang around and listen though, because
yeah.
I mean, the flat Earth proofs are one thing, but when you start hearing globe believers trying to prove it, it's good night. You're like, shit, this thing ain't a globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of them, and especially like, me when I first came in here, like they're just not prepared, like, because again, like we touched on when we started, like people just kind of take it for granted. They're told one thing and they just go with it. They don't really look into it. But if you are actively looking into the Earth not being round, you probably know more about, the theories as to why we think that the Earth is round.
Yeah, 100%. We always have to teach the globe believer about the globe claim before we can then deconstruct it for him. So that is the case. But yeah, I mean, and even that is strange, right? Because when you start seeing how ill-prepared people are by the public education system to express why they are convinced that they live on a globe, you're like, damn, they really don't teach us shit. And it can be very shocking to some people.
I mean, even the people that are prepared, if they haven't dealt with us, it's only barely better than the unprepared people. The people, at least that I find that know the most, are the Goldbergers that have been in our Discord for like quite a few years, like Matthew Lawrence, maybe Platypus, a couple other guys, right? So they've been in the debate for 4 or 5 years. So they've learned basically about the globe from us. Not to like toot our own horn, but that's just the fact of the matter. So if they come from like another platform like X or Facebook or something, and they enter Discord, they might have experienced one thing on those platforms. So when they come here, it's another thing altogether.
Yeah, and you can listen if you go on our YouTube. We've got, we've been going for how many years now? 24/7. We've had PhDs. We've had people with, scientific backgrounds come in and try and discuss this. And yeah, to be honest, they're the difference between them and the average person isn't that great. Because even if you do like astronomy or whatever at university, you're not really spending a great deal of time talking about the nature of the Earth. You're specifically focused on not the Earth, everything else. So they don't really know how the Earth is a ball. They just know that they interpret their observations of the sky through a ball Earth lens. So yeah, you can go on the YouTube and you can like look at some of the videos, and I'm sure some of the ones with PhDs are separated out. Listen to the conversations. But yeah, we've been speaking to people for like 10 years. And
oh yeah, I would definitely like to listen to that.
I mean, on our channel, I think you're on our home server, aren't you? The 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I don't think so. Oh, my girlfriend just got home.
All right, well, take an extra 2 minutes. Hold on, let's.
Yeah.
Tell your girlfriend to wait for 2 minutes, because this is potentially the most important link you'll ever receive in your entire life. Not to get dramatic about it.
DM it to me, or you can post it in
I'm
the chat.
DMing you it now, but I need to explain where the additional info section is. So make sure when you join, and it's now in your DMs. Oh no, you don't accept DMs.
Do I not?
It couldn't be delivered.
Can I just Google the 24/7 thing?
It's discord.gg/flat earth, so you can type that in somewhere. It's easy to remember.
Is it the official Flat Earth Discord with 15,000?
No. It's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's got like 29,000.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be with you.
All right.
I was talking to my girlfriend. How do I accept DMs? How do I change this?
Settings.
Yeah, I'm a little dumb when it comes to Discord.
Add each other, man. Add each other.
I'm similar too. Yeah, I'll add you as a friend.
Okay.
Rambo Jesus. In case I ever need a war medic. Right, so if you do that. Let's see. So now I might be able to send you it. Let me try. I can't find your name. Okay.
Reminds me of Machine Gun Preacher.
Flat Earth. Okay.
Okay.
So that should be in your DMs. You get it right. So when you when you enter the server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channels, there's loads of channels, so you should spend some time reviewing them. But I'll point you to the information section specifically now, just so you have them for future reference. So if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized, A to Z. If you're like, oh, if I've got a question on gravity, scroll to G, bunch of information. We save a bunch of the stuff there because if you start looking on YouTube and Google, the algorithms are designed in such a way to just give you hit pieces, basically. Nat Geo, Professor Dave, all this kind of shit. Right. So we save the stuff on our side so that you can at least review both sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I love it. It's great.
spend some time on that. And yeah, if you've got any more questions, anytime you want to drop in, feel free. Nice to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll still be in here. I might not be listening the whole time, but I'm still gonna hang out.
Cool.
Is that bad? Does that help anybody, or is that negative if I just hang out? Like,
No, hang out. It's good.
Okay, awesome.
And when you're not
Thank
on
you
the
all again.
Discord, you can go on the YouTube because we're streaming 24/7 on YouTube. So you just have to type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you can hear the chat there as well.
Oh, there's also on Spotify and iTunes. We have clips of like debates, different stuff. So it's same thing, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Okay, sweet.
check
I
out
didn't
all
realize
that
how big
stuff.
this community was.
Yeah. We're taking down this globe.
Yeah. So one thing, if you're listening, so this is one thing in this topic, which is really the dividing line between Flat Earth and Globe Earth. The Globe Earth, you'll often hear Globe Earth to say, explain this, explain that, explain this other thing. But like science and the scientific method and empiricism in general isn't based upon explanations. It's based upon testable, repeatable, verifiable observation of the natural world. That's what it's based on. It's not based upon just those stories about the way shit works. So what you'll often hear is like, oh, we have the explanation for that. Well, any explanation is just as valid as any other explanation. The thing is, do you have the evidence to support that explanation? Or is that explanation the only possible explanation for whatever that observation is? And most of the time, it's just a matter, it's basically their interpretation of what they're seeing. And you also see things like they insert the explanation into the description, right? So they'll have an explanation about how Saturn works, and they'll say, well, why do I see the moon do this? Or a good example is, why do I see the sun go underneath the horizon? Well, that's not actually what they see. They see the sun go away, disappear bottom up. That's what you actually see. You don't see it go under anything, right? So this is what you'll have a lot of times, this explanation versus descriptive empirical evidence of the physical and natural world. That is really the dividing line between our side and the other side. We're not into just those stories. You sound that. I don't know about these other guys.
I love a Just So Globe story.
Dude, especially when they mess it up and it gets so convoluted. Dude, it's
That's
crazy.
the only reason I'm here. But no, Rambo Jesus is a good guy. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah, he seems all right.
So
And
who else we got?
They start telling their convoluted story and like they just keep adding pieces and parts and pieces and parts and pieces and parts. Then they lose track of their pieces and parts they added and then start contradicting what they just said with other pieces and parts. It's so funny to me. They don't even realize they're doing it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, getting them to dig that hole.
Dude, and they dig it so happily. They're like happily digging. Like,
They start off with the boat, and then they're talking about the sun, and then they're talking about gravity, then they're talking about the satellites, and it's all somehow supposed to be supporting the same initial claim that they're making, but they're off miles away on 10 different topics.
Like, what
Good
about
stuff.
gravity? Well, it makes things fall. Well, what about a balloon? Gravity makes that happen too. What about going sideways? Gravity makes that happen too. Gravity makes it go up, down, sideways. Everything is gravity, gravity, gravity.
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't have some Globers chipping in. They don't usually like hearing it when a conversation is going calm and cordial. Usually can't help themselves at that point.
Yeah, that's actually pretty shocking that someone didn't throw their body into the gearing.
If it went on much longer, no one would be quitting his job just to get outside. Something's come up. Family emergency. All right, listen here, flat earthers. The earth is round. Who else we got? Siamese cat. Thymorical. Those are the only other ones that look new. Either you guys on the mic. Globe proof at the ready. I know you are, no one.
Thymorical said that the black swans explained easily because the gravity is bending the light around the curvature of the Earth, and that explains it perfectly.
The fuck?
That does sound easy.
What did I just get done saying? Fucking, they don't listen, man. It's explained easily. Yeah, it's explained by like magic sugar from plum fairies. Just make it appear that way. That's explaining.
Well, that was easy. I like your method of inquiry, Thymorical. Whatever's the easiest explanation. I suppose you're kind of getting a bit of Occam's razor. So the whole gravity bending light fantasy doesn't seem to be the simplest explanation. What if...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, Mary, no, you go.
I just didn't want you to miss the response to your recommendation or your prediction. No one, he said. I'm submitting my 2-week notice as I'm typing this actually at Cyclone.
Yeah, that's the effect. Good to hear it, no one. You're wasted in McDonald's anyway. How are you, Mary Mum? Good to hear you.
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I tried to put a link to the podcast in there, but instead of just linking to the show, it linked to a particular episode. So I hope that's a good one. I don't know if I heard that one before. The Absolute Noob something or other. Absolute Noob learns about the reality of Flat Earth Part 1. Hopefully that's a good one, because I linked Rainbow Jesus to that one.
Well, it sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
Everyone loves an absolute noob.
I know. It's probably good. I should listen to it later because I just put the 3 dots that said you were sharing the show, but then it shared that episode for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Rambo is meant to hear that one. I don't know.
Neil brought her in. He has, I don't know if he's a supervisor or he owns a business, but he hired this girl and she was late. So he was listening to like Flat Earth stuff. And then she got in the car, heard it. So she didn't know anything. And she came in the chat. There's a part 2 that, because she left and then came back. So, but she's an absolute noob. Knows nothing. Literally knows nothing about the topic. Even less than the normal person.
That's probably good then. I probably will listen to it.
Good.
Sounds good, yeah.
That'll be some first day at work.
I know, right?
Some hold my beer type
Flat
shit.
Earther, I quit.
The crazy, we had that guy in earlier, Nathaniel. Super nice guy, right? But he says he
So
used to
what
be
happened to the Flat Earth Discord and politics? Got deleted?
Dude, can you hear me talking?
Yeah, did you hear DJ talking there? Whoever that was. Yeah, carry on, DJ. We'll get to your question about politics in a sec.
Yeah, it's all right. We got Siamese cat now. Right. Siamese cat, do you have any globe evidence?
Nah, he's just mad and puke reacting at my memes right now.
Oh, you puke into the memes, bro? That's tough.
Yeah, look, all I was saying was that guy came in earlier, right? And he said he used to be a flat earther, but he's not one anymore, right? And he hadn't even seen a single long distance observation or anything like that.
Yeah, I think I maybe spoke to that guy. It was just like incoherent, so I couldn't really be bothered. You're saying, yeah, I used to be a flat earther, but he doesn't sound like he knows anything about it, so I don't know why.
Nothing at all. So.
But he doesn't even sound like he's lying or trolling like normal.
Yep.
Bizarre.
Siamese cat, you there, dude?
Is that even a Siamese cat in your picture?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that's.
It's a black
I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look like a Siamese. They usually have like different shaped eyes, and like they have more like smashed up faces.
Yeah, their eyes are too close together.
Siamese cat, you there? Jeez, oh. Drawing blood from a stone today.
Yeah, you'd think us questioning his cat model would at least get him back over here.
Yeah, dude, if you can't even argue about cats on the internet, what hope have you got here? I don't think I'm exaggerating, but I don't think I've ever seen someone with a cat profile picture have a productive conversation.
Yeah, the cats have really taken over the profile pictures. I've noticed that. Yeah, we just have like tons of cat fans in the world now. I don't know.
It's the toxoplasma. It's controlling their brain.
I bet you're right there. I bet you're right there.
Isn't that funny? We've come full circle. Like the Egyptians were doing it, and now here we are, 2025 on Discord. All these little idiots are worshipping cats. Who was the guy who asked about politics? Was that Siamese cat?
Yeah, I think that was him.
Well, you're wishing, Siamese cat. It's not shut down. We're just spreading the love. Yeah, they'd never shut us down. We're the most popular channel on the server. It's quite amazing when you think about it. The largest politics server on Discord. and the biggest channel is Flat Earth.
Wait, which server am I? This is politics and religion.
Shut down. Just, if there's not a moderator in here, you guys can't join the rooms, whether it's here or over yonder. It was not shut down. We were over there. And when we're not over there, we were over here. So if you don't see us in one place, we're probably at the other one.
Yeah, the caliber of chat on PNR is actually generally higher than politics.
Yeah. I actually like coming over here sometimes. It's peaceful. We get a ton of trolls over at the other one, like at least twice as much.
Yeah, the other one's 99% trolls, right? This one we get a steady, decent amount of people coming through that actually want to learn about this.
By the way, Siamese cat, if I come off like I sound like an asshole, it's because I'm in a lot of pain and I'm just grumpy.
I thought you were going to say it was personally.
And if I come off sounding like an asshole, it's because I am.
You're just Australian.
At least you admit it.
Yeah, asshole Australian. Yeah.
But yeah, I should probably be asleep right now, actually. So
Where are you in pain?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it in this live stream.
Yeah, rest up, bro. Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, man.
All right, did we just have Siamese cat mic up? You there, dude?
You're not going to sneak past us, Siamese cat. We know you're there.
What?
Yep.
What'd you say?
We're waiting for Siamese cat to speak. Is that you? I'm not looking at the mic.
Yeah,
Bruh, I'm talking.
Good. All right, so what you got for us today? Something for the globe? Some proof, I hope. Or an insightful question?
Okay, bro. How about this? Have we spoken with you before? Siamese cat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We've spoken before. Okay. How did that go?
It went fantastic.
Fantastic. Awesome. Cool. So how do you feel about this topic now that you've had a discussion about it? What are you thinking? Where you at with it? You thinking we're still crazy nuts? You don't accept the evidence or your observation and experience? Where are you at? Where do you stand?
It's like an AI that has very strict response parameters. You have to figure out which questions it'll answer.
Hold on, I got it. Is your cat really Siamese or is it black? Damn, that didn't work either.
No, we tried that one. Do you believe in gravity, Siamese cat?
Are you there? Are you there, Siamese cat?
You've got Doza 10 right next to you there, Duke.
Doza. What's up, Doza?
Gosh, these people don't want to talk about their globe model. I thought somebody was going to come in here. That's why I came in. I'm like, I thought they were going to prove the globe model.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're on a time frame here, guys.
I was kind of thinking the flat Earth model would be proved too, but here we are.
I got him. I got it to talk.
There you go, there, Mom. Finders keepers, I guess. Take it away.
Send me my prize in the mail, please. Siamese cat. We don't need to prove any model for flat Earth because we're here to debunk the globe model, which is a full-time 24/7 job. You have the model, Siamese cat. We prefer to deal with reality as it presents itself. We understand that the globe is a model.
I think Cyclone was right about the bot thing.
Beep boop bop.
Got to say the right word to activate it.
That's right. You can't get too detailed with the questions.
Siamese cat.
Did that go over your head, or
We'll keep it simple. Flat Earth model. Let's see if that kicks in.
What's up? What about the flat Earth model?
Oh, there you go. We found your keywords.
Did someone say something about the flat Earth model?
Yes. What model is it you're talking about?
Another one.
Models? Ooh, someone said a model. Ooh, they're talking about a model. I like a model. What model are we talking about, guys? Why don't you present your model in the chat?
Is it something you buy from Walmart and have to like piece it together, or what?
Is it the Lego globe?
Is your model to scale? That's very important.
What's funny is I've got some PDFs from NASA where they make a claim related to a flat Earth model that they created.
So maybe these guys are talking about NASA's flat Earth model. Is that right, Siamese cat?
You know, the one for all flight dynamics, regardless of altitude.
Flat Earth. NASA does not compute. Doop, doop, doop.
The thing about NASA is a lot of the people who do the speaking are not the people doing the doing. They are scientific communicators. Their job is to communicate, not do.
Siamese cat, do you believe in space?
I think I believe in a flat plane of the universe.
But not space.
No, I think space is a two-directional plane. Like, it's 2D.
Two-directional plane.
Yeah, yeah.
You think space, height, width, length is two-dimensional?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I see why you were staying silent. Fell over at the first hurdle. So why do you believe in space? Nope. Guess not. Doza 10. Do you believe in space?
Doza 10 did say in the chat that they are not at home, and so they're just listening for now. So maybe we'll get to talk to Doza 10 later when they get home.
Okay, all good, Doza. For the record, space is fake. You can ask about that later.
Well, according to Siamese cat, is two-dimensional.
Hmm. Well, they do say on space.com that the universe is flat. And the universe is everything. So if everything is flat, how could Earth be not flat? Explain it to me, Globers.
According to the NASA, you flat.
Yeah, it's weird because modeling in general is being pushed in science education, at least in the United States of America. It's being, it's just, the buzzword of the day where we want to make these children model things, and yet the globe isn't usually brought up in that case, although I have in several different curricula seen heliocentric and geocentric discussed just as like, this is the thing we used to think, now we think that thing, just to explain it and then discard it. But I don't ever see the globe mentioned as, kind of like the ultimate model. That's not really part of this whole thing, which I think, was it you, Duke, that was saying that earlier? Yeah, you did say that public education has failed them because they can't even explain this, which is kind of like the ultimate model, right? That they're accepting, just for no reason, just because they've been told. And even your guest that you had earlier was saying he couldn't really explain it and kind of was acknowledging that and thought he had to go do some more research, which is good. At least he's not pretending he understands it, right? That's kind of like step number one. Like, oh, I just assumed this was the so-called settled science and that there was no need for me to explain it. I thought somebody way smarter than me did that. And then you were kind of explaining how, oh no, when you start looking into it, you realize, oh no, only people way dumber than you try to explain it. And their explanations are really poor. And they use a lot of like smoke and mirrors, emotional appeal, logical fallacies, and so on. That's when any real thinking person should be concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the classic Dunning-Kruger, isn't it? Like, the less the person knows, the more confident they seem to be in it. And it's this never-ending relay race where they're passing off the baton to some vague figure in their mind that they can't even name, who must know. They must know. They've proven it. But it's just a never-ending chase to find out, where does this information actually come from? Who's proven this? And yeah, the majority of the time, they don't even know what it is that they're trying to prove. They don't know the claimed dimensions or aspects of this globe Earth. So we can't even have a proper conversation about it. Siamese cat here thinks that the space is 2D. What we're working with. But yeah, at least we got that one good conversation with Rambo Jesus.
Pat, what's the image that you're asking to post? Because if it was something that would stimulate conversation, someone might volunteer to post it for you. Is there image you have to give credence to your globe model, Siamese? I don't know. He doesn't seem capable of carrying on an ongoing conversation. Is there anybody else in here that has a question?
Yeah, come on, Globies. The floor is open. Give us your best. But anyway, I need to go on mute now, so it was nice hearing you all. I'm sure I'll speak to you very soon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Yeah, stay flat.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he wanted to show us a donut-shaped planet. I mean, yeah, we've seen that before, so we don't need to see it again. Yeah, I mean but that does highlight the usual misconception, which we kind of hinted at earlier, that that flat earthers have some kind of model of the world that's just kind of a cartoon, flattened out version of the globe or something, which is indeed not the case, because one of the first things that we will discard in that model, in fact, one of the most easily disprovable just by logic and the fact that you're breathing and staying alive, is that we're not floating around in this alleged vacuum or near vacuum of outer space. So any kind of cartoon images you've seen of donut-shaped Earth, dish-shaped Earth, pizza-shaped Earth, and so on, is not at all what we're claiming. In fact, the vast majority of all flat earthers and 100% of any serious flat earthers are not claiming any model at all. It's not necessary. So a model is not reality. A model is something created in science in order to explain some phenomena that is otherwise less easy to explain in concrete terms, usually because it's a more abstract concept. I mean, if you can go out there and look at something, if I can go out and look at a flower, I don't need to make a model of a flower. I mean, sometimes people do make models of flowers, but that's just maybe for fun or because you want to enlarge some portions of it. Like, for example, you might make a model of the pistil or the stamen of the flower so you can more easily see everything that's going on there and kind of illustrate the parts and so on. So you do make models of things that you could observe, such as cells, because it's not always easy to observe all parts of them, or you might need special technology that you don't readily have. However, it's completely unnecessary to try to make a model of the entire Earth when it's impossible for us to go outside the boundaries of the Earth. None of us have ever done that. It's just not even logical. I mean, it's only these fairy tale writers that have talked about this ridiculous, concept of going out there and looking at the Earth with these unverifiable, widely varying contradictory images, which have never been shown to be accurate.
Yeah, but doesn't that kind of necessitate a model? Like you were saying, when you can't actually see something like a cell, that necessitates you to make a model to better understand it. So since we can't see the Earth as a whole, you make a model so you can better understand it.
Oh yeah, but then the problem is then it's not science, because the other things I was talking about, like, for example, if you wanted to model the reproductive cycle of a flower, or if you wanted to model the inner workings of a cell, you could, with the proper technology, you could go and verify those things. In the case of the globe model, there's no way to verify it, and the people who are claiming, we're relying on this very small number of people who are claiming they've gone out there and seen this alleged globe from space. That might be fine if they had shown themselves as trustworthy people, but in fact, the evidence they're bringing back is not trustworthy, it's not repeatable or verifiable, and they widely contradict each other, the images. For example, the size of the continents and so on. Also, they themselves, NASA.gov, admits that they use CGI and artistic renditions to come up with these models. So they're not even really, they occasionally will claim, here's a picture of Earth, but, when anybody pokes any holes in it, then they have to kind of double back and make a bunch of other excuses. Their claims just don't hold water. And since we can't verify it for yourself, you're just putting your entire trust in where you live on an authority figure that you have no reason to trust, as well as the fact that this authority figure is completely contradicting your real world experience, Mushkane, which is that you live on a stationary Earth where objects in the distance do not drop behind any imaginary curve, because anytime they appear to be disappearing from your view, it's only because of the limitations of your eyeball, and you could use high-powered optical equipment to bring them back into view. Have you ever seen a globe, Mushkane?
Yeah, I've seen a globe.
Have you ever seen a globe that is real and not a model?
Are you asking me if I've ever been to space?
Sure. Yep. Have you ever been to space? There you go.
No, never been to space.
You haven't been to the imaginary realm of outer space that's impossible to exist because you can't have a vacuum or a near vacuum next to our admittedly contained system of the atmosphere and the gases that keep us alive and breathing.
Well, I would take issue with that statement because I create vacuum next to contained atmosphere every single day. You create it every day. If you drive a car, your engine's creating vacuum. It's next to a contained environment. It's not a perfect vacuum, neither is space.
A vacuum is not, if you have a... Okay, so I'm trying to pick apart your argument here. So are you saying the Earth is not contained, or are you saying that it is contained, but that somehow it's somehow being sealed from this vacuum?
No, I'm poking a hole in your premise, saying that vacuums exist near contained atmosphere every single day. You create vacuum every single day. So the statement saying that our Earth with its atmosphere cannot exist next to the near vacuum of space is just observably false.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say a vacuum couldn't exist near a contained environment. I mean, obviously it can exist near a contained environment, but then you have to have things sealed off from each other. So that's why I'm asking you, what is your choice here? Is your choice that the Earth's atmosphere is contained to keep it away from this vacuum so the gases don't disperse into the vacuum because they would naturally fill this available space, or your other choice? Yeah, okay, so what's your choice?
Yeah, so all containers are semi-permeable. So just because something is contained doesn't mean that there's no escapement, which is the case with Earth.
And then, of course, the gases would then create, and then they would eventually go to an equilibrium where there would be an equal amount of particles on either side of this semi-permeable barrier, if that's what you're claiming is out there.
Well, no, because it's not a static system. The atmosphere is being generated from the Earth. It's replenishing as it moves through the gradient and escapes into the near vacuum of space.
How are you replenishing it?
The Earth is replenishing it. That's where all oxygen, all air is generated from the Earth.
Okay, so this is your astrophysics explanation, but then if you went down the hall to either the meteorology department, the biology department, so on, then they would start talking about the carbon cycle and the closed system of the carbon cycle and how all of this is just cycled throughout the Earth. So are you going to just, you're just not going to coordinate between the sciences. You're just going to have your little story. And if other people are saying something different, you're just going to say they're wrong, or what?
No, I don't have my little story. What I said to you is copacetic with all the other things you were saying. The atmosphere is a gradation. As everything will escape eventually, it slowly moves up that gradient as it's being regenerated at the surface.
Nope, that is just not the current scientific understanding is not that we're regenerating things at the surface. It's just not. It's accepted that we have according to the law of the conservation of mass, law of the conservation of energy, that we have this carbon that is cycling throughout our atmosphere.
I'm not denying that.
And I don't know
But
what is the semi-permeable membrane that you're saying these gases are going through? What is this barrier claiming? Because I've seen no claim of this barrier. Please put your citation in the chat of your barrier.
Well, you can check your own self by just looking up the definition of container. Are all containers semi-permeable? Yes, all containers are semi-permeable.
Okay, so I want your citation of what scientific community is claiming that the Earth atmosphere is contained by a semi-permeable barrier. Please put your scientific citation in the chat. Are you able to see the voice chat there?
Well, yeah, you can just check. Does the atmosphere escape into space? And they'll say yes, it does. Therefore,
that was not my question.
legal.
That was not my question. No, my question was.
Well, I'm cooking food, so I can't go searching Google. I'm just talking.
I know you're just talking, yeah, because I can see that you actually don't know what you're talking about, because I have never ever heard any scientist say that they think the atmosphere of the Earth is contained by a semi-permeable barrier. I mean, that if you have a citation for that,
those exact words never came out of my mouth.
Did anyone else hear him say that?
Yep, he was implying it for sure.
Yeah, you can say it was implied, but those words never came out of my mouth.
You were saying that. That's what you were implying. But see, you don't have any form of containment. You have nothing.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Where's your container?
Where's my container? The vector of down.
Mathematics is not a force, neither is a reference frame. Your frame of reference
I
doesn't
said
change.
the vector of down, sir.
Yeah, and you're trying to imply that you're talking about gravity. Gravity is not a force. It's a pseudo force. It's a fictitious force. Math's not a
I
force.
never said it was a force. I said the vector of down, you fool.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that doesn't contain fuck all.
Oh, okay.
You can't have gas pressure without containment next to a fucking vacuum. But anyway, I digress. Back to you, Dandelion.
I mean, you just have to make up your mind one way or the other. Did he just claim gravity? Is that what he just claimed?
He tried to claim that he was going to claim gravity. You have no other options, man.
So yeah, Dandelion, that's the deal.
Well, I guess you're going to have to sign yourself up for a master's or PhD program and get over there to the biology department and explain to them when they're claiming that the carbon cycle is a closed system where you have the carbon dioxide.
They treat it as a closed system. You gotta. They treat it as a closed system.
Well, it's not
They
claiming
treat
that these
things as a closed system.
Okay. They're claiming that the carbon is being generated by the fossil fuels in the earth, going into the factory of the fossil fuels, going off in the atmosphere.
And some of it escapes.
It's not, no one, please, I need citations for both things, a semi-permeable membrane containing the atmosphere and gases being generated out of nowhere from the earth. Please, I need your citation. I'm sorry. If you're cooking, you can give it to us
a
later.
Little creative embellishment there, right? I said they can out of nowhere. That's what I said.